There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. This blood sword resided in the world within the rift, absorbing the blood of countless ferocious beasts, nurtured in a sea of blood. Now, its appearance caused a blood-red light to fill the heavens and earth, even piercing through the swirling clouds in the starry sky. As the blood sword fell into his hand, Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. Just as the stone sword lunged towards him, he flashed forward with the blood sword. A deafening explosion resounded. The blood sword strike caused a tearing sound in the starry sky. Unexpectedly, a crack appeared beneath the blood sword, violently colliding with the green long sword. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the area. The green long sword let out a sharp screech, its outer light collapsing, enveloped in a large mass of blood threads, and it quickly retreated. The blood sword, completely unharmed, let out a clear, crisp cry, carrying an extremely ferocious aura as it directly pursued. At this moment, the remaining stone sword in front of the white jade statue on the pavilion cracked, shattering with a loud bang, emitting a blue light. A blue long sword roared out, clashing with the blue long sword against the blood sword. A series of deafening explosions resounded. The three swords clashed repeatedly, shaking the starry sky. The blood sword's origins were unfathomable, yet it possessed boundless power. Unexpectedly, it could withstand to heavenly tribulation swords without the slightest weakening. Instead becoming even more ferocious with each blow, a rumbling sound echoed from within the swirling clouds. Just as the three swords were clashing, a wave of oppressive power surged from within the clouds. This oppressive power felt tangible, instantly revealing a glimpse of the white jade pavilion deep within the clouds. The statue sat cross-legged on the pavilion, and unexpectedly, behind the pavilion, two long swords were embedded. At that moment, a shattering sound echoed, a black light flashed, and a black long sword furiously shot out, joining the green and blue long swords in attacking the blood sword. Amidst the incessant roar, the three mysterious swords attacked simultaneously, causing the blood sword to become even more frenzied, its blood light overwhelming the sky. But it gradually retreated, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught. The blood sword, possessing sentience, now roared at the three swords, seemingly filled with rage at these three swords that were clearly inferior to it. All of this happened in an instant. Wang Lin took half a step forward. The ancient god star on his forehead slashed a piece of skin, and a drop of fresh blood flowed out. This fresh blood wasn't the essence of a primordial spirit, but rather the power of an ancient god within the ancient god's essence point. The moment it appeared, it flew straight towards the blood sword. The blood sword absorbed the fresh blood, instantly erupting with earth-shattering pressure, its blood light becoming several times more intense. A massive phantom figure materialized from within the blood sword. The figure's form was indistinct, seemingly humanoid. Its appearance caused the blood sword to sweep across. The other three swords hastily retreated, clanging loudly, clearly unable to withstand the attack. At this moment, the last stone sword on the pavilion shattered with a thunderous roar. A dazzling golden light shot upwards, transforming into a large golden sword, carrying immense pressure and sword energy piercing straight towards the blood sword. With a loud bang, the blood sword retreated once more. The four swords green, blue, black, and golden circled in the air, immediately spinning. A massive vortex appeared. Within that vortex lay a chaotic void, seemingly containing another world. Within that hazy realm, planets could be seen. Countless beings lived on these planets. Whispers emanated from the vortex, transforming into an extremely eerie sound that shook the listener's mind. This sound spread rapidly, permeating the entire ninth-level star domain, penetrating all the protective formations of the sects, and reaching every cultivator and every beast's soul. The Land of Dreams. One lifetime opens to lifetimes close. Entering the Land of Dreams, one can achieve immortality, find the great Tao, escape all worldly suffering, escape all conflicts, and become my disciple. Those who enter my Land of Dreams become the pride of heaven and earth, become superior to others, and can find the heavenly Tao. Those who enter this place, their loved ones who have died can be resurrected, live freely and perfectly, and achieve the supreme path of cultivation. Those who enter this place will no longer be reborn. There is no birth and no death. Those who enter this promised land will have their desires fulfilled, and will get whatever they wish for. A voice filled with overwhelming power emanated from within the flowing world. This resounding sound, upon falling into the ears, unconsciously instilled in the listeners a wondrous feeling of trust. In the demon sect's grand formation, the eyes of the thousands of cultivators who had just entered to avoid the heavenly tribulation became dazed. Among them was a young man whose pupils dilated, replaced by the flowing energy. His expression showed joy, and a sinister smile spread across his lips. This smile appeared, but in a short time a light flashed around his body, and he vanished. As he disappeared, hundreds of others around him also wore that same sinister smile, their bodies flashing with light, and simultaneously vanished. This is the call of the Land of Dreams from countless eons. Quickly calm your mind. If your Tao heart is unstable, you will be dragged into the world within the vortex. The middle-aged man, the supreme elder of the demon sect, stared intently at the vortex, his expression extremely solemn. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the demon sect, jolting the cultivators who were immersed in their cultivation back to reality. But as soon as they awoke, they fell back into a daze. Those who disappeared were not only from the demon sect, the divine sect, and the heaven-shattering sect, but also numerous ferocious beasts within the starry mist. The blood sword swirled around Wang Lin's body. He raised his head and stared at the vortex formed by the four swords. The strange voice also entered his mind. Because he was a tribulation-ridden being, his perception was several times clearer than others. The voice that reached his ears was not an aged sound, but one that constantly transformed. Sometimes it was the voice of his parents, other times it transformed into the voice of Li Muan, Wang Ping, or even the voice of the vermilion bird old Saint Emperor. These voices changed repeatedly, forming an extremely bizarre and rumbling sound that echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The Land of Dreams. Cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His Tao heart was far superior to that of ordinary cultivators, and even those old masters who had cultivated for many years might not be his equal. Wang Lin had lived his entire life in peril. How could illusions possibly shake his mind? There is a Land of Dreams. He raised his right hand, his body lunging forward, the blood sword in his hand fiercely slashing towards the vortex formed by the four swords. The heavens and earth roared, a dazzling sword light flashed, directly striking the vortex. Loud rumbling sounds echoed. A powerful force emanated from the vortex, directly striking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body froze, and he recoiled several steps. At this moment, the vortex suddenly accelerated, dissipating into the swirling clouds. Simultaneously, a fierce roar erupted from within the swirling clouds, seemingly drawn by the vortex, converging from all directions. In an instant, these swirling clouds transformed into a mountain of clouds. This mountain was infinitely tall, entirely composed of purple clouds, radiating an earth-shattering pressure. Countless runes and symbols flickered on its surface, forming the character Tao. The clouds in the starry sky instantly merged into the mountain of clouds, causing it to grow larger and larger, seemingly becoming a colossal mountain supporting the starry sky. A continuous rumbling sound echoed. The gigantic mountain pressed down towards Wang Lin with immense force, as if intending to completely crush him. This immense pressure caused the demon sect's grand formation to shake violently, showing signs of collapse. Cracking sounds echoed, and countless fissures spread everywhere. Wang Lin, at the foot of the mountain, felt his entire body crackling, pressed down by endless pressure from all directions. His feet, treading on the starry sky, made a sound as if they couldn't bear it. His face flushed slightly, his entire body's elemental power circulated, and he looked up, staring intently at the mountain of clouds that was relentlessly pressing down, his eyes flashing. He had been waiting for this moment when the heavenly tribulation would unleash its full power. This was it. His eyes flashed, and in the instant the mountain of clouds pressed down, the elemental power in Wang Lin's body erupted, and the blood sword in his hand flashed downwards. A deafening tremor resounded. A huge fissure appeared in the starry sky below him amidst the rumbling sound. The fissure was continuously being torn open. It contained Wang Lin's entire cultivation. The immense pressure from the cloud mountain caused the crack to collapse even more violently. Almost instantly, the crack was completely torn open. Inside was a void. This void was the Great Ceiling Formation. As the crack was ripped open, a frenzied, icy aura surged out. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he directly stepped into the crack, into the void. The cloud mountain focused on Wang Lin. At this moment, it rumbled down, directly falling into the starry sky, causing the crack to widen even further. The cloud mountain entered. In the void, after Wang Lin appeared and the cloud mountain entered, a net-like object immediately flashed, emitting a powerful aura, preventing any living being from breaking through it. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. As his body retreated closer to the net-like formation, his hands formed a hand seal. His entire body transformed into an imprint. At this moment, the cloud mountain chasing Wang Lin exploded with a thunderous roar, furiously crashing down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly raised both hands, as if supporting a mountain. An unimaginable force surged forth. Wang Lin's body trembled, spitting out fresh blood, and channeled this force into the grand formation. The void instantly brightened, revealing a vast net. This net seemed boundless, its end invisible. It enveloped the entire inner realm. For countless years, no matter how powerful the attacks of cultivators within the inner realm were, none had ever been able to break through this formation on such a large scale and escape into the outer realm. Only exceptionally powerful individuals, relying on their formidable cultivation, could single-handedly break through the formation. But from ancient times to the present, to borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation and break the seal had never happened. Wang Lin was the first. The mountain of clouds, like mist, enveloped the wine boundary formation like a gigantic, shimmering net, relentlessly pressing down on Wang Lin. A deafening roar echoed, and Wang Lin's face grew even paler, yet his expression remained unchanged. He stared intently at the mountain of clouds, leaning against the wine boundary formation, completely motionless. The power of the heavenly tribulation. I have seen it many times, and overcome it each time. Today's heavenly tribulation is bizarre, but it cannot destroy me. My mind is immortal. Once my mind is immortal, my body is as firm as a mountain. Nothing in heaven and earth can hinder my Tao. Wang Lin's voice was calm and slow. He formed hand seals, his blood sword swirling around his body, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Blood light enveloped Wang Lin, spreading outwards. The mountain of clouds roared, and just as it was about to press down again, Wang Lin suddenly swung his hands outwards. Immediately, a phantom image of an ancient god appeared outside his body. At the same time, Wang Lin clenched his right hand and raised it, flashing it towards the mountain with a thunderous roar, while his left hand shot to the side, pressing down on the wine boundary formation. The illusory image of the ancient god also moved accordingly, its right hand directly throwing a punch towards the descending mountain of clouds. The oppressive force of the mountain of clouds descended, suddenly colliding with the ancient god's punch. A deafening explosion instantly resounded, transforming into a roar, and waves of destructive power erupted wildly in that moment, flowing into the illusory image of the ancient god. Following the ancient god's left hand pressing on the wine boundary formation, the entire formation surged in. The deafening explosions continued, and the wine boundary formation flashed violently, suddenly emitting a 7-colored radiance. This radiance was dazzling, and as soon as it appeared, it filled the entire wine boundary formation within the void. The massive formation immediately opened with a thunderous roar upon the appearance of the 7-colored radiance. This formation opened, preventing anyone inside from escaping. Under this 7-colored radiance, even the cloud-covered mountain was pierced through, seemingly just an empty vessel in the face of the 7-colored light. A powerful wave of pressure surged from within this wined realm formation, transforming into a series of thunderous sounds that shattered the heavens and earth. because the attack power emanating from this formation had reached the requirement for transforming the formation's spirit under the intense flashing of the seven-colored radiance. A beam of light immediately condensed and radiated from within the formation. This light was silver-white, like a lightning bolt, and in a short time, a long spear materialized. This spear emitted thunderous roars, carrying earth-shattering power, and upon its appearance, it was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the cloud-covered mountain. The mountain of clouds trembled, shattering into countless swirling clouds, revealing for rotating treasure swords within. Wang Lin's body was also not unwell. He had channeled his power into the Wind Realm formation, sustaining some injuries and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, his expression remained resolute, coldly staring at the Wind Realm formation and the Heavenly Tribulation clashing against each other. Neither the Wind Realm formation nor the Heavenly Tribulation were things Wang Lin liked. He could never forget the scene he had witnessed in the seven-colored realm. That Wind Realm formation, from ancient times to the present, had been stained with the blood of countless cultivators from within, their unwilling cries still echoing in Wang Lin's ears. Unwilling, I am unwilling, one day my descendants will surely break through this formation, causing the annihilation of tens of thousands of you outsiders. This rumbling sound, appearing for the first time, suddenly ignited Wang Lin's blood, igniting his fighting spirit. He was born in the inner realm, grew up in the inner realm, and the inner realm was his home. The collapsing mountain of clouds, the four rotating swords within, were also stopped by the long spear formed from lightning. At this moment, outside the rift torn open in the void, the Heavenly Tribulation, which truly existed within the starry sky, was revealed by a large number of clouds rushing in simultaneously, clearly showing a white jade pavilion inside the rift of the Heavenly Tribulation. The statue sitting cross-legged on the white jade pavilion now had a gentle light flashing from its forehead. This light enveloped the entire statue, making it seem as if it were dissolving, especially its right hand, which instantly transformed from a stone into flesh and blood. This arm suddenly moved. The statue raised its right hand and gently pressed it towards the rift connecting to the Wind Realm below. 9 palaces boundless, a faint voice echoed through the starry sky. Just as the statue's right hand pressed down within the void of the Wind Realm formation, the 4 swords immediately flew back, along with the dissipating mist. This mist swirled around the statue, forming a giant vortex. Within the void of the Wind Realm formation, the 4 swords immediately flew back, along with the dissipating mist. This mist swirled around the statue, forming a giant vortex, with the 4 swords rotating inside, making the vortex even larger. As the faint voice spread within the starry sky, at the location of the white jade pavilion, a crack violently tore open, revealing a large hole inside with a cracking sound. Inside the rift, 9 seemingly identical celestial bodies were clearly visible within the heavens and earth. These 9 celestial bodies appeared to form a formation, radiating the power of the ancient star domain. The 9 celestial bodies were Qian, Ken, Zhen, Xin, Zhang Sun, Li Bang, and Tui. Each celestial body displayed different transformations. The golden symbols formed an unimaginable pressure. As soon as these 9 celestial bodies appeared, they suddenly burst out of the rift with a thunderous roar, shrinking in size until, after countless times, they directly appeared in the middle of the starry sky. They even passed through the entrance of the Great Wind Realm formation, connecting the starry sky to the void, appearing within the void, outside the Great Wind Realm formation, and simultaneously rotating and hurtling towards Wang Lin. 9 palaces sealing immortals. This sealing isn't a fate sealing, but a seal. At the same time, 9 white spots appeared on Wang Lin's body in a short time. These 9 white spots were 9 blood spots, connected throughout his entire body. As the 9 palaces rushed forward, the 9 blood spots on his body immediately emitted unbearable pain, like 9 nails piercing deep into his body, making him almost furious. Wang Lin's body trembled. He looked up to the sky and roared angrily, staring at the descending 9 palaces, the pain in his body becoming even more intense. But this pain also ignited Wang Lin's indomitable spirit. Throughout his life, he had cultivated against the heavens, never submitting. Heaven could not make him submit, fate could not make him obey, let alone the Heavenly Tribulation. From the moment he chose to cultivate against the heavens, he had decided to defy heaven and fate for the rest of his life. At this moment, amidst the roaring sound, a rumbling sound emanated from Wang Lin's entire body, and he suddenly grew larger. The 6-star ancient god, Now appearing outside the Wind Realm formation, his towering figure nearly 1,000 feet tall made Wang Lin seem like a giant from ancient times. Amidst the roaring sound, Li Qianmai, hidden within him, clenched his fists, stepped forward with his right foot, and charged straight towards the 9 palaces. Boom! As he lunged forward, 4 of the 9 blood spots covering his body instantly shattered, a torrent of blood gushing out, accompanied by a destructive force that permeated his entire being. Immediately after these 4 blood spots shattered, 4 of the descending 9 palaces transformed into white light, piercing through the void at unimaginable speed, and successively imprinted themselves on the shattered blood spots on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled, and at that moment, another deafening explosion erupted from within him. The remaining 5 palaces simultaneously shattered. Similarly, the 5 celestial bodies descending from the void also emitted radiance. As soon as the radiance dissipated, it directly shattered the heavens and earth, entering the 5 shattered bloodstains on Wang Lin's body. These 9 palace celestial bodies, after entering Wang Lin's body, immediately began to wreak havoc, piercing through and condensing towards a celestial body on his chest. Once condensed, the 9 palace seal would be complete. The celestial body that transformed into the 9 palaces was not a cultivation planet, nor did it contain any living beings, but rather 9 gigantic meteorites from within the starry sky, refined countless years ago and becoming objects of the heavenly tribulation. The pain in Wang Lin's body seemed to threaten to shatter his primordial spirit. In this agony, he roared even more fiercely, the ancient god star point on his forehead rotating rapidly, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. These 9 stones conceal me as an immortal, but I am not an immortal. I am an ancient god. Wang Lin roared, his entire body trembling. The power of the ancient god instantly erupted from within him. A deafening explosion filled the air, 9 blood-red spots on his 1,000-foot-tall body twitched. The 9 palace meteorites within were blocked from advancing, preventing them from converging with the final palace above Wang Lin's prison. But the heavenly tribulation was not over yet. Purple lightning, 4 sharp swords, the summoning of the other shore, the cloud-destroying spirit mountain, all of these were only the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. The boundless tribulation had no beginning and no end, stretching on endlessly. After the 9 palaces came the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams boundless from within the world of the White Jade Pavilion. As the statue's right hand swung, a rumbling sound erupted, and 8 enormous symbols appeared behind it. These symbols were the 8 trigram seals, Qin, Kun, Kan, Li, Then, Zhen, Zun, and Dui. The 8 trigrams swirled around, forming heaven and earth. Within them, Qin represented heaven, Kun represented earth, Kan represented water, Li represented fire, Zhen represented thunder, Zhen represented mountains, Zun represented wind, and Dui represented swamps. This 8 trigrams was extraordinary. The moment it appeared, heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and swamps all transformed, forming a gigantic circle. With a rumbling sound, it moved through the White Jade Pavilions, burst out of the cracks, entered the void, and frantically expanded, transforming into a circle as large as heaven and earth, descending directly towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face turned pale. The primal energy in his body never ceased to maintain the time and space divine ability for Li Qianmai, and the power of the ancient god continuously forced the 9 palace stars out of his body. At this moment, facing an 8 trigrams even more powerful than the 9 palaces before, he couldn't help but hastily retreat, especially the circle formed by the 8 trigrams. With each movement, the 8 forms contained within it instantly changed, completely without discernible pattern, moving at an extremely fast speed, seemingly rushing closer and pressing down on Wang Lin. In this perilous moment, with life and death hanging in the balance, Wang Lin regained his composure. He retreated a few steps, staring intently at the Wind Realm formation. Master of the Wind Realm, I have brought you to the Wind Realm formation. You may appear now. That year, when Wang Lin's soul entered the heaven-defying world, after seeing the Master of the Wind Realm and being brought into the Tao Realm, the Master of the Wind Realm's last words were about this Wind Realm Great Formation. Because of this, Wang Lin had some confidence in breaking this Wind Realm Great Formation. This was because, besides borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation, he also possessed another method. At this moment, as soon as he transmitted his divine consciousness, the heaven-defying pearl, which had dissipated within his primordial spirit, suddenly reappeared. As soon as it appeared, a jade pendant materialized from within the heaven-defying pearl, directly piercing through Wang Lin's body and flying out from within him. As soon as this jade pendant appeared, the heavens and earth rumbled, even the void trembled, and even the 8 trigrams heavenly tribulation couldn't help but shake. Inside the demon sect Great Formation, the Supreme Elder with unfathomable cultivation spread his divine consciousness, observing the heavenly tribulation, while also noticing Wang Lin's reactions. At that moment, upon seeing the jade pendant, the middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled. His eyes widened in disbelief and shock. The sect master's jade pendant. He never expected to possess the sect master's jade pendant. Could he be the successor designated by the sect master? This middle-aged man had cultivated for countless millennia, rarely showing such emotion. But at this moment, his mind was extremely shaken. His face instantly flushed red with excitement. Without thinking, he stepped forward, breaking through the Great Formation, directly appearing in the starry sky, leaping step by step to the side of the wine boundary Great Formation. As soon as he approached, the jade pendant was surrounded by a radiant glow, and endless starlight poured out. A towering tree, reaching to the heavens, suddenly materialized from within the jade pendant, as if supporting the sky. As soon as this tree appeared, the entire void trembled violently, and the 8 trigrams were instantly enveloped by a strange power, ceasing all movement. This colossal tree was immense, overflowing with nothingness, and gradually, an aged human face emerged from it. Sect Master, the Supreme Elder of the Demon Sect, was visibly agitated, gazing at the tree with extreme reverence. The moment this tree appeared, a great wave surged within the 9th layer of the Cloud Sea Star Domain. Shui Daozi, who had been fiercely enraged in his seclusion, trembled violently, his eyes filled with fear as he stared into the distance. Master, the 9-star ancient demon, who had appeared outside the Ghost Sect's formation and was secretly attempting to devour the power of the heavenly tribulation, instantly changed his expression, looking into the distance with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Master of the Wind Realm in the starry sky, the sect master of the Breaking Heaven sect was approaching, but his body froze, his expression becoming serious as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Within the void, a human face appeared on a giant tree, exuding an aura of sorrow and melancholy, its eyes filled with reminiscence as it silently surveyed its surroundings, finally settling its gaze upon the great wine boundary formation. After a long while, he sighed, his voice old and weary. Xuan Bing, yes, sir. The Supreme Elder of the Demon Sect trembled, seemingly reverting to his former self, and respectfully said without hesitation, "You may use my Tao energy from back then to reorganize the Cloud Sea Star Domain, condense all forces, and prepare for the great war with the outside world in a few years. Kill all those who resist." The Supreme Elder of the Demon Sect's body shook. He forcefully raised his head, his eyes flashing with cold light, and respectfully said, "Yes, sir. You will take my mandate and borrow my Tao energy. After reorganizing the Cloud Sea Star Domain, you will go to the remaining 3 star domains to find Nan Yanzi, Hong Samzi, and Zan Xianzi, and tell them that the agreement from the year can now be fulfilled. I want you to quickly reorganize the remaining 3 star domains, unify the 4 great immortal realms of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and prepare for the great war a few years from now." "Yes, sir." The Supreme Elder of the Demon Sect was visibly excited. The old man on the large tree looked into the distance, and after a long time, he softly said, "Da slave, if you can fully assist the Demon Sect in accomplishing this, I will not kill you inside the secret chamber of the Divine Sect." Shui Daozi's body trembled, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he immediately knelt on the ground, frantically bowing his head. "Venerable demon, back then you came from the outer realm, and I accepted your entire demon sect as my disciples, helping you heal your wounds. Now that your injuries have healed and you've become a 9-star ancient demon, our agreement should be fulfilled." The illusory ancient demon outside the demon sect's formation flashed its eyes, pondered for a moment, then nodded, looking towards the wine boundary Great Formation in the distant void. The eyes of this illusory ancient demon, like those of an ancient star, revealed a cold glint and anger. After saying these words, the figure on the giant tree looked at Wang Lin meaningfully and said softly, "Heavenly tribulation is a tribulation, but due to the forces of creation. There are some things I cannot say because of the ancient immortal rules. You must handle it yourself. Heavenly tribulation is not something of the ancient immortal realm. Even immortal emperors experience heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation originates from the primordial era, from the beginning. From the heavenly Tao of life and death, the heavenly tribulation you are facing now is only a minor tribulation, not a major tribulation. And certainly not a heavenly extreme tribulation capable of annihilating all living beings. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. The ancient tree crumbled with a thunderous roar, dissipating into nothingness. Only the jade pendant transformed into starlight. As it fell, the great wine boundary formation vibrated violently, its radiance flashing wildly, its spirit energy rapidly transforming, seemingly resisting relentlessly. But the power contained within the jade pendant was extremely bizarre, slowly transforming into countless threads that spread endlessly along the boundless great wine boundary formation, gradually disappearing without a trace. As soon as those green threads dissipated, the 8-trigram circle, which had been suspended in the void, began to move violently, breaking free from its stationary state. And with an earth-shattering roar, it lunged towards Wang Lin. Heavenly tribulation is a tribulation, only for the sake of creation. Heavenly extreme tribulation, extreme realm. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he stared at the 8-trigram circle, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped something, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. With your current cultivation level, don't try to understand the power of the extreme realm. Wait until your cultivation reaches the shattered nirvana stage. Perhaps you can comprehend it from within the heavenly tribulation. Qing Shui's words from years ago echoed in his ears. The 8-trigram circle approached with a roar, its speed increasing rapidly, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed rapidly as the 8-trigrams circle drew near. His eyes revealed a look of madness. He had made a decision. I'll risk everything. With a low growl, Wang Lin disregarded resistance. The circular 8-trigrams approached with a thunderous roar, directly pressing down on his entire body. It instantly shattered, transforming into 8 symbols that pierced his skin and directly merged into his bloodstream. The 8-trigrams, encompassing heaven and earth and forming a world, pressed upon Wang Lin, instantly transforming into 8 extremely powerful forces, causing his entire body to nearly collapse, spitting out fresh blood. The 8-trigrams, along with the 9 palaces, flashed brightly, forming an unimaginable seal that wreaked havoc within Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin, being an ancient god, possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Under the attack of the 9 palaces and 8-trigrams, Wang Lin let out a ferocious roar, his entire body covered in bulging veins, and quickly recovered. However, the 8-trigrams were also extremely bizarre, rumbling and transforming within Wang Lin's body, becoming 64 trigrams, and then continuously changing. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wine, and marsh rapidly transformed, forming 128 trigrams, and then transforming again, finally becoming endless. A continuous roar emanated from within Wang Lin's body, his 1,000-foot-tall body instantly being torn apart by the trigrams, blood gushing from his entire body. It's just the power of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. How can it cause my death? Is there no more powerful heavenly tribulation? Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he looked up at the heavenly tribulation vortex within the rift in the void outside the starry sky, letting out a low roar. Following the shout, the heavenly tribulation vortex emitted an earth-shattering roar, and 7 dazzling beams of light suddenly flashed out from within. These 7 beams of light were starlight. The starlight flashed, and as soon as it emerged from the heavenly tribulation vortex, it suddenly transformed into 7 cultivation stars. These were truly cultivation stars, not meteorites like the 9 palaces. The 7 cultivation stars flashed with starlight, forming the Big Dipper formation. After the 9 palaces came the 8 trigrams, and after the 8 trigrams came the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars of the heavenly region, heavenly spring, heavenly sword, Zen Fist, Jade Fang, Opening Sun, and Yao Guang. 7 stars infinite. As soon as that faint sound was heard, the 7 starlight flashed wildly, piercing through the void, piercing through the starry sky, engulfing the cloud sea, and overshadowing all other starlight. In this instant, it seemed as if all the radiance within the heavens and the starry sky was absorbed by these 7 stars, creating an earth-shattering killing intent. This is the killing intent of the 7 stars. This is the killing intent of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars are killing, the Big Dipper is killing. This 7 stars and Big Dipper is not a seal, but a killing tribulation. As it approached, under the starlight of these 7 stars, it suddenly transformed into 7 streaks of starlight, shooting straight towards Wang Lin, like 7 killing swords piercing through him. At this moment, that faint voice echoed in the heavens and earth. 10 immeasurable 8 wildernesses, that is up, down, east, west, south, north, symbolizing the world. Parallel to the 8 wildernesses is the symbol of all the directions of this primordial universe. Within it, there is no way to retreat between heaven and earth. Even if the body collapses, the primordial spirit cannot escape. This is the heaven ceiling formation. Enveloped by this formation, there is only one way to fight. Up, down, east, west, south, north, 6 directions, 6 transforming turtle shells immediately appeared, attacking Wang Lin furiously. If that were all, it would be fine. But then, that faint voice spoke again. The 5 elements: immeasurable metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, though somewhat overlapping with the 8 trigrams, are distinctly different. These 5 elements are a part of what makes up heaven and earth. If heaven and earth lacked them, the heavens and earth would collapse. At this moment, as the words were spoken, suddenly 5 rays of light appeared in the void, transforming into 5 gigantic handprints. These 5 handprints respectively represented metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The metal handprint possessed the power to create heaven and earth. Its appearance immediately contained unstoppable power. The wood handprint was brimming with the aura of life, constantly transforming between life and death, forming an unimaginable power of life and death. The water seal and the fire seal are the 2 most extreme seals, containing the ultimate power of water and fire in the 5 elements, transforming into overwhelming waves of water and endless flames, forming to gigantic palm prints that rushed towards Wang Lin. Finally, there is the earth seal. This seal is like the earth itself, emanating an extremely heavy feeling. When it appears, it seems to condense all the power of the earth in the starry sky, giving off an indestructible and powerful aura. The 7 stars and 5 elements appeared, merging to form the power of the heavenly tribulation, enough to destroy everything. Wang Lin's face turned pale, but his eyes grew brighter. He vaguely grasped the words of the master of the sealed realm. The heavenly tribulation is a tribulation, but it is only for the sake of creation. 9 is the largest number. The 9 palaces, the 8 trigrams, the 7 stars, the 6 harmonies, the 5 elements. After that, of course, are 4, 3, and 2. I don't know what 4 and 3 are, but 2 must be yin and yang. From 9 to 2, the layers of transformation then become 1. Could that 1 be the ultimate heavenly tribulation, also known as the extreme realm? Wang Lin's heart trembled, but he dared not confirm it. However, if he didn't merge them once, didn't resist to the end, and didn't witness firsthand the extreme realm he had longed for so long, he would not be satisfied. At this moment, the 7 stars roared closer, and the Supreme Elder's expression changed. Although the sect master hadn't explicitly stated the identity of this tribulation-ridden individual, his final words and the jade pendant revealed that this person had an extraordinary relationship with the sect master. His eyes flashed, and he stepped forward, intending to assist Wang Lin in his tribulation and resist the 7 stars' calamity. "Senior, you shouldn't assist me. I must face this calamity alone." Wang Lin's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The Supreme Elder of the demon sect froze, and in that instant, the 7 stars were close. The 7 stars, carrying a heaven-shattering aura, descended with a thunderous roar. 7 beams of starlight suddenly fell upon Wang Lin. Amidst the deafening roar, blood gushed from his body. His primordial spirit trembled, and he recoiled backward, his face devoid of color. Yet he still managed to raise his head and burst into a long, mocking laugh. The moment the 7 stars entered his body, he immediately felt the 8 trigrams and 9 stars connecting and circulating with each other, unexpectedly transforming into an even more destructive force, threatening to shatter his entire body. But under this force, Wang Lin vaguely sensed a trace of the extreme realm's aura. This feeling was somewhat familiar, like when he first attained the extreme realm. After sensing this trace of the extreme realm, how could Wang Lin not be delighted? How could he not laugh heartily? Even though he was severely injured at this moment, he still laughed heartily. Even though his body was shattered, he still laughed heartily, waving his hands forward, allowing the tortoise shells from all directions to violently strike him. A deafening roar resounded once again. Wang Lin's body was a bloody mess, but the place where Li Qianmai was hidden was still fully protected by him. The strength of the ancient god's body was almost unimaginable. Under such a blow, it was still able to recover frantically. The tortoise shell, after striking, merged into Wang Lin's body, instantly harmonizing with the 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces, exploding within his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit collapsed, but he locked it tightly within his body, preventing it from dissipating. Wang Lin's eyes dimmed, but his gaze remained resolute as he swallowed a large quantity of elixirs. The moment the elixirs entered his mouth, the 5 elements palm struck. As this invisible palm print approached, Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this very moment. His body flashed, he took half a step forward, and directly devoured the fiery palm print. Fire of heaven and earth, dissolve within my body, reorganize my primordial spirit. Wang Lin roared, devouring the fiery palm print. Endless flames surged into his body, forming a wave of heat that swept across his shattered primordial spirit. Unexpectedly, Wang Lin's primordial spirit condensed again under the flames. Within it, numerous fire essences appeared, forming a swirling vortex that continuously rotated, frantically absorbing the power of the fire palm print. At the same time, the 4 great palm prints of metal, wood, water, and earth slammed down, leaving 4 or 5 distinct marks, directly penetrating his body and wreaking havoc. 8 trigrams, fire and thunder, protect my body. With a low roar from Wang Lin, the 8 trigrams integrated into his body split. Fire and thunder, controlled by Wang Lin, surged out of the 8 trigrams, counteracting the palm print. These 2 trigrams, hidden within Wang Lin's body, now erupted in a way that defied the heavenly tribulation's expectations. Under the ancient god's astonishing recovery speed, under Wang Lin's formidable cultivation, and with the help of the 2 trigrams of the 8 trigrams and the 5 elements fire palm, he unexpectedly managed to resist the collapse of the 5 elements. Under the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, and 5 elements, he still hadn't perished. It's still not enough. Wang Lin wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and roared towards the vortex of heavenly tribulation. For tribulation's boundless, the voice, devoid of emotion, seemed to be answering Wang Lin, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Following the echo, a beast's roar ripped through the air from within the vortex of heavenly tribulation. A green dragon emerged, roaring. Behind the green dragon was a vermilion bird carrying overwhelming heavenly fire, its cry resounding. A surge of killing intent erupted, and a white tiger roared out. Following the white tiger was the black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts of heavenly tribulation. So it's the 4 symbols, vermilion bird, return to your position. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with a long laugh, he pointed his right finger towards the vermilion bird, one of the 4 mythical creatures. The vermilion bird trembled all over, let out a long cry, but instead of fleeing, it flew away from the other 3 creatures and advanced towards Wang Lin. As soon as it approached, it circled around Wang Lin's body, emitting excited cries. At the same time, a vermilion bird also materialized on Wang Lin's ancient god body, shining brightly. The vermilion bird directly leapt into Wang Lin's body, immediately causing a raging inferno to erupt. After absorbing the leaf fire from the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements fire seal, and a vermilion bird from the 4 spirits of the heavenly tribulation, the flames within Wang Lin's body had reached an unbelievable level. The vermilion bird within him had awakened 3 times already. Each awakening greatly increased his understanding of fire power. After 3 awakenings, he could control the flames in the heavens and earth, reaching an incredible realm, giving birth to a fundamental essence. All fire-based divine abilities before him had to submit. If there were a cultivator practicing fire power, he could easily kill them with a wave of his hand using the fire-based divine abilities within his body. Especially after the birth of the primordial essence, it can be said that Wang Lin's understanding of flames has reached its limit. But this limit only extends to true fire. Fire is divided into 2 types. One type is true fire, encompassing many different kinds. The other type is illusory fire. This type of flame is far more mysterious than true fire. Unless one reaches the limit of true fire, it is impossible to reach the realm of illusory fire. Wrathful fire is a type of illusory fire. It has no substance but surpasses the power of all flames in heaven and earth. It can be said that it is a kind of spirit and also a kind of concept. If Wang Lin can make the vermilion bird undergo its 4th transformation, awaken its 4th, and reach the realm of illusory fire, Then even those who do not cultivate flame divine abilities will be ignited by Wang Lin's wrathful fire and self-immolate using protective fire. That kind of flame is extremely terrifying. Wrathful fire is something everyone possesses. It is invisible yet exists. Once consumed by it, those who cannot control it are certain to die. At this moment, after absorbing the flames of the heavenly tribulation, Wang Lin was very close to his fourth awakening, just a step away, seemingly having transcended the realm of physical fire and reached the realm of illusory fire. The vermilion bird spirit within his body roared, merging into his body, instantly making him feel comfortable, healing his primordial spirit, and giving Wang Lin enough strength to face the remaining three spirits attacking him. However, the attacks of the heavenly tribulation grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the voice once again rang out, neither sad nor happy. 3 talents, immeasurable. 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man, corresponding to the sun, moon, and stars. Heaven is the sun, earth is the moon, and man is the stars. As this voice echoed, the void rumbled and transformed, becoming a chaotic, hazy mess. Heaven is the power of the sun, transforming into yang, radiating endless primordial rules. All the spirits in this void are constantly surging. Earth is the power of the moon, transforming into yin, containing rules different from the beginning, the rules of the end, manifesting in the void. Man is the power of the stars, merging in chaos, yet condensing into a rule that Wang Lin had never seen before. It belongs neither to the beginning nor the end. These 3 strange forces transformed into 3 streams of light, sun, moon, and star rushing straight towards Wang Lin. 2 principles, infinite. That vague voice unexpectedly echoed once more, icy cold in the void. Another anomaly arose. The 2 principles are the power of yin and yang, the power of life and death, and also cause and effect. Everything that exists in heaven and earth is contained within it. The 2 principles divide into 4 symbols. The 4 symbols transform into 9 palaces, and together with the 3 talents form an earth-shattering force, transforming into a Tai Chi diagram, appearing in the void. This Tai Chi diagram, centered around Wang Lin, began to spin wildly as soon as it appeared. A rumbling sound echoed around. Suddenly, the Tai Chi contracted, hurtling straight towards him. At the same time, the light of the 3 talents approached. Wang Lin couldn't withstand this kind of power. In the instant it reached him, the light of heaven pierced his forehead. The light of earth pierced his chest. And finally, the light of humanity split into 4 parts, piercing through his limbs. In that same instant, the yin-yang Tai Chi contracted violently, then exploded upon reaching Wang Lin's body, directly engulfing him. In the deafening explosion, Wang Lin's 6-star ancient god body couldn't withstand this destructive force. His flesh and blood were a mess, and blood gushed out. However, Li Qianmai remained completely unharmed. This heavenly tribulation only struck Wang Lin, ignoring everyone else. The first tribulation, the immeasurable tribulation, begins. Just as Wang Lin's body was about to collapse, that faint voice slowly echoed throughout the heavens and earth. As soon as this sound appeared, the void seemed to be instantly annihilated, and dazzling beams of light emerged. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 7 stars, 5 elements, 4 symbols, 3 talents, and 2 principles simultaneously appeared, swirling around each other, unexpectedly giving rise to an extreme force of the heavenly Tao. This was the extreme realm. Although Wang Lin was severely injured at this moment, his Tao thoughts and artistic conceptions still existed in his heart, and at this moment, they also underwent a transformation. And within his body, unexpectedly, it also transformed from the 9 palaces to the 2 principles. An extreme realm was also born within him. The immeasurable tribulations begin. The 9 palaces of void transform. 9 meteorites arrange themselves into a pattern, within which the 8 trigrams flash and rotate. Within the 8 trigrams are 7 stars, radiating a heaven-shattering aura of destruction. Within the 7 stars is a spreading tortoise shell, and deep within it, the 5 elements flow, layer upon layer, stacked upon one another. Within the 5 elements, 4 resounding roars echo. The 4 spirits circle, each movement causing the outside world to move. Deep within the 4 spirits are heaven, earth, and man, the 3 talents shining brightly, enveloping the entire void in light. And in the center of the 3 talents is the 2 principles. The 2 principles of yin and yang form the Tai Chi diagram, slowly rotating. Following its movement, All the external heavenly tribulations also rumble and rotate, their movements becoming faster and faster, their trajectories seemingly invisible. But even more bizarre is that, unlike the previous time from the 9 palaces to the 2 principles, this time it transforms into 8 swirling vortices, rotating and merging together. Amidst the resounding roar, the Tai Chi diagram at the center of the 2 principles emitted a colorless light, conveying a sense of supreme power, the pinnacle of heaven and earth, of all living beings, the ultimate realm. At the same time, a rumbling movement occurred within Wang Lin's body. However, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, after merging into his body, strangely merged back into him, just as they had outside, forming the Tai Chi diagram at the center. And the ultimate realm was born. The moment the ultimate realm was born, Wang Lin's body stopped collapsing, his primordial spirit stopped dissipating, and everything became quiet. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide. The instant his eyes opened, a red lightning bolt flashed wildly from his pupils. The red lightning bolt, representing the ultimate realm that hadn't appeared for 1,000 years, now appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His silver hair fluttered in the windless air, but at the roots, a red hue appeared, spreading along the strands. In an instant, Wang Lin's silver hair turned crimson. This red was like blood. The red lightning in his eyes shone even brighter, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from his body. The extreme realm descended. With immense sacrifice and unwavering determination, through countless eons, his body absorbed all kinds of heavenly tribulations. In the instant the tribulation manifested the extreme realm, Wang Lin's body once again reborn the long-lost extreme realm. In this instant, the extreme realm within the 2-dimensional diagram of the heavenly tribulation roared, transforming into a red lightning bolt, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. In this instant, Wang Lin looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh. The red lightning bolt in his eyes surged out, landing in his right hand, directly seizing the approaching heavenly tribulation. That destructive force surged into his body in an instant. Wang Lin's body recoiled, relying on the Wine Boundary Great Formation, using the extremely familiar extreme realm as a conduit to channel the power of the heavenly tribulation into the Wine Boundary Great Formation. The formation shook violently, its spirit transforming again, about to launch a counterattack, but at that moment, a large number of green threads suddenly appeared on the formation, entangling the spirit and preventing it from manifesting. The heavenly tribulation, following Wang Lin's body, furiously struck the Wine Boundary Great Formation. The formation vibrated violently, flashing with earth-shattering light. Wang Lin's body retreated, the Wine Boundary Great Formation now like a giant net, the spot where Wang Lin retreated seemingly imprinted infinitely deep within it. Red lightning flashed in Wang Lin's eyes again. His right hand slammed towards the Wine Boundary Great Formation. The extreme realm generated within his body struck directly at the Wine Boundary Great Formation. Two supreme realm attacked simultaneously, the heavenly tribulation and Wang Lin's supreme realm instantly merging, striking the Wine Boundary Great Formation with unimaginable force. In that same instant, the green threads on the Wine Boundary Great Formation suddenly multiplied, seemingly transforming into a wave, swirling within the formation and causing widespread destruction. Loud rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. Behind Wang Lin, the massive nut-like formation immediately showed signs of breaking, unexpectedly creating a tiny gap. The moment this gap appeared, the Wine Boundary Great Formation let out a roaring sound. The heaven-opening great axe, which Toussaint had used as his ancestral weapon, suddenly materialized. The moment it appeared, the threads on the formation collapsed, swirling down to counter the axe. "Hurry up and leave! What are you waiting for?" The voice of the Wine Boundary's master suddenly rang out from within the Wine Boundary Great Formation. A gap large enough for a person to squeeze through appeared behind Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin shrunk his ancient god body, transforming into an ordinary person. Holding Li Qianmai in his right arm, he directly transformed into a rainbow and shot out from the rift. Before him was a strange, expansive starry sky, ancient stars, and hundreds of unfamiliar cultivators, dressed in bizarre clothes, were staring in astonishment. These cultivators were the inhabitants of the ancient stars. But the moment he rushed out of the Wine Boundary Formation, the ancient god clan's heaven-opening axe, unexpectedly entangled by those green threads, lunged towards Wang Lin, slashing down from a distance. With this slash, a beam of light erupted from the heaven-opening axe, cutting across the heavens and earth, striking directly at Wang Lin. You are the artifact of my ancient god clan, yet you dare betray your master. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he roared at the beam of light. The light, upon approaching him, instantly trembled, seemingly struggling, but finally flashed and pierced through Wang Lin's chest. Fresh blood spurted out, a massive wound appearing on his chest. His face was pale, blood splattering everywhere. He was already severely injured under the heavenly tribulation, and now this beam of light had struck him, making the wound even more serious. His primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. Even the wounds on his body, imbued with the aura of an ancient god, wouldn't close. Blood gushed out incessantly, and Wang Lin's internal organs began to shudder. His eyes were hazy, but he still stared intently at the Great Wine Boundary Formation, his body staggering as he fled. At this moment, the gap in the Great Wine Boundary Formation that Wang Lin had just escaped from was rapidly closing, continuously sealing everything, leaving no room for escape. Only those green threads were frantically flowing into that small hole, seemingly forming a route. As for the heaven-opening axe, it was in the distant Wine Boundary Great Formation, looking at Wang Lin. A spirit within it seemed to gaze at Wang Lin for a long time before slowly dissipating, merging into the Wine Boundary Great Formation, and disappearing completely. Just as Wang Lin was severely injured and about to faint, the cultivators guarding the Great Formation of the ancient spirit awakened from their astonishment, their eyes revealing clear killing intent towards Wang Lin. The killing between the inner and outer realms needed no question. It could be said that these were two races slaughtering each other. Either you die, or I perish. Double quotes. Kill him. This person who rushed out from the inner realm is severely injured. Kill this person. Bringing him back to the clan will surely bring a reward. He has been injured by the formation soul. He must die now. Kill him. Those ancient beings radiated a fierce killing intent, their eyes revealing ruthless cruelty, transforming into streaks of rainbow light and charging straight towards Wang Lin. These cultivators from the outer realm were not weak. The lowest was at the pure nirvana stage, and the highest was at the late stage of shattered nirvana. Hundreds of cultivators roared and charged forward. You want to die? Wang Lin was severely wounded, his body extremely weak, but his eyes gleamed with cold light. This was the outer realm, the ancient realm he had never been to. This was the place where he knew the seniors of the inner realm in the seven-colored realm had desperately wanted to break through their entire lives. One day, the cultivators after me will surely break through the formation, causing the extinction of all beings in the outer realm, making the blood of you outer realms flow like rivers. The dying screams of the immortals echoed clearly in Wang Lin's ears. The cold light in his eyes grew stronger. Looking at the unfamiliar star field before him, watching the Wind Realm Great Formation gradually disappear, this formation meant eternity for those within the realm. The cultivators from the outer realm, transformed into rainbows, were getting closer and closer. As they approached him, their faces were ferocious, their eyes filled with brutality, all of which caught Wang Lin's eye. His eyes flashed, his left hand formed a hand seal, and he pointed at his chest, calmly saying, Immortal Technique, Soul-Devouring Body Annihilation Technique. Back then, when Qing Shui first appeared in the Thunder Immortal Realm, he also went on a killing spree. Every cultivator he killed had their primordial spirit, flesh, blood, and golden body devoured. All became nourishment for Qing Shui to heal his wounds and restore his cultivation. This cruel divine ability, which struck fear into people's hearts, was devised by Qing Shui. Throughout his life, he had never passed this technique on to anyone except Wang Lin. In the entire universe, within and outside the realms, only he and Wang Lin knew this cruel immortal technique. This wasn't some kind of heavenly technique. It was clearly the ultimate demonic art. At this moment, for the first time in his life, Wang Lin unleashed it, his entire divine body withering like a dried skeleton. A surge of frenzied energy erupted from within him. Even the wound on his chest twitched, stopping the bleeding. Standing before the group of cultivators from the outer realms amidst the cackling laughter, Wang Lin took half a step forward, instantly transforming into a cloud of black mist, directly engulfing one of the cultivators. Inside the mist, the cultivator let out a mournful, heart-wrenching scream. This scream was earth-shattering, filled with unimaginable fear. The sound reached the ears of the surrounding cultivators, causing their faces to change drastically. The black mist instantly moved, merging into the heavens and earth, and disappearing. The cultivator who had just been enveloped was now a mere sack of leather, his eyes a gray, radiating boundless terror. All his essence had dissipated, and his body crumbled with a thunderous roar. For the cultivators of the outer realm, this was the true beginning of their nightmare. In this outer realm, the ability to shrink distances to mere inches was possible. Wang Lin's use of the soul-devouring body annihilation technique was their nightmare. Behind a cultivator at the mid-stage of the pure nirvana realm, the mist appeared. Before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his back as the black mist transformed and directly engulfed his body. As he screamed in terror, his body swelled wildly, and in an instant, he couldn't withstand it and self-destructed. The cultivator's entire body rapidly expanded and then self-destructed, blood gushing out. But strangely, the blood, upon overflowing, immediately condensed and was absorbed by the black mist that had just emerged from the exploding body. Even the cultivator's primordial spirit was completely devoured. His agonizing screams before death echoed through the tranquil starry sky, spreading far and wide, utterly terrifying. Form the formation. Just as the surrounding cultivators trembled, a loud shout erupted from the mouth of an old man at the peak of the shattered nirvana realm. Following the shout, the cultivators immediately retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals, and various markings suddenly flashed on their foreheads. But as soon as the old man at the shattered nirvana realm shouted, his expression changed drastically, and he hastily retreated. However, the black mist that had absorbed the cultivator's body roared towards him, vanishing into thin air in just a few breaths. The old man, whose cultivation level was at the peak of the shattered nirvana realm, didn't hesitate for a moment. His entire body's primal energy surged outwards. Immediately, a wave of energy swirled around him, emitting a thunderous roar sweeping outwards in all directions from him. This man is severely injured. If we unleash our cultivation, he won't dare to confront us before he could finish his sentence. A black mist suddenly appeared in the void. Within the black mist, a pair of eyes shone forth, their gazes containing red lightning, imbued with the ultimate power of heaven and earth. In a short time, the starry sky seemed to plunge into a freezing winter night. This red lightning instantly captivated the attention of all the cultivators present. The blood-red color, at its extreme, became the sole focus of their minds. Especially the old man with the great perfection of the shattered nirvana realm. The pupils in his eyes contracted even more, turning red. With a thunderous roar, the red lightning bolt pierced through the black mist, hurtling towards the old man at incredible speed. The old man let out a low growl, his hands forming a hand seal, frantically grabbing forward while his body recoiled backward. He clutched his chest with his left hand, causing a huge shield shaped like a demon's face to appear before him. An unprecedented sense of impending death surged through the old man's mind. His entire consciousness, all his energy, was overwhelmed by the red lightning bolt. Though the heavens and earth were vast, the starry sky wide, and cultivators numerous, in this instant, the old man felt as if he were alone. The entire starry sky, all the heavens and earth, all the cultivators, everything vanished in that instant. In the old man's eyes, only the red lightning bolt relentlessly hurtled towards him. His right hand, concealing his entire body's shattered nirvana cultivation, continuously reached out. Immediately, the primal energy of heaven and earth surged forth, transforming into a five-colored divine power, attempting to block the red lightning. However, that lightning was far more powerful than everyone had anticipated. It flashed, roaring throughout the starry sky. The old man's divine power was utterly incapable of stopping it. Upon contact with the red lightning, it instantly crumbled. The red lightning, with unstoppable force, directly pierced through, approaching the old man's demonic shield. Ancestral spirit, the old man's face turned ashen, his hands gripping the shield, veins bulging on his face as he ferociously roared. Before he could finish speaking, the red lightning slammed into the demonic shield. A deafening cracking sound instantly echoed through the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of every cultivator nearby. They stared in stunned disbelief, their eyes gradually revealing an unimaginable fear. The demonic shield, upon contact with the red lightning, instantly tore a hole. The red lightning immediately surged into this hole. With a deafening roar, the demonic shield let out a mournful cry, immediately collapsing, pierced through by the red lightning, exploding into countless pieces. The moment the shield shattered, the red lightning entered the old man's forehead. His body trembled, his eyes dimmed, and black blood flowed out. His entire body shook, ravaged by the red lightning. His primordial spirit, upon contact with it, instantly disintegrated, utterly powerless to resist. His consciousness collapsed, his primordial spirit was annihilated, and all the life force in his body dissipated. The black mist then rushed in to devour and envelop the old man's body. In an instant, the black mist receded, leaving behind a bed of dry bones, which turned into dust and vanished. "Is this a cultivator from the outer realm?" A voice echoed from within the black mist, reverberating through the starry sky. This voice, though brief, ignited a surge of fear in the hearts of all the cultivators. In their eyes, this black mist was a nightmare. Anyone touched by it would die a gruesome death. The cultivators of the inner realm, in their eyes, were like a flock of sheep, like a pack of trapped beasts, treated with utter disregard. They even considered themselves the very heaven of the inner realm. Every inhabitant of the ancient spiritual realm claimed to be the heaven of the inner realm. The inner realm was like a desolate wasteland, like a pack of savages. But at this moment, their entire mindset crumbled. Their eyes revealed overwhelming terror, and without hesitation, they frantically retreated, dispersing instantly. They dared not advance. At this moment, their only thought was to escape, escape, escape. The black mist vaguely revealed the figure of Wang Lin. He licked his lips. This soul-devouring body absolute heaven was truly powerful. After continuously devouring several people, his internal injuries had recovered somewhat. Especially the comfortable feeling of devouring others was like eating immortal fruit, making him intoxicated and unwilling to stop. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red light. In the instant that hundreds of cultivators were fleeing in panic, Wang Lin chuckled, his body transforming from black mist again, taking step after step forward. His body shriveled, his entire being enveloped in mist, as if he had just emerged from the demonic realm of hell. At this moment, he rushed towards an outsider cultivator. This cultivator looked young, just a youth. His eyes were filled with extreme terror, and in the instant Wang Lin approached, he unexpectedly forgot to resist, screaming in panic. But the scream was instantly silenced. Wang Lin's left hand gripped the young man's neck, carrying him along without slowing down, continuing his frenzied charge. As Wang Lin sped forward, the young man made no sound, his body trembling violently, black mist pouring from within. In an instant, his body withered, his primordial spirit, soul, all his vital energy and life force being frantically sucked dry by Wang Lin's left hand. His eyes widened, his pupils instantly dilated, and his body exploded with a loud bang, even his blood being absorbed by Wang Lin. It was as if his entire body had been drained by Wang Lin's left arm. Wang Lin continued to pursue several cultivators from the outer realm. This was a beautiful woman. Her eyes revealed boundless fear. Wang Lin's previous use of the black mist to devour them, while frightening, wasn't as bloodthirsty as this. But the scene just now was truly terrifying. Especially now that he was close, the stench of blood filled the woman's nostrils, causing her to scream mournfully. As she tried to retreat, she was unexpectedly pulled forward by Wang Lin's embrace. Her mournful cries echoed desperately, her body trembled, and she quickly withered. Her beauty vanished, leaving only dry bones. A demon, this man is a demon. Amidst the desperate cries, the cultivators from all sides fled for their lives. Their minds trembled, filled with boundless terror. The screams of agony echoed incessantly. As Wang Lin continued to devour, his speed increased, coupled with his ability to shrink distances. These hundreds of cultivators in the vast starry sky had nowhere to escape. Often, Wang Lin would catch up to someone in a flash. Whether male or female, they were all his enemies. The war between the inner and outer realms had no reason, only bloodshed. Within this great Wind Realm formation, this bloody slaughter raged, witnessed only by the great Wind Realm formation itself. Thousands of years ago, immortals from the inner realm tried to break out of the formation, but were all killed by the formation's spirit. The outer realm watched coldly. The immortals' dying roars of anger, in the silence of today, echoed within the great Wind Realm formation. Eventually, there will be a day when my descendants will break this formation, causing the complete annihilation of all beings in the outer realms, causing rivers of blood to flow in your outer realms. The blood won't flow like a river, but it will be even more heart-wrenching than a river. Continuously devouring, in a short time, Wang Lin's cultivation rapidly recovered. His primordial spirit was full, and his soul became even more condensed. Only the wound on his chest healed a little slowly. Under his frenzied devouring, Half of the hundreds of cultivators had disappeared, with only nearly 100 of the highest-ranking cultivators having fled far away, carrying terror and fear as they ran for their lives. Licking his lips, Wang Lin turned sharply, looking towards the fleeing cultivators in the distance. His entire body was enveloped in black mist, covering all directions. "You can't escape." His body suddenly moved, causing the black mist to transform into a giant vortex, spinning wildly. The vortex spun even more, growing larger and larger. A powerful suction force emanated from it. Under this suction, the bodies of nearly 100 cultivators who had fled far away slowed down, and in their panic, they even realized they were being rapidly pulled backward. Terrified of death, a bloody scene unfolded, plunging these cultivators into despair. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed drastically. He spun around, looking into the distance, and without a second thought, swung his left hand forward. Immediately, the black mist surrounding his body transformed into a frenzied arm, sweeping in all directions. Instantly, the bodies of the nearly 100 cultivators were engulfed and devoured. Screams of agony resounded incessantly. All the cultivators guarding the formation perished. After devouring these cultivators, Wang Lin quickly took half a step forward, and his entire body instantly vanished completely. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, and from afar, a furious roar echoed. Wang Lin, a colossal figure comparable to the starry sky, is hurtling towards this place with a thunderous roar. Thak Sam! As soon as his body merged into the heavens and earth, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he glanced at the colossal figure behind him. The opponent was still far away, but this figure was enormous, and it was roaring, making the heavens and earth seem about to collapse. He is indeed from the outer realm. Wang Lin's figure vanished into the heavens and earth. Not long after his body disappeared, a deafening sound immediately arose outside the Great Wind Realm formation. The colossal body of Thak Sam rumbled forward, his entire being emitting a strong, pungent smell of blood. In the outer realm, during these years, he had relentlessly slaughtered ancient tribes in his rage, thus being hunted by the third-stage experts of the ancient star spirits. If it were just one or two third-stage cultivators, Thak Sam would obviously not be afraid, and might even be killed by them. But the third-stage experts chasing him were not one or two, but three. Among them was a cultivator who had reached the Void Nirvana realm. Although he hadn't yet undergone his tribulation, he could unleash earth-shattering divine abilities and techniques. This one person alone was enough to give Thak Sam endless headaches. Thak Sam had been injured years ago when he stormed into the Wind Realm Great Formation, and then detonated several star points to capture third-stage experts. This was arguably his weakest moment, but his body was still far from matching Wang Lin's. His body was truly the body of an ancient god, the flesh and blood of the ancient god royal family that had lived for countless millennia. His strength was unimaginable. While pursuing the third-stage experts, his injuries worsened, but these three also couldn't withstand the onslaught and were injured, unable to pose any threat to him. Only the expert who had reached the Void Nirvana realm dealt Thak Sam a serious blow, causing him to retreat in rage. Along the way, he furiously destroyed every living being he saw, seemingly unwilling to push him too far, but rather wanting to gradually exhaust him. 10 years had passed, and the anger accumulated in Thak Sam's heart was enough to burn the heavens and earth. He searched for Wang Lin, but couldn't find him here, seemingly on the verge of exploding with rage. But just as his anger reached its peak, he suddenly sensed Wang Lin's aura appearing in this primordial star realm. This discovery caused Thak Sam to rush forward without hesitation. Behind him, 3 streaks of rainbow light followed in the distance, 2 men and 1 woman, their forms indistinct. Their bodies were surrounded by ripples that blocked all divine senses and sight. They didn't stop at all, following Thak Sam from afar, flying forward. As Thak Sam advanced, amidst the rumbling sounds, he reached the outside of the Wind Boundary Great Formation. With a low roar, he clenched his right hand and fiercely punched the void. A thunderous sound echoed, tearing open the starry sky in front of him, revealing a huge crack. His body suddenly shrunk, becoming as small as an ordinary person, and he directly stepped into the crack, disappearing from sight. Chase him! He had to catch up with Wang Lin, devour him, and then return to devour all 3 third-stage experts behind him to satisfy his rage. Wang Lin merged with the heavens and earth, employing the technique of shrinking the distance to an inch. Without a fixed target, he maximized his abilities, heading as far as possible. Within a vast expanse of space north of this primordial star, amidst swirling ripples, Wang Lin's figure emerged, his entire body still enveloped in black mist. Without pausing, he moved forward. The moment his figure appeared, a raging storm erupted behind him in the starry sky. This storm was incredibly powerful, unimaginable, capable of destroying heaven and earth. With a deafening roar, the space behind him was instantly torn apart, revealing a massive rift. A torrent of icy, chilling air poured out, accompanied by a piercing scream. From within the rift, Toussaint charged out, his eyes bloodshot, filled with intense greed. Wang Lin, I have finally found you. Wang Lin stepped forward with his right foot, no longer moving, but once again employing the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, merging into the heavens and earth. He then turned his head to look at Toussaint, who was about to rush out of the rift in the distant starry sky. His eyes flashed with red light, and the extreme realm flashed wildly, transforming into a red lightning bolt that roared straight towards Toussaint. Toussaint ferociously clenched his right hand and swung it forward. The power of this single swing could shatter a cultivation planet. The speed of his right hand was extremely fast, instantly colliding with the red lightning bolt. The red lightning bolt, amidst the roar, penetrated Toussaint's body, beginning to destroy him furiously. But at the same time, Toussaint's attack also roared out, a portion of it rushing straight towards Wang Lin. Just as Wang Lin's body merged into the heavens and earth and disappeared, it struck him. His body trembled violently, spitting out fresh blood, and the black mist that enveloped him dissipated, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Thak Sam's right hand stopped, and a strange expression immediately appeared in his eyes. Extreme heavenly tribulation. His expression changed. The red lightning inside his body was unexpectedly indestructible, continuously wreaking havoc, but thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of the ancient god, he wasn't worried. However, at this moment, the injuries on Thak Sam's body also posed a hidden threat. Just as he was about to continue the pursuit, Thak Sam immediately frowned. The three rainbows behind him roared, their speed increasing sharply. These three were still chasing him, flying straight towards him. Upon seeing the red lightning, with their knowledge, they could obviously recognize it. At this moment, without hesitation, they rushed closer, transforming into three terrifying rainbows, aiming at Thak Sam. Within the vast expanse of the primordial star system, Wang Lin's figure staggered out from the void, his face pale, once again spitting out fresh blood. The wound on his chest had torn open again, gushing out a lot of blood, soaking his clothes. The wound contained the aura of the heaven-opening axe, which was extremely difficult for the ancient god tribe to heal unless this aura was forced out. Otherwise, it would take a very long time to close. Wang Lin's encounter with Thak Sam here was not unexpected. However, even though he knew Thak Sam was here, and knew Thak Sam wanted to kill him, how could Wang Lin be afraid to come here? After his figure materialized, he immediately raised his left hand, and the blood sword appeared in his hand. Without stopping, he instantly moved forward. Besides the extreme realm, he also had this blood sword. This sword was also an ancient god artifact. Although not as powerful as the heaven-opening axe, it could still inflict very serious wounds on the ancient god tribe. And Wang Lin, having only briefly interacted with Thak Sam, immediately noticed that Thak Sam was significantly weaker than he had been in the ancient god land all those years ago. More importantly, with his keen mind, Wang Lin understood Toussaint very well. This person, being in the primordial star realm, would certainly not hide himself, but would unleash a massacre, definitely attracting the attention of third-stage cultivators in the primordial star realm, and might even lead to a siege. Toussaint's injuries, besides being from breaking the Great Ceiling Formation, were undoubtedly related to being ambushed, and judging by his appearance, he seemed somewhat tired, meaning he was currently being pursued. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body moved swiftly. His figure continuously flickered in the starry sky, each flicker covering an infinite distance. After a while, Wang Lin found no sign of Toussaint chasing him, further confirming his suspicions. But he understood perfectly well that all of this was just Thak Sam's extreme arrogance within the primordial star realm. If he calmed down after many years, with his powerful body, the number of people who could kill him would be extremely small. The other party would definitely pursue him to this place again in a short time. Wang Lin had no doubt about this. He didn't have much time and needed to quickly restore his peak power. At this moment, he unleashed his full teleportation speed, frantically flashing through the starry sky. Only by leaving Thaxam behind can I bring Li Qianmai to the place of Lao Meng Daozan. I devoured several hundred cultivators before, and even in their memories, they all knew that Lao Meng Daozan was one of the 5 great venerables of the primordial star realm, residing on the Blue Mountain of the Lam Ti clan. Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out as he flashed through the starry sky. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes as he saw a cultivation planet in the distance, inhabited by numerous cultivators. There can be no room for sentimentality now. I was born and raised in the inner realm. A war between the 2 realms will inevitably break out sooner or later. If I kill one more person now, the outer realm will lose a significant portion of its strength in the upcoming Great War. This is a war between 2 realms. There is no right or wrong. In his silence, Wang Lin's speed increased dramatically. A rumbling sound emanated from his body, and the previously dissipated black mist once again condensed within him, transforming into a towering fog that enveloped him. Hurtling towards the distant cultivation planet, his speed grew faster and faster, tearing through the starry sky and directly approaching. The cultivation planet before him was completely dark, dotted with numerous swamps and teeming with spiritual energy. It was teeming with not only cultivators, but also many spirit beasts. But strangely, it was overflowing with resentment, a dense, almost overwhelming aura. As soon as he approached, a piercing shriek erupted from the cultivation planet. The formation on it rumbled open, somehow sensing Wang Lin's arrival. However, the opening speed of the formation was still too slow in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment the formation opened, he instantly leapt in, the black mist surrounding his body dispersing into hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of fragments, beginning a frenzied devouring spree across the cultivation planet. Screams of agony immediately filled the air, shaking the heavens. All the cultivators on it were instantly enveloped in the black mist, their bodies rapidly withering, their vitality, bloodlines, and souls completely drained away. Which demonic cultivator dares to come and devour the souls on my demon absorption planet? An old man in a green robe flew directly out from this cultivation planet, heading towards the howling mist in the sky. A shimmering azure light flickered around his body. He was a powerful cultivator whose cultivation had reached the first stage of the heavenly human realm. A powerful cultivator. Wang Lin, inside the black mist, his eyes flashing with cold light, licked his lips and his body flicked, suddenly transforming into a red lightning bolt of the extreme realm, shattering the mist and rushing straight towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to resist when a deep voice suddenly rang out. Freeze! With the word freeze, the old man's body suddenly stopped. The red lightning bolt, transformed from the extreme realm, directly shot forward and, with a loud bang, penetrated the old man's body. The old man let out a cry, his entire body instantly engulfed in black mist, devouring bodies and souls, annihilating everything, using tens of thousands of living beings for his own purposes. With a thunderous roar, the old man's entire body collapsed. His flesh and blood, strangely, didn't scatter. Instead, they quickly burst into flames, instantly turning into dust. Mist emanated from the old man's collapsing body, revealing Wang Lin's figure. His complexion was rosy, and a faint black light flickered on his forehead. Without stopping after appearing, he instantly leapt into this cultivation planet. Wherever he went, cultivators were engulfed by the black mist, their bodies withering with agonizing screams, their flesh and blood dissolving and being absorbed by Wang Lin. A short while later, almost all the cultivators from the outside world on this cultivation planet were annihilated. The black mist emanating from Wang Lin's body filled the sky, forming demonic flames. He flew through the air, his left hand raised and aggressively striking downwards, extracting soul power. With a thunderous roar, the entire cultivation planet began to tremble. Waves of desolate, ancient energy surged forth, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Streams of white smoke emanated from within the cultivation planet, flying directly towards Wang Lin's left hand. In his hand, a fist-sized cloud of energy formed, resembling cotton. Within this hazy cloud of smoke, the starry sky seemed to be contained. Holding this cloud of energy, the black mist swirling around Wang Lin's body gradually disappeared from the cultivation planet. Within the starry sky, Wang Lin merged with the heavens and earth, soaring forward like an arrow. Along the way, whenever he encountered a cultivation planet, he immediately leapt into it, devouring its spirit. Gradually, 7 clouds of energy floated around Wang Lin's body. A deafening rumble followed him as he advanced, and the desolate, ancient energy once again permeated the starry sky. Gradually, the injuries to his primordial spirit healed. The only wound on his body, inflicted by the heaven-opening axe, was still oozing fresh blood, but otherwise, it was no longer a cause for concern. Even the wound, after Wang Lin's endless devouring, showed signs of closing, but the aura of the heaven-opening axe lingered within, slowing the healing process. Without forcing out the aura of this axe, this wound will take a very long time to heal. As he flew through the starry sky, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he gazed towards the glittering star field in the distance. To force out this aura, absorbing the flesh and blood of ordinary cultivators from the outer realm wouldn't work. Only absorbing the power of the ancient gods would suffice. Within this primordial star realm, where the power of the ancient gods resides, I only know of one place. That's the Moon Clan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a cold snort, his body moved towards the void ahead. He instantly teleported, heading towards the star domain where the Moon Clan was located. As he remembered, the Moon Clan was teeming with powerful experts, many of them ancient beings who had lived for countless millennia. It was a den of dragons and tigers, extremely dangerous. But Wang Lin had a different plan. Through his previous experiences devouring creatures outside the Wind Realm, he knew that the Moon Clan hadn't been destroyed by Thaxam during these years. If Thaxam pursues relentlessly, I will lead him to the Moon Clan. Then, let's see how the Moon Clan resists. The cold glint in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. As he moved forward, he merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing in an instant. The Moon Clan's location was extremely far from Wang Lin's current position. He had never been there before. Based on the memories of the monks and members of the Moon Clan from that year in the 7-colored realm, he knew that the technique of shrinking the ground into inches was impossible to achieve in a single attempt and required several attempts. While flying, Wang Lin didn't have time to observe the scenery inside this ancient spiritual realm. This place was different from the inner realm's starry sky. Even the shimmering light seemed hazy, as if everything was covered by some kind of force, like a veil. This point, if one hadn't been to the outside world, would be completely unnoticed, simply knowing that the world was like this. For cultivators from the outside world, the inner realm was a veil, preventing them from pursuing their desires. The existence of this veil allowed cultivators from the outside world to use the Great Sealing Array to once again devise a plan to counter the inner realm. Whether it was the 7-colored Dao fruit, the collapse of the immortal realm, or the hidden ambush, all these events invisibly weakened the inner realm's power on a large scale. It was already difficult for those from the inner realm to leave. Whether it was the Grand Elder or the ancient demons and ancient devils who ambushed Qinglin back then, they all came from the outer realm. They entered the Great Sealing Formation seemingly without any obstacles. They possessed a special method, a method bestowed upon them by the ancient immortal realm in the outer realm. Wang Lin heard all of this from the master of the Sealing Realm. He also learned that besides the beings of the inner realm, there was also the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth in the inner realm seemed limitless, but in reality, it dwindled over time, while the outer realm's power remained boundless. Furthermore, what truly shook Wang Lin's mind was the wide boundary Great Formation that blocked the heaven and earth's primal energy. The existence of this wide boundary Great Formation resulted in an extremely small number of third-stage cultivators in the inner realm. Over countless years, very few primal energies were generated. Those with the talent to reach the third stage simply needed to achieve primal energy mastery, but because of the wide boundary Great Formation, they were unable to achieve it in their lifetime, only to perish. All of this was due to the power of the ancestral lineage, the crucial element for becoming a third-stage expert. Although some experts had reached the third stage, the wide boundary Great Formation forced them into seclusion to prevent their primal energy from dissipating. Because of this wide boundary Great Formation, the inner realm completely lacked any power of ancestral lineage. Even if one could be formed, it would be absorbed by the wide boundary Great Formation in a short time. To obtain the power of incense burning that sustains the ever-growing essence, one must either go to the outside world or become a spy for the outside world, like Shui Daozi. The 4 realms in the third step are Void Nirvana, Void Spirit, Void Tribulation, and void mysticism. Void nirvana is still achievable, but reaching void spirit is extremely difficult, almost impossible. When the Lord of the Wind Realm descended, the first thing he addressed was this issue of incense burning power. Therefore, under his divine power, he reorganized the 4 great immortal realms, thereby counteracting the absorption of incense burning power by the Wind Realm Great Formation. The Lord of the Wind Realm possesses immense divine power and wisdom. Under this combination, all developments, including incense burning power, will be prevented from being absorbed by the Wind Realm Great Formation through the 4 great immortal realms. Once all of this is finally destroyed, the people of the outside world will absolutely not allow any changes to occur in the inner realm. In the previous catastrophe, the Master of the Wind Realm was ambushed by Shuidaozi, severely wounded by the Grand Elder and several others from the ancient immortal realm, nearly dying. Bai Fan went mad, Qinglin was paralyzed by the Grand Elder's daughter, and then hunted down by ancient demons and monsters. The Cloud and Lightning realms suffered the same fate. Everything was destroyed, leaving the inner realm forever a prison, unable to find true heaven and earth. Once again, they want to attack the Wind Realm Great Formation, aiming to break through this prison. The primordial star spirits in the outer realm have never launched a large-scale invasion of the inner realm, waiting until the inner realm's power is at its weakest before unleashing a lightning strike. They will leap into the formation, destroy the inner realm, find the Tongshan Gate, and travel to the ancient immortal realm within. This day is drawing near. The inner realm, after countless years of decline, has reached its weakest point. The day the outer realm has long awaited is slowly approaching. Upon discovering all of this, the Master of the Wind Realm sent Wang Lin into the Tao realm and helped him leave the inner realm. His purpose was to allow Wang Lin to gain sufficient power in the outer realm to advance his cultivation and reach the 3rd stage. The Master of the Wind Realm had clearly seen the 5 fundamental origins within Wang Lin. At that time, his expression was normal, but his mind was shaken to its core. He said nothing, but it was because of these 5 fundamental origins that he decided to accept Wang Lin as his successor, to lead the inner realm, resist the attacks of the outer realm, and even slay the outer realm. He chose to merge himself into the Wind Boundary Great Formation, aiming to use his last remaining strength to make the Wind Boundary Great Formation belong to the inner realm, to cultivate the inner realm and prevent external cultivators from invading. When the inner realm cultivators wanted to retaliate, the Wind Boundary Great Formation would be activated. Regardless of whether he ultimately succeeded, his life would earn Wang Lin's respect. This place does not belong to me. I come from the inner realm. Wang Lin's gaze, fixed on the distant primordial star in the starry sky, returned, his eyes becoming resolute. He took a step, intending to merge into the heavens and earth, but his expression suddenly changed. He looked sharply behind him, his eyes flashing, and instantly vanished into the starry sky. As his figure disappeared, a thunderous explosion resounded in the starry sky. A massive rift suddenly opened, and Paksam, his eyes bloodshot, shot out like an arrow. Behind him, 3 streaks of rainbow light roared, 3 peak 3rd step experts of the primordial star realm relentlessly pursuing Thaksam. Thaksam's roar echoed through the starry sky. His anger at the pursuit by these 3 3rd step experts for the past 10 years was immense. If it weren't for the 3rd person who had reached the void spirit realm, he absolutely wouldn't have fled. However, the mere thought of a void spirit realm expert made Thaksam furious. Although he acted rashly, he wasn't thoughtless. He clearly saw that the 3 pursuers had a purpose. But at this moment, he wanted to chase after Wang Lin to devour him, and these 3 were clinging on even more tightly, causing Thaksam's rage to reach its peak. If I don't kill these 3, even if I catch up with Wang Lin, I won't have the chance to devour him. Thaksam rushed out of the rift, his eyes revealing an overwhelming cold light. He glanced in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared, then forcefully spun around, his body growing countless times larger with a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal ancient god. You 3 have been following me for 10 years, simply wanting to weaken me. Now, I will give you your chance. Thaksam's voice was earth-shattering, causing the starry sky to tremble. He turned, his body lunging forward, charging straight towards the 3 figures flying out of the rift. A heaven-shattering punch, accompanied by a deafening roar, its momentum like a cultivation star crashing down, flashed through the starry sky. 3 third-stage experts of the ancient star spirit were rushing out of the rift. One of them had reached the void spirit realm, while the other, a man and a woman, were both at the early stage of void nirvana. These three were familiar with Sam's attack style. At this moment, their expressions remained unchanged, not scattering at all. Instead, they stopped and each struck their foreheads. In a short time, boundless power erupted from their bodies, transforming into three strange streams of light that shot straight towards Sam's fist. A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens and earth, and with a cracking sound, a huge rift opened in the starry sky, sweeping across as if the starry sky had been split in two. The battle of the third stage could shatter the galaxy. Sam cried out in pain, his eyes revealing a look of madness. These three pursuing cultivators refused to separate. For 10 years, it had always been this way. No matter how he attacked, these three wouldn't break away, giving him no chance to kill them. But at this moment, Sam, in order to quickly pursue Wang Lin, couldn't afford to linger with these three, revealing a look of madness. Throughout my life, I have killed many third-stage masters. Being pursued by you for 10 years, I truly can't be patient with you any longer. Get out of my way, Shattered Star. The starlight point on Sam's forehead suddenly flashed, and one of them shot out with a thunderous roar, emitting dazzling light. This light carried incredible penetrating power. Even Wang Lin, who was merging with the heavens and earth far away, could feel the unimaginable power of the ancient god. The ancient god star point emitted a dazzling radiance, and as soon as it flashed, the furious roar of Sam erupted. Explode! He didn't hesitate to shatter a star point, wanting to prevent these three third-stage experts from pursuing him, showing his unwavering determination to devour Wang Lin. The ancient god star point revealed an aura of boundless desolation, unleashing a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. It exploded with a thunderous roar, growing larger and larger, finally stirring up a whirlwind that, centered on this point, swept outwards in all directions. Boom! The violent sound was like the heavens and earth collapsing, the starry sky tearing open, massive fissures swirling wildly, engulfing thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of miles of space. Countless cultivation stars within this area, countless cultivators and living beings, were reduced to dust amidst the thunderous roar. Nearly half of the primordial star gods seemed to sense the shock in the starry sky and the outburst of destructive power, transforming into an attack like a tidal wave, once again surging and sweeping around. The three third-stage masters unleashed all their magical artifacts and divine techniques under this attack. But under this attack, these three were forced to retreat continuously, being violently scattered. The old man in the void spirit realm clasped his hands in a gesture, his body retreating backward, his face pale. But he was not too severely injured. All the star-shattering power in front of him dissipated layer by layer as it approached. But the two people, a man and a woman, also spat out fresh blood, their bodies hastily retreating, amidst the continuous thunderous roars echoing around them. As they retreated, the three of them separated. Finally, they dispersed. Sam didn't hesitate to use his shattered starlight just to scatter the three. As soon as the three dispersed, he no longer felt any fear. At this moment, grinning, he stepped forward. His body was already enormous. With each step, the heavens and earth rumbled. In an instant, he was close to the void nirvana expert. The starlight point on his forehead spun rapidly, and the remaining starlight points simultaneously flew out, quickly spinning to form a large vortex, rushing straight towards the void nirvana expert. Timozi, retreat. The old man in the void spirit realm's face changed drastically. His body flashed, and immediately the starlight around him rippled like water, causing his speed to suddenly increase, rushing straight towards Timozi, who was enveloped by Sam's vortex of starlight points. TMCCT, a middle-aged man with a sinister glint in his eyes, approached with a swirling mass of spiritual energy. As Sam's swirling vortex drew near, he formed a hand seal, his lips uttering a soft sigh. The path of the imprisoned heavens, sentient beings need to transcend countless eons. Escaping the deepest prison of obsession, sentient beings are also boundless in the past, breaking free from the golden light of the world, escaping the confines of heavenly thoughts, seizing the path of life, locking away the lost destiny of heaven, imprinting the morning light. Those sentient beings who cannot attain the true path are constantly immersed in suffering, forever lost to the true path, dedicated to the path of cultivation. As his eerie voice echoed, Sam's expression changed instantly. He clenched his right hand and forcefully struck the old man Kanglin, blocking his advance. Thaksem ignored TMCCT and stepped forward, passing the old man Kanglin, and in a short time appeared beside the remaining third-stage cultivator. This person was a woman. After being injured by Thaksem's shattered star, she was rapidly retreating. Her pupils contracted, and with a glance, she saw Thaksem approaching. She was about to unleash her divine power, but Thaksem's fist slammed down with a thunderous roar. In a loud explosion, the woman spat out fresh blood and instantly retreated. The whirlwind formed from the star point on Thaksem's forehead quickly descended, circling around the woman's body and directly pulling her back into his forehead. The woman was immediately sealed inside the second star point. All of this happened in an instant. After sealing the woman, Thaksem's right hand pulled into the starry sky, and he immediately disappeared into the starry sky. I still have a few more star points that haven't shattered yet. Wait for you to catch up. Although Thaksem had disappeared, his deep voice still echoed in the starry sky. The old man in the void spirit realm's eyes flashed, and he and Timozi exchanged glances, a sinister smile appearing on their lips. However, within this smile was a hint of admiration as they transformed into rainbows and swiftly departed the place. The demon whom Thaksem is pursuing also has the aura of an ancient god emanating from him. He's also a member of the royal family. There are probably only 2 members of the ancient god royal family left in this world. Thaksem is no longer a threat, but as for the other one, if we can't capture him, it's just that I don't know what use the ancient god royal family is to them. Why they're trying so hard. We'll have to change our plan. This is top secret. I heard a little about it before, but I don't know if it's true or false. It's said that the ancient god royal family possesses the divinity of the primordial heaven and earth, capable of. The two exchanged telepathic messages as they flew, but before the old man, Kong Ling, could finish his last sentence, his expression changed slightly, and he said nothing more. Timozi, beside him, also looked ahead. In the starry sky before them, a woman slowly approached. This woman was dressed entirely in white, her features indistinct and hazy. Her arrival was incredibly sudden, as if she could traverse an infinite distance. The faint aura emanating from her seemed not to belong to the heavens and earth, but to someone from the immortal realm. Thank you both. The woman's voice was soft and unsteady, slowly echoing. She raised her right hand, and 2 streaks of white light flashed out, falling into the hands of Timozi and his companion. These are the 6 grey Dao spirits, as promised. As she spoke, her body didn't stop, but passed by the 2 of them, slowly moving towards the distance. The old man Kongling glanced at the white light in his hand, slightly nodded, and gave Timozi a quick look. The 2 remained silent, transforming into rainbows and disappearing into the starry sky. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be left with only the woman in white. She walked slowly, the starry river beneath her feet dissipating as she moved, gradually approaching the pursuing Tsen. Wang Lin's figure continuously shifted, getting closer and closer to the location of the Moon Clan in his memory. His expression was grim. The fluctuating aura emanating from the starry sky that he had detected earlier made him vaguely guess something. But this wasn't the time for much thought. After several shifts, Wang Lin appeared within a star field emitting gentle moonlight. The moonlight in this star field emanates from the surrounding planets, filling the entire field and making it appear incredibly beautiful, like something out of a dream. This is it. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The Moon Clan in his memory was located here. Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind him again. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but his body flashed, breaking through the barrier and heading straight forward. His divine consciousness spread out, and he immediately discovered a place filled with the aura of ancient gods in the star field ahead. Bring the king into the palace. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. At the same time, a rumbling sound erupted from the torn starry sky, instantly shaking the heavens within this moonlit star field. The torn starry sky opened, and Thaksem, looking weary, stepped out. At this moment, strangely, this violent noise didn't attract the attention of the Moon Clan at all. It was completely silent. You can't escape. Thaksem's voice boomed like thunder. His eyes flashed with cold light, and he raised his right hand, swiftly throwing a punch towards Wang Lin. I won't run away anymore. Wang Lin advanced towards the area filled with the aura of ancient gods. A glance revealed several massive statues of ancient gods standing tall, their aura emanating from them, continuously filling the air. He spun around, his eyes gleaming with cold light. A rumbling sound emanated from his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a towering figure thousands of feet tall. The 6 ancient god points on his forehead spun rapidly, and the boundless power of the ancient gods erupted from within him. He swung his right hand, and a blood-red light flashed. The blood sword instantly materialized in his hand, transforming into a 100-foot-long greatsword, which he swung down towards Thaxam with lightning speed. His body continued to move closer to the ancient god statues on all 4 sides. With a single breath, the ancient god's aura in that place frantically converged towards his body, instantly entering it. With a low roar from Wang Lin, it all focused on the wound on his chest. The power of the heaven-opening axe remaining in the wound was overwhelmed by the boundless power of the ancient god, and combined with the ancient god's power within Wang Lin's body, a thunderous roar erupted. In this roar, a vague phantom of a hammer was forcefully ejected from Wang Lin's chest. With the power of the heaven-opening axe no longer present in his body, the wound on Wang Lin's chest immediately closed, leaving no trace of injury. The power of Thaxam's punch, even after shattering the star, was still incredibly formidable. Although he was wary of the limitations of the inherited rules and couldn't unleash too many divine abilities, the strength of his body was still enough to shake the heavens and earth. At this moment, the power of the fist exploded, clashing violently with the sword light of the blood sword as Wang Lin retreated and struck. The deafening explosion shook the heavens and earth, transforming into a frenzied shockwave that spread in all directions. Simultaneously, the remaining aura of the heaven-opening axe, forced out from the wound on Wang Lin's chest, transformed into a phantom hammer. Wang Lin swung it, and it hurtled towards Descend like a shooting star. This remaining aura of the heaven-opening axe unleashed a dense ancient divine energy containing a power capable of shattering all obstacles in heaven and earth. In a short time, it roared towards Descend's right hand, colliding with his fist. A thunderous sound echoed. Although Descend was powerful, the blood sword, which had once wounded an ancient immortal emperor and possessed an extremely mysterious origin, seemed unstoppable in Wang Lin's hands. Even Thaxam's body couldn't compare to its sharpness. Upon contact, blood spurted out. As the blood gushed out, the aura left behind by the heaven-opening axe surged forward, entering Thaxam's right arm through his fist, creating a series of earth-shattering sounds. Amidst the deafening explosions, Thaxam's right arm was bulging with veins, his blood vessels tensed, his weary expression revealing a burning rage, and his body froze. The moment he stopped, the rumbling sound echoed within his right arm again, as if a destructive force was about to burst forth. This was arguably the first time Wang Lin and Thaxam had truly clashed head-on. Thaxam's figure was obstructed, but a portion of the boundless power contained within his fist surged out, transforming into a whirlwind that rushed towards Wang Lin's 1,000-foot-tall body. As the fist wind approached, Wang Lin let out a low growl, thrusting both palms forward, unleashing the full power of the ancient god to directly counter the fist wind. A rumbling sound echoed again. Wang Lin felt as if he had collided with a cultivation star, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body recoiled, directly crashing into an ancient god statue. The statue, struck by the impact, immediately cracked, the cracks spreading outwards and instantly filling the entire statue. A powerful surge of ancient god energy suddenly erupted from these cracks, rapidly entering Wang Lin's body, unexpectedly healing his injuries in an instant. With a grin, Wang Lin patted the statue behind him with his left hand, took a step forward, pointed his left hand towards the sky, and clenched his fist fiercely. As soon as he clenched his fist, 7 milky white beams of light suddenly radiated from his left arm and fist. A mournful aura permeated the heavens and earth, the souls of the 7 cultivation stars that Wang Lin had absorbed on his way here swirling around his body. Thaxan. Wang Lin roared this name, his left hand fiercely swinging, and immediately the souls of the 7 cultivation stars flew out, hurtling straight towards Thaxan, who had just stopped in midair. Amidst the roars, the illusory images of 7 gigantic cultivation stars suddenly materialized on the souls of the 7 cultivation stars. This scene resembled chaotic space. Wang Lin controlled these 7 gigantic cultivation stars to simultaneously strike Thaxan. Thaxan's face darkened. He had already detonated 1 star point in the Great Wind Realm formation years ago, and another in the battle with the 3 third-stage experts earlier. Now, he only had 6 star points left. Logically, he should have done the same as Wang Lin, but he was Thaksen, and he was also the ancient god diagram master. Tut had lived for a very long time. Besides his incredibly strong physique, he wasn't just a 6-star expert, but very close to a 9-star expert. Even though his star points had exploded, his body remained incredibly powerful. Moreover, Thaksen, with his exceptionally high aptitude, unexpectedly devised a way to seal a 3rd-step expert, using it to unleash the powerful divine techniques that were the inherent strength of his star points. Inside his star points, although the great sealing array he broke 3 years ago had destroyed some, there was still a sealed 3rd-step expert, plus the woman who was sealed earlier. So his strength was still very formidable. Wang Lin couldn't resist his power. After all, back then, Wang Lin only received the inherited memories, while the entire inherited power was held by Thaksen. Thaksen possessed all of Tut's physical strength. His immense power was enough to strike fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. If you and I merge, I will be able to reach the same peak as Tut did back then, and you will be unable to resist. With a roar, Thaksen lunged forward, raising both hands and striking towards the 7 cultivator spirits. Merging with me, becoming a true ancient god royal family member, why refuse? Thaksen roared, his fists instantly colliding with the 7 spirits. With each thunderous impact, Thaksen's shouts shook the heavens and earth, as if no force in the universe could stop him. The spirits of the 7 cultivators trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. With a loud bang, one spirit was shattered by Thaksen's punch, transforming into an boundless force that formed a raging whirlwind, blowing outwards in all directions. Even the primordial light that filled this star domain instantly shattered, turning into scattered moonbeams and dissipating. Merge with me, and you will break the inherited rules, unleashing all the divine abilities of my ancient god tribe, recreating the glorious era of my ancient god tribe. You don't escape. Thaksen seemed to go mad, shattering to more spirit souls amidst a thunderous roar. The inherited memories in your hands are completely useless. Even if you know the divine abilities of the ancient god tribe, you lack the power to unleash them. Only I, Thaksen, can unleash the heaven-defying divine abilities of the ancient gods. The distance between Wang Lin and Thaksen instantly shortened, his body like a giant shooting star, and the remaining 4 spirit souls shattered upon impact. The deafening explosion became the only sound in the heavens and earth for a short time, even drowning out the roar of Thaksen's bow. Even if you have reached 6 stars, without the inherited power of our ancient god tribe, you cannot comprehend the power of the origin. What right do you have to compete with me in this world? Only I, Thaksen, am a true ancient god, and only I have the right to possess the complete inheritance. Thaksen roared, instantly charging towards Wang Lin. As he approached, Wang Lin clasped his hands together, his left palm striking forward. A strange expression appeared in his eyes, and with a resounding roar, the primal energy and the power of the ancient god surged forth, converging on his left hand, transforming into a colossal palm print that reached the heavens, attracting the primal energy of heaven and earth to frantically condense and merge into it. In an instant, this palm print materialized, and with a thunderous explosion, it hurtled straight towards Thaksen. You are merely a demonic thought of Tut, yet you dare call yourself a god. Wang Lin's low roar echoed, and the palm print slammed into the approaching Thaksen. With a roaring sound, Sam Waterfall raised both hands aggressively and pulled forward. A deafening tremor shook the starry sky. The land of the Moon Clan seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if it were being torn apart by Thaksen's hands. Amidst this thunderous roar, the enormous palm print was ripped apart by Thaksen, whizzing past him. After unleashing the spirit transformation seal, Wang Lin didn't expect to be able to stop Thaksen. He simultaneously raised his left hand, and just as Thaksen's right hand approached, like Lu Fuzi had placed his hand on Thaksen's right hand years ago, his right hand swiftly and repeatedly struck the back of his left hand. It was as if he was borrowing the boundless primordial energy of heaven and earth from within the starry sky, integrating it into his entire body to form this single palm strike, launching an attack against Thaksen. A rumbling sound again, a constant rumbling sound, echoed. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his body attacked by a powerful force, his bones creaking incessantly. As he continuously retreated, he collided with another ancient god statue, a large amount of ancient god energy surging out and directly into his body. Under Wang Lin's attack, Pak Sam's massive body paused, but only for a moment before he stepped forward again. As he opened his mouth to inhale, more than half of the ancient god energy in the area was suddenly sucked into his mouth. Weak, very weak, Wang Lin. I will make sure you can't withstand a single blow. With a thud, Pak Sam stomped on the ground covered with ancient god statues. As soon as he stomped, the ground rumbled and began to tremble violently. His right hand swung up, transforming into a gigantic palm that covered the entire starry sky, roaring as it lunged towards Wang Lin. He didn't want to kill Wang Lin, but only wanted to capture him. As soon as this hand approached, Wang Lin frantically absorbed the ancient god's aura. The seventh hazy vortex of star points on his forehead spun rapidly, seemingly wanting to condense. The ancient god's aura here was divided into two parts. Wang Lin absorbed no more than Pak Sam, but he still nearly accounted for 4/10. Just as Pak Sam's hand reached him, he let out an angry roar, raised both hands, and the ancient god's power surged wildly throughout his body. As the ancient god's power overflowed, the blood sword also flew out, circling around his hands, emitting a dazzling red light. Ancient god, divine fist! Wang Lin shouted in a thunderous voice. He didn't casually unleash this ancient god's divine ability, because it usually required a great deal of ancient god's power. After all, he was only an ancient god who had lived for a little over 2,000 years. But at this moment, thanks to the power of the ancient gods all around, Wang Lin did not hesitate to unleash a divine ability of an ancient god that only a 6-star ancient god could wield. Divine Fist! With both hands clenched and the blood sword in his hand, Wang Lin transformed into a terrifying whirlwind, hurtling straight towards Pak Sam's right hand. Outside his body, a phantom image of an ancient god materialized, colliding with Pak Sam's right hand amidst a deafening roar. The resulting thunderous impact shook the heavens and earth, the full power of the divine fist instantly erupting. The power of the ancient god transformed into a single punch, capable of destroying the universe. Pak Sam's right hand trembled, lifted by the thunderous impact, and Wang Lin spat out blood, his entire body turning into a blood-soaked figure. His body plummeted rapidly, crashing to the ground with a thud. Come here! Pak Sam's right hand went numb, his mind reeling. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to grow so much in such a short time. He didn't lower his right hand, but instead, the 6 star points on his forehead spun rapidly, engulfing Wang Lin, like a third-stage expert devouring him. In this moment of peril, a strange look appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He had been waiting for this very moment. Pak Sen, do you really think TUT is dead? What? Upon hearing this, even the powerful Pak Sen's face changed drastically amidst the thunderous roar. A sudden change occurred. Do you really think TUT is dead? His voice, like thunder, instantly streaked across the starry sky, shaking the heavens and earth, directly striking the weakest point in his heart. Pak Sen, arrogant his whole life, feared neither heaven nor earth, but there was one person he feared most in his life. TUT. Henvin Sid Rati MTTI Manium CAT, GVVIT, Co MTSSSD Hiking the Tang Tung GGC, Gig Fat Nahan HIO Kian than the CAT, Nahan Kwe VN SPVN NGM. Kan Ko Nung Sai Won King the Tang Tung GGCAT, Rocked Kwak Jichit Heavy N Kon Sen Hun Kang Chikchen, Kang Dam GT. MCCDTTC Nung Bu Hyan Ho Cho The TDGI Fendan That CA MCC Liu G Diet Vong. Gimuan Nuta, the C Newt, Nang LSC Bung Lam Tachet, Chin La LSC T Thick Teen. Hen LSC Ko Thaxim Gi SN Batiu Diet Then Tra BY. Thanum Bung Lam Rikau No SM, Mia Miam Tryan Hen. Thaxam Tam Thanchin Yang, Sao Tin Kim Hang Zui Tron Jate Nyan Dung Lei, Trong NT Hemthiko MTVF Dudu Kun Kip SD. Ngay LSC Tam Thine Henji Luen, Trong Kong Kik Hen Zut Hyan SS, Dudu Kang Nanko, Von Jate Ca Nuat Na Jate Nyan Zut Hyan SS Dubin Kin Thean. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from within the collapsing moonlight, scattering in all directions. An incredibly powerful aura, like a raging storm, surged forth, its thunderous roar echoing throughout the Moon Clan's star domain. The Great Wine God Formation, open. An ancient voice, filled with a mixture of madness, excitement, and an undeniable fear, emanated from within the starry sky. As this voice appeared, the previously tranquil Moon Clan star domain was instantly filled with phantom figures. These figures were all members of the Moon Clan. They were both male and female, each bearing a crescent moon-shaped mark on their forehead. Their numbers were immense, numbering no less than 100,000, now filling the surrounding area. Their positions had been meticulously calculated to form a part of the Great Wine God Formation. What this Great Wine God Formation sealed was an ancient god. Beyond these figures, all the cultivation planets within the star domain were also deployed according to the formation's structure. At this moment, as the ancient voice echoed, the entire starry sky underwent a complete transformation amidst the rumbling sound. The starry sky was no more, replaced by a moonlit halo. This world, this star field, completely vanished, leaving only endless moonlight. A massive moonlit halo suddenly appeared within the starry sky, its boundless light overflowing and enveloping everything. On each of the surrounding cultivation planets, an old Moon Clan elder sat cross-legged, his silver hair fluttering, his hands forming hand seals, his entire cultivation power circulating, causing the moonlit formation to reach its peak intensity. For the Moon Clan, a dead ancient god was far inferior to a living ancient god, and this one was a royal ancient god, holding an incredible allure. If they could seal a living royal ancient god and make him their servant, the mere thought of it would cause a member of the Moon Clan to tremble with excitement, as if they wanted to shout. Once this succeeds, the Moon Clan will even have a chance to rise again. They have been preparing for this day for a very long time, perhaps even countless millennia, waiting for the day they can seal a living ancient god. Then, when Thaxam arrived a few years ago, it struck fear into the hearts of the Moon Clan, but also filled them with excitement. They activated everything, opening the ancestral formations, waiting for Thaxam's arrival. Logically, Thaxam, being an ancient god, would naturally seek out the Moon Clan. However, after waiting for 10 years, Thaxam still hadn't arrived. Just as the entire Moon Clan was about to lose patience, Wang Lin lured Thaxam here. This excited the Moon Clan, as there wasn't just one Thaxam, a royal member of the ancient god clan, but two. The formation opened, and the heavens and earth became bathed in moonlight. This world of moonlight was an illusory space created by the ancestors of the Moon Clan over countless years to seal the ancient gods. Once sealed within, it was extremely difficult to escape. While Thaxam was shaken by Wang Lin's words, the Moon Clan suddenly underwent a dramatic change, opening the Great Sealing God Formation. Moonlight enveloped the sky, causing him to feel uneasy. He raised his right hand, and the 6 star points no longer engulfed Wang Lin. Instead, they returned to his forehead, and his right hand swept out in all directions with a thunderous roar. The entire sky, covered in moonlight, unexpectedly did not collapse. Instead, it twisted and contorted, transforming into countless beams of light that frantically swirled towards Thaxam and Wang Lin. The swirling speed was incredibly fast, as if countless threads were wrapped around Thaxam and Wang Lin's bodies in an instant. Thaxam's eyes flashed with light, and he looked up to the sky and let out a roar. The ancient god's roar boomed like thunder, violently echoing within this moonlit world, creating a tremor that threatened to shatter it. But as his roar intensified, the moonlight twisted once more, forming countless threads that continuously coiled around him. Moon God Slayer, God-slaying zone, an aged voice boomed. In an instant, all the threads within this moonlit world suddenly multiplied, transforming into sharp ropes that began to wrap around him. These ropes were incredibly strong and endlessly long. No matter how much Thaxam struggled, after each one shattered, more would reappear. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the Cloud God Annihilation Fan, the aged voice boomed again. While sealing Wang Lin and Thaxam, the moonlight suddenly condensed, and a 100-foot-long moonlit fan appeared with a thunderous roar. As soon as the fan appeared, it instantly flicked. A deafening roar echoed, a whirlwind swept in, its depths imbued with moonlight, hurtling towards Thaxam. With a low growl, Thaxam raised his right hand, shattering the vines and striking a punch towards the whirlwind. At this moment, Wang Lin was also surrounded by countless small vines. His blood sword flashed, forming a vortex that cut through them. But these vines were boundless and endless, impossible to cut completely. At this moment, the Cloud Body Annihilation Fan was swung, and the whirlwind also rushed towards him. Amidst the roar, Wang Lin felt as if he were being swept away by a gale, his body instantly recoiling. But as he retreated, endless moonlight emanated from within the whirlwind, like a sharp sword, piercing through his body. If it were just ordinary moonlit swords, Wang Lin might not have paid attention, but within this moonlight sword was an aura similar to that of the heaven-opening axe, possessing astonishing destructive power against ancient gods. Looking at Thak Sam over there, his roar echoed, his fists resisting the whirlwind. Amidst the deafening explosions, countless sharp swords shot forward, piercing through him and leaving numerous streaks of blood on his body. A bunch of audacious fools, daring to injure me, you shall die. Thak Sam was enraged to the extreme. He had fought Wang Lin, but still considered him a member of his clan. However, he regarded the Moon Clan members before him as mere ants. Now these ants dared to bite him. How could he not be furious? In his rage, Thak Sam went berserk, wreaking havoc within this moonlit world. However, as this moonlit world collapsed, more and more threads of transformation emerged. In an instant, the entire sky and earth became indistinct, completely engulfed by these threads. Among the 100,000 Moon Clan members outside the formation, more than 10,000 spat out fresh blood, their bodies unable to withstand the formation's countershock force. And they died instantly. But as soon as they died, the crescent moon mark on their forehead flew out and imprinted itself on the formation. In a short time, within the formation filled with these moonlit threads, the souls of more than 10,000 recently deceased Moon Clan members suddenly appeared. With the blood of our clan, nourish the gods. With the souls of our clan, shatter the gods, great moon annihilation technique. The ancient voice roared frantically. More than 10,000 souls immediately screamed, expanding and transforming into beams of moonlight, causing the moonlight within the moonlit world to reach its peak. Over 10,000 streaks of moonlight, amidst the deafening roar, more than half rushed towards Thak Sam, the rest destined for Wang Lin. Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the Blood Moon Beast, blood sacrifice. The aged voice rang out again. At this moment, thousands of Moon Clan members suddenly materialized within the Wine God Great Formation, each holding a ferocious beast in their hands. These beasts struggling and roaring incessantly. Following the aged voice, these thousands of Moon Clan cultivators, their expressions ferocious, shattered the beasts they held. Thousands of shattered beasts transformed into an endless mass of blood and flesh, raining down onto the Wine God Great Formation. But upon landing, they were immediately absorbed by the formation. These thousands of cultivators were only the first wave. Behind them, another wave materialized, shattering the beasts. The formation was also engulfed in blood light. While this blood-red light continued to condense, two blood-colored seals suddenly appeared within the formation, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin and Sen. Summon the Moon Clan's supreme treasure, the 9 ancient god bones. Outside the formation, a black-robed old man materialized in the void. He stretched out his hands, his expression revealing a crazed greed. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large crack appeared in front of him, from which flew out 9 gigantic ancient god skulls. These 9 skulls exuded a strong ancient god aura covered in crescent-shaped seals and bathed in moonlight. Upon appearing, they flew straight towards the formation, and as soon as they entered, they transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling directly towards Wang Lin and Sen. Summon the Moon Clan's supreme treasure, the divine gathering fluid. The old man's silver hair fluttered eerily, and as soon as he finished speaking, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The hundreds of Moon Clan cultivators on the surrounding cultivation planets, forming a formation, also simultaneously bit their tongues, each spitting out a mouthful of blood with a strong, foul stench. This blood seemed to possess sentience, coalescing together to form a sea of foul-smelling black blood, as if engulfing the heavens and earth, and plunging into the formation. These 4 supreme treasures and divine abilities were each extremely powerful, the most potent magical artifacts prepared by the Moon Clan over countless millennia to capture the ancient gods. It's worth noting that today, besides the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient monsters, only the Moon Clan truly understood the ancient god clan. The Moon Clan possessed countless methods against the ancient gods. Thak Sam's roar echoed through the moonlit world. Facing the countless moonbeams, he raised both hands, unleashing an unimaginable force throughout his body. Amidst the deafening roar, any moonlight that approached crumbled completely. The blood moon's wings, sweeping across, were shattered by Thak Sam's fist. But these blood wings sprouted countless feathers, directly piercing Thak Sam's body. Even more powerful were the 9 skulls of the ancient gods. These 9 skulls had all perished countless years ago, truly the ancient gods. They appeared like 9 suns, emitting a powerful shockwave directly at Thaxam. Wang Lin's expression also darkened. His blood sword roared around his body, various divine abilities flashing in his hands, countering the endless moon crescent. Especially against the blood wings transformed into countless feathers, carrying a fierce penetrating force piercing through his body. Fresh blood gushed out. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood, now pierced by the blood wings. As for the ancient god skulls, instead of approaching Wang Lin, they charged straight towards Thaxam. The 9 skulls shrieked, and in an instant, upon reaching Thaxam, they crumbled with a thunderous roar. An unimaginable shockwave surged through them. Even the powerful Thaxam spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression becoming even more ferocious. At this moment, for the sake of the ancient god, the Moon Clan had practically exhausted all their resources accumulated over countless years, using their full strength to capture him alive. Those 9 ancient god skulls were the Moon Clan's protective treasures. Any one of them exploding would be equivalent to a 3rd stage cultivator self-destructing. Now all 9 exploded simultaneously, their power immense. But compared to them, the divine fluid that finally entered the formation was far more precious. This divine fluid was one of 8 types of divine fluid naturally produced within the Moon Clan's bodies, and it was unknown how it had acquired it countless years ago. All that was known was that this divine fluid had successfully killed the ancient god. Having been nurtured by the Moon Clan for countless years, this divine fluid had become so powerful that it struck fear into people's hearts. At this moment, the divine fluid transformed into a sea of blood, sweeping across and engulfing Wang Lin and Tusen, forming a gigantic blood-colored vortex. Wang Lin immediately felt that within the vortex, the ancient god's power was being continuously refined. An extreme sense of danger instantly surged into his mind. Tusen's expression became even more serious. However, the Moon Clan's methods were not limited to this. They had been preparing for countless years, and this was only the first part of their plan. Invoke the Moon Clan's supreme treasure, the Eye of the Ancient God. The old man, staring intently at the formation, shouted. Immediately, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The eyes seemed to carry a bloodthirsty aura, staring intently at Tusen and Wang Lin. Invoke the Moon Clan's supreme treasure, the giant spirit bell. An ancient bell suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a resounding chime that transformed into a wave that surged straight into the formation. Invoking the supreme treasure of the Moon Clan, Diet the GCSU Lin. The old man clasped his hands together, letting out a deafening roar, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, his eerie white hair twitching. A phantom blue figure suddenly materialized around him. The figure was indistinct, radiating a blue light, yet it caused Thaxam's pupils to contract within the formation. Wang Lin's heart leapt the moment he saw this figure. He vaguely recognized that this blue glowing figure possessed an aura identical to the skull of the ancient god in the demon spirit land. Each type of magical artifact was specifically designed to target ancient gods. If it were a 3rd stage cultivator, these artifacts might not be able to display their full power. But against ancient gods, these artifacts could be unleashed to their fullest extent. With a roar, Thaxam lunged outwards. A powerful impact immediately radiated outwards, stirring up a sea of blood that surged in all directions. He looked at Wang Lin, his body now showing no hesitation. The 6th star point on his forehead flashed, instantly enveloping Wang Lin. I'll devour you. Once I've merged with you, I'll break the seal and cause the Moon Clan to bleed profusely. Thaxam, I possess the inherited memories of TUT. If you devour me, the inheritance within your body will merge, instantly awakening TUT. Do you not believe me? Then let's see. Wang Lin sneered, but didn't resist, allowing the 6th star point to surge forward, coldly staring at Thaxam. These words immediately threatened Thaxam. He let out a furious roar, his eyes glowing red. You only want to inherit the laws to use the divine abilities that you couldn't use when sealed. This doesn't require devouring me. Even if we cooperate, it's mutually beneficial. I, Wang Lin, am no match for you, but if TUT awakens, you will surely die. Before TUT, you have no right to escape. At this moment, a sea of blood surged around them, the ancient god's eyes staring down, emitting a terrifying aura. A loud bell rang out, creating a wave that struck deep. Finally, the 9 spirits of annihilation, carrying a flashing light, charged forward. And endless moonlight filled the surroundings. You and I are both ancient gods. How can we allow this slave to humiliate us with this seal? If you trust me, let's deal with this slave first, and I will give you a convincing answer. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at the approaching magical artifacts. Tu Shen ultimately didn't dare to gamble. He couldn't be sure if this was in the inherited memories Wang Lin had obtained. Even if it was only 1 in 10,000, he wouldn't dare to bet. If he lost and Tut was resurrected, he wouldn't be able to face Tut and would surely die. All right. Tu Shen gritted his teeth and roared. He was thinking that after eliminating the slave clan, Wang Lin would have nowhere to hide. At that time, he would have plenty of time to slowly steady the opponent. If his words are true, then I'll simply skip becoming a 9-star ancient god, shatter his inherited memories, and ensure Tut can never awaken. Seeing that Tu Shen had agreed, Wang Lin immediately formed a hand seal, without hesitation, waving his hand forward, and the voice of an ancient god emanated from his mouth. In the beginning of heaven and earth, there was an ancient clan, divided into 3. The ancient god was one, defying the Tao. He fought a battle against heaven and earth, understood the primordial universe, destroyed the heavenly Tao, and shattered the entire cosmos. Ancient god 8-star technique, void. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light, the 6-star points on his forehead spun wildly, and the ancient god power surged wildly into his hands. In an instant, as all the Moon Clan's magical artifacts approached him, an incomplete symbol immediately appeared before his hands. Although incomplete, this symbol emitted an earth-shattering aura, causing the starry sky to collapse. This aura was a divine power capable of destruction, shattering everything, a force capable of confronting the heavenly Tao. This was void. The void power of the ancient god capable of destroying heaven and earth. Thaksam, ancient god power. Wang Lin roared. Thaksam gritted his teeth, his right hand swung up, and 6 ancient god star points rotated. Ancient god power, several times more concentrated than Wang Lin's, surged out, frantically leaping into the incomplete symbol. In a short time, the symbol moved, transforming from incomplete to complete. This complete symbol instantly appeared in the heavens and earth. This was the divine ability of an 8-star ancient god, an ancient divine ability that hadn't appeared for countless thousands of years. The old man with silver hair outside the formation's face changed drastically. The symbol roared and emitted a dazzling light. This light seemed to have 2 colors, black and white, radiating wildly in all directions from Wang Lin and Thaksam as the center. The divine blood was swept away, the ancient god's eyes exploded, and the wave from the largest bell instantly dissipated. Even the green phantom, due to its impurity, resisted for a moment before vanishing into thin air. The surrounding moonlight shattered, everything was pushed back under this light. The divine formation that created the moonlit world also showed countless invisible cracks, shaking violently. Invite the Moon Clan's greatest treasure, the ancient god's remains. The old man's expression was desolate as he frantically roared these words. Immediately, a huge crack opened with a thunderous roar. An unimaginable pressure surged out from within. A finger, half the size of a cultivation planet, slowly emerged from the crack. The finger had no flesh or blood, only bone. It was a severed finger joint. Destroy the god. The silver-haired old man roared earth-shatteringly. At the same time, the 100,000 Moon Clan cultivators surrounding them, and the hundreds of cultivators maintaining the formation on the cultivation planet, all roared in unison. Destroy the god! Destroy the god! They were originally members of the Moon Clan, having rebelled against the ancient god countless years ago and even destroyed a god. Now they wanted to destroy a god again, to annihilate the god who had helped them countless years ago. 100,000 people simultaneously roared, their shouts earth-shattering, transforming into a thunderous roar that shook the entire starry sky. This is the 9-star ancient god's finger. Thaxam's expression changed drastically at this moment. The incomplete finger bone fell in an instant. The divine sealing formation was pierced by the light of the symbol and collapsed with a thunderous crash. In an instant, the symbol and the bone fragment collided. A deafening explosion resounded everywhere. Thaxam spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body instantly thrown far away. A series of banging sounds emanated from Wang Lin's entire body. Unexpectedly, his bones shattered completely, his whole body covered in blood, and he flew in another direction. The finger bone fragment was completely unharmed, falling to the ground with a loud crash. In the midst of being thrown around, Wang Lin, without hesitation, once again unleashed the soul-devouring heaven-shattering technique. His body emitted black mist, and with the force of the subsequent attack, he charged straight towards the group of people forming a formation. Skunk MD now Yan Lan Ti Hao Yin Ko Ting Train Ting Q the Lang Theme Thit Vang Lan. Vi Bang Lam Ging Kyun Trian Kai A Chip Thur. Nang Ni Hen Sai Quay, Di Nayat Tic Tom and Heo Ruthan Nam Thi Hai, Hung Hung Ten Nat. Why Ni Shao Han. Tingi GM That Ca Thak Sim Trian Ti, Kung Hang Trian Kai Fin Kitch. Ra Ki Tran Fap. Vi Bang Lam Bit Thak Sam Tuyet GSN Kang Bien Koi Cho Mgen. Gig Fat Ne Di La Hen Ji Trung Thong Hang Vn CNN Rang Trian Kai CNN Newt Ging Kyun. Di Ca Nyat Tic Kung Kang Fi Hu La Chi Siang Gai. Trong G Vn Tic Non Ca Nyat Tic Ne G Bien Fan Hu Kang Chu Ni Mt Kitch Ca Hen. Vi Bang Lam Gao Vet Mt Huang. Then Fa Vn SP. Gong the Trong Si the Ki Fak VVI TCC G Ken Gi. Xang CCGG Vin Non Chang Dung Hub Lay. VGT Thong Lay Ki Kang Non Hun. C Tin VXC Nyat Tic Turk Then MT Kuji Luan. Log I Gigi Kon Chen Trenton CSU Dai Trine Tren Fap Trong Ne Anti Ki Tren Fap SPP Julian Fun Mao Tagi. Nheng Gid Fat Ne Cam Gi Dai Trine Tren Fap Hufi XCC Lay Tenthine. MTBN Fon Lo Ti Skung MD Mao Yen Du Vibang Lam Hoathan. MTBN Fon DGISS Thunglan Ca Log I Nam Via Hong Thak Sam. Log I Talk VCC Kia Gi GM Na, Te Phi Vung Lan, Then Billion Miam Ban Trong. NKN Tran Kai Tran Mi Tam Zoe Tron, Then the Chit Hoathan LNC Taram Trong. TH Tang Xang VVI C Thine. Nuyat TICCA Bun H Trong VN SB NGM Gian Seo, Muan T Then Turk Then C Thine Ma Sang to Rothine Thang, Kanging Egypter C Thine Luck. Kind Show Then the YMT MCCG Now Coco The Mi Fang C Thine. Holathantaram Trong Kung Kang Phi Chiko Mchen Hin Ma Ko Chen Gi. Chin Gi Ne Sao Kimi Fang Si Thine Lian Ko MT Luk Liang CCCK Chi Siang Hun, Miam Tien Kang Thak Sam. They were simply no match for Thak Sam. Under Thak Sam's roar, these people retreated in a panic. The old man targeted Wang Lin the moment he approached, but Wang Lin's body instantly merged with the heavens and earth, dissipating immediately. When he reappeared, he was in another direction, frantically devouring. A mournful, heart-wrenching scream filled his path. In just a short time, over 30,000 people had been devoured by Wang Lin. His injuries had already recovered by half. Without waiting for the old man from the Moon Clan to arrive, he had already rushed away. Thak Sam on the other side also roared softly, "Break through for me." With a loud bang, an old man resembling an ancient god exploded under Thak Sam's punch. However, before his body dissipated, a black mist surged forward, sweeping wildly through. Wang Lin had already noticed this, directly engulfing the old man, devouring him in the instant before he died. The entire Moon Clan was in complete disarray, their members scattering and quickly retreating. Their faces showed terror. Many of them were seeing the ancient god alive for the first time and witnessing his immense power for the first time. This was also the first time Wang Lin and Tsen had coordinated like this, yet they were incredibly in sync. However, this time was extremely short. Tsen's eyes flashed with cold light. After defeating the old man, he raised his right hand and lunged straight at Wang Lin. "Whether your words are true or false, you won't escape today." Wang Lin had already been wary of Tsen. Seeing his hand reaching out, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He quickly retreated, his hands forming a hand seal, veins bulging on his face, his blood vessels expanding, and he roared at Tsen. Ancient God's technique, spiritual flow. As he spoke, Wang Lin's hands suddenly pointed to his forehead. With a loud bang, 6 swirling star points flew out from the center of his forehead, forming a colossal stream. This scene was unexpectedly as astonishing as when Thak Sam used the star points to devour. This was a divine ability of the ancient god, one that Wang Lin was incapable of using. He didn't possess such powerful ancient god power, but everything was part of his plan. Earlier, in the Great God Sealing Formation, when he used the ancient god illusion technique, he had integrated Thak Sam's immense ancient god power. However, the technique was deployed by Wang Lin. The moment the ancient god's remain struck, he instantly absorbed half of the ancient god power within the symbol, retaining it in his body. Besides wanting to injure Thak Sam under the ancient god's remains, He also wanted to unleash the ancient god technique at this moment. Now, the stream of spiritual energy appeared, and the powerful ancient god power permeated everywhere, including Wang Lin's own ancient god power, which he had integrated into this divine ability. A punch from Thak Sim instantly struck this spiritual flow, emitting a resounding roar. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body rapidly retreating backward, his right hand raising his blood sword, fiercely slashing forward. Thak Sim couldn't withstand it either. He had been injured 2 or 3 times in quick succession, and he never expected Wang Lin to be able to unleash the divine power of an ancient god. Within that spiritual flow, there was an endless gravitational pull. Unexpectedly, the moment his fist struck, a portion of the ancient god's power was frantically sucked away, transforming into the opponent's attack and colliding with his fist. His right hand was numb and paralyzed for a moment. It was at this instant that Wang Lin's blood sword struck, landing on his arm. With a swoosh, his index finger was severed. Fresh blood gushed out. This was Thak Sam's greatest loss since their battle began. The pain of a severed hand was unbearable. Thak Sam's eyes blazed with overwhelming killing intent. At this moment, he didn't even want to devour. He only wanted to kill his own kind before him. But just as Wang Lin was preparing to fight a battle of fate, the old man of the Moon Clan, severely wounded by Thak Sam, immediately retreated. The highest ranking among them was the silver-haired old man. At this moment, his expression was ferocious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at Thak Sam. He clearly saw that Thak Sam and Wang Lin were enemies. Once these 2 ancient gods had settled their differences, his Moon Clan would surely perish. At this moment, he didn't mind helping Wang Lin. This was also their Moon Clan's opportunity. Fellow clansmen quickly shattered the Moon Spirit. Sacrifice it for our Moon Clan, he said hastily. Everyone's expressions showed sorrow, but without hesitation, they resolutely struck their foreheads. The crescent moon-shaped mark flew out from the center of his forehead, simultaneously merging into the body of the silver-haired old man. His entire body swelled, and he fiercely pointed his hands downwards, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "I once again invoke the supreme treasure of the Moon Clan, the ancient god's remnant bone." The moment these words were uttered, his entire body emitted a dazzling moonlight. The ancient god's remnant bone, which was embedded in the ground, vibrated violently and immediately flew up, focusing its attack on Thak Sam. The remnants of this ancient god rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Thak Sam was surrounded by enemies, fighting a multitude of people alone. At this moment, due to Wang Lin severing his finger, Thak Sam, in a fit of rage, looked up to the sky and roared madly, unexpectedly grabbing the remnants of the ancient god's finger with both hands. His entire body was covered in bulging veins, unable to withstand the immense power of the finger bone, and he was violently pushed back. As he roared, the star points on his forehead began to spin rapidly, especially the one in his forehead containing the seal of a third-stage cultivator, which Thak Sam, without hesitation, instantly exploded, transforming into a terrifying force that directly surged throughout Thak Sam's entire body. His retreat slowed, and he roared. The 6 rotating star points transformed into a giant vortex. This isn't the bone of a 9-star ancient god, but only very close to 9-star. Swallow it for me. He unexpectedly wanted to devour the remnants of this 9-star ancient god, just like a third-stage cultivator absorbing star points. At this moment, his 6 star points, besides the third-stage female cultivator from the primordial star realm he had just devoured, were devoid of any other cultivators. This scene deeply shocked even Wang Lin, leaving him terrified by Thak Sam's madness. He had encountered many madmen before, but never one as insane as Thak Sam. The aura within the ancient god's remnants was like a wild horse, utterly unabsorbable. Even though they were both ancient gods, under this aura, they were nothing more than insignificant ants. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, revealing a strange light. If he can absorb it, so can I. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, unwilling to miss this opportunity. This finger bone, currently being devoured by Thak Sam, was a once-in-a-thousand-years chance. Wang Lin's character was decisive. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate at all. He didn't retreat but charged forward, transforming into a rainbow in an instant, his right hand raising the blood sword and fiercely slashing at the giant finger bone of the ancient god. With a loud bang, the bone vibrated violently, unexpectedly cracking under the blood sword and slowly splitting into with the insane gravitational pull of Thaxam. The sharpness of this blood sword was terrifying. The bone snapped with a loud bang. The moment it broke, a powerful shockwave erupted from within. This force swept in all directions, with the vast majority directed at Thaxam. Thaxam let out a tragic cry, struck by the force, spitting out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his body hastily retreating backward, instantly being flung far away. The other half of the bone, under the impact, merged into Thaxam's vortex, entering a single point. At this moment, Thaxam was severely injured, blood gushing out incessantly. However, he still didn't give up pursuing V-Bone Limb, trying to prevent himself from retreating. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the third-stage female cultivator in the primordial star realm within his forehead. Sam was stunned, his expression changing drastically. He unexpectedly abandoned V-Bone Limb, transforming into a blood-spitting rainbow and fleeing. The impact force of that finger-like force swept across. Under this force, the old man of the Moon Clan made a begging sound all over his body, directly spitting out blood, his body collapsing with a crash. His weakened primordial spirit fleeing for his life. The Moon Clan members surrounding him, who hadn't yet dispersed, were also struck by this force as if by a giant hand, blood splattering everywhere, countless dying. V-Bone Limb also spat out blood. He was too close to this force. Although most of the force was directed at Thaxam, a considerable amount also fell on V-Bone Limb. His body was fundamentally incapable of withstanding this force. But the moment this impact struck, Wang Lin roared softly, a blue flame erupting wildly within him, accompanied by a surge of lightning, a cycle of cause and effect, life and death alternating, truth and falsehood indistinguishable. 5 fundamental origins simultaneously appeared, transforming into a vortex before him, fiercely resisting the impact force. At that same instant, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red light. The extreme realm surged forth, but the incessant rumbling continued. Wang Lin hastily retreated, taking with him the half-cultivation star-sized bone fragment, merging with the heavens and earth, using the technique of shrinking distance to escape. But in the split second he left, although his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins and showed signs of exhaustion, a cold light still flashed. With a thought, a phantom whip emerged from his body. The extreme staff. The whip, upon appearing, instantly transformed into an infinitely long whip, violently wrapping around the weakened, fleeing primordial spirit of the silver-haired old man. With a fierce yank it, along with Wang Lin and the colossal bone fragment, vanished from the Moon Clan's star domain. A great harvest, a departure. What strange transformation had occurred in Thaxam's body that caused him to abandon his pursuit and flee in haste? Wang Lin couldn't figure this out. In his memory, the last image was a dazzling light emanating from the star-shaped mark on Thaxam's forehead. The primordial star spirit, in the area of the starry sky, shone like jade, a ripple rising and slowly stirring, seemingly the stirring of a lover's heart, gradually fading away. In the center of this ripple, Wang Lin staggered out. His face was pale, and the moment he appeared, he immediately raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. A storage space appeared before him. He embraced the soft body of Li Qianmai, her eyes closed. Li Qianmai's expression was even more dejected, on the verge of wilting. From the moment Thaxam pursued her, Wang Lin, fearing he might harm Li Qianmai, had channeled a surge of primal energy around her, transporting her into his storage space. This primal energy transformed into the time and space divine ability, continuously sustaining her, ensuring Li Qianmai remained unharmed during Wang Lin's battle with Thaxam. However, being inside the storage space was still no match for being by Wang Lin's side. In a short time, Li Qianmai's life force had significantly diminished. Looking at Li Qianmai's haggard face, Wang Lin felt a pang of pain and sorrow, just like the promise he had made to Li Muan years ago. Even if fate decreed her death, he would reclaim her. He had promised Li Qianmai that, at any cost, he would ensure she would not perish in the vastness of heaven and earth. This was his promise, a man's promise. Gently stroking Li Qianmai's body with his right hand, Wang Lin ignored his injuries, continuously circulating his primal energy, transforming it into the time and space divine ability that permeated Li Qianmai's entire body, soothing her mind and vitality. The starry sky was silent, without a sound. The entire world at this moment was silent and dark, leaving only this man and woman quietly flying forward in the tranquil starry sky. Wang Lin had placed half of Gu Shen's finger bone into his storage space. He didn't have time to study the details. Even the silver-haired old man bound by the Kanji Immortal was sealed by Wang Lin using the Kanji Immortal to seal his entire body, and he collected him into his storage space. In this tranquil starry sky, Wang Lin didn't want anything to disturb him. He only wanted to quietly accompany Li Qianmai to the place where Lan Mengdaozhen belonged, or rather, to the place where Li Qianmai had a chance of survival. "Wait until I leave. I want you to see me off." Li Qianmai's voice from 10 years ago softly echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Today, Wang Lin was fulfilling that promise, seeing Li Qianmai off. The beautiful starry sky lacked the shimmering nebulae like jewels, nor the meteorites flying by. This tranquility had reached its limit. In this stillness, one could feel incredibly lonely and isolated, as if they were the only one in the entire universe. Holding Li Qianmai, Wang Lin's eyes shone with a gentle light as he flew forward towards the location of Lan Mengdaozhen's clan in his memory, his speed increasing with each passing moment. The light of the stars shone upon him and her, seemingly silently accompanying them, guiding them through their final journey. Li Qianmai grew weaker and weaker. The power of the years that Wang Lin infused into her also increased with each passing moment. The two continuously flew through the starry sky, their bodies merging into the heavens and earth under the technique of shrinking the ground into inches, slowly closing the distance. In the relatively remote blue silk star domain, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sea, Wang Lin walked silently. The blue silk tribe was one of the rare tribes in the primordial star realm that did not crave bloodshed. As their name suggests, the people of this tribe all had blue hair. A melancholic blue color seemed to permeate the deepest recesses of each blue silk tribe member's soul. Regarding magic, divine abilities, and cultivation, the blue silk tribe seemed to lack exceptional talent. From ancient times to the present, few cultivators with great divine abilities have appeared, except for the renowned blue dream Taoist of the primordial star realm. Before Lan Mengdaozhen became famous in the ancient star realm, the Lamti clan was just a small tribe. Although the tribe members did not have high talent in cultivation, they had profound research in music, alchemy, and artifact forging. Especially in music, they seemed to have reached the pinnacle. Every member of the Lamti clan was a master in the field of music. At the same time, the Lamti clan was also a beautiful tribe. The men and women of this tribe all had extremely outstanding appearances. Because of these things, after the Lamti clan developed for countless years, they gradually became concubines and male lovers of some great clans. One, male and female kept to serve the needs of pleasure and sexual desire. For the Lamti tribe, it was a profound pain, a deep wound, like the color of their hair, causing this sorrow to fill their hearts and linger for a long time, giving the Lamti women an extraordinary beauty, as did the Lamti men. Their music was no longer joyful but filled with sorrow, their souls becoming dependent on other great clans in the primordial star realm. They had no freedom. Every member of the Blue Silk clan, upon reaching adulthood, was taken away, their life and death not in their own hands. Even after leaving, they would never have the chance to return. All of this changed drastically when the Blue Dream Taoist rose to power. The Blue Dream Taoist was the most talented person in the Blue Silk clan for countless years. Legends about him spread throughout the primordial star realm. In the primordial star realm, when mentioning the Blue Dream Taoist, the first thing that usually came to mind wasn't his power, but his unwavering devotion. The Blue Dream Taoist loved only one woman. That was the wound in his heart, the pain in his soul, his companion throughout the long years. It is rumored that it was precisely because of this affection that Lan Mengdaozhen was able to reach this point, becoming one of the 5 venerables of the primordial star realm. Even the Grand Venerable was somewhat wary of him. The Lamti clan also became one of the great clans of the primordial star realm because of Lan Mengdaozhen occupying a vast star domain. However, the nature of the Lamti clan did not change because of this. They remained peaceful in their vast star domain, the sorrow in their music gradually dissipating, replaced by joy. They rejoiced from the moment Lan Mengdaozhen became their protector. To the Lamti clan, Lan Mengdaozhen had become a deity, revered by the entire clan. The Lam Mountain where he resided also became a sacred place for the Lamti clan. However, compared to the joy of the Lamti clan, the sorrow in the music echoing down from Lam Mountain remained gentle, never fading away. In the memory of Lam Mengdaozhen, the feeling of sorrow had become eternal. At this moment, on Lam Sun Mountain, In an ordinary house in the mountain wind, a middle-aged man in a blue robe gazed at the ancient zither before him. And only after a long time did he slowly raise his head. His expression could make all men in the world pale in comparison, and even women standing before him would feel disheartened. His beauty seemed unattainable in this world. However, the weariness on his face and the longing in his eyes filled him with a melancholic aura, slightly revealing his age. A few strands of gray hair appeared in his blue hair, as if to say that his life had been unhappy for countless years. The middle-aged man's eyes showed sorrow as he silently bowed his head, gazing at the zither before him, his hand slowly stroking it. After a long while, the door of the room silently opened. A woman appeared and walked in. This woman was very beautiful, dressed in light pink clothes. She approached gently. "You still haven't forgotten her, have you?" The woman remained silent for a long time, then spoke softly. The middle-aged man said nothing, nor did he look up, only stroking the zither, the longing in his eyes growing even stronger. "How long has it been she's dead? Why do you have to be like this?" The woman bit her lower lip, looking at the man with a complex expression. "She's not dead." The middle-aged man looked up, his eyes like lightning fixed on the woman. "But now she's no different from dead. She's already dead." The woman gasped, looking at the man, her expression one of anguish. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then stood up, calmly saying, "Your sister isn't dead. She's not dead." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. The middle-aged man sighed softly, pushed open the door, and walked out, gazing towards the setting sun in the distance. He took half a step forward, his entire being radiating a soft blue light, disappearing into the vast expanse of the sky. The blue silk land star domain was incredibly vast. At this moment, on the edge of the star domain, a woman in white, with a calm expression, walked step by step. She had followed Wang Lin all the way here. Just as she was about to enter the star domain of the Blue Cloud clan, the woman in white froze, stopping and calmly looking ahead. In the starry sky before her, a blue light suddenly flashed. The middle-aged man who had just disappeared on Blue Mountain emerged from the light. "Get lost." The middle-aged man's eyes were icy cold, uttering only one word. The woman in white remained silent, her expression unchanged, showing no sign of change at this single word. "He has been chosen. You cannot protect him." After a long pause, the woman in white spoke softly. "Get lost." A murderous glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. His voice was calm, yet an unimaginable aura surged forth, rushing straight towards the woman in white. In an instant, the entire starry sky darkened. A wave of absolute killing intent permeated the space. The pupils in the white-robed woman's eyes contracted, her right hand raised and patted forward, her body gently retreating. "He will have to come out." The woman's voice remained calm as before, gradually fading further and further away, dissipating into the heavens and earth. After countless teleportations through the starry sky, one day Wang Lin, accompanied by Li Qianmai, arrived at the beautiful Blue Silk clan, at the residence of Blue Dream Taoist, and at Li Qianmai's home. In the hazy starry sky, a jade-like light gradually emanated from before Wang Lin. The Blue Silk clan's star domain was incredibly beautiful, as if every single cultivation star radiated blue hue, the same soft light spreading far and wide. "Qianmai, we've arrived." Wang Lin lowered his head to look at Li Qianmai, who was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed in his arms, and spoke softly. At that moment, an endless blue light suddenly burst forth from the star domain of the Lan Ti clan. Under the enveloping light, a low, deep voice echoed. In the blue light, a middle-aged man approached. His gaze didn't even glance at Wang Lin, but only at Li Qianmai, whom he held in his arms, his expression revealing both affection and sorrow. The moment the voice appeared, Wang Lin's mind trembled. He abruptly raised his head and, with a single glance, saw the middle-aged man in the blue robe. The moment he saw this man, his mind reeled. The man's appearance was strikingly similar to Li Qianmai's. They were clearly close relatives. Blue Dream Taoist. Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man. He recognized the voice. That voice, from years ago in the seven-colored realm, was his ultimate calamity. He would never forget it. The world is truly unpredictable. Who could have imagined that, more than 10 years ago, in the seven-colored realm, the two of them had indirectly fought a battle, and yet, in the short span of 10 years, in the primordial star realm, they would officially meet again. The middle-aged man looked at Li Qianmai, the pain in his eyes deepening. He waved his sleeve, and a whirlwind surged out, heading straight towards Wang Lin. Its speed was incredibly fast, instantly reaching him and erupting with a thunderous roar. A powerful force surged forth, directly engulfing Li Qianmai, whom Wang Lin held in his arms, gently carrying her towards the middle-aged man. The man, still holding Li Qianmai, his eyes filled with both sorrow and affection, turned and walked away. The dazzling blue light condensed again, and along with his figure, he vanished into the starry sky, not even glancing at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, struck by the whirlwind, retreated several steps before stopping. He looked complexly at the disappearing figure of the Blue Dream Taoist, falling silent. He was almost certain that the Blue Dream Taoist and Li Qianmai shared a deep bond. The Blue Dream Taoist taking Li Qianmai away clearly indicated a method to awaken her. According to his previous intentions, he should have left by now, left the Blue Silk clan, left this star domain. However, after a moment of silence, Wang Lin chose not to leave immediately. He wanted to confirm whether Li Qianmai could truly awaken. In silence, Wang Lin's body flashed forward, transforming into a rainbow and gradually penetrating into the Blue Silk clan's cultivation planet. Without spreading his divine consciousness, he could clearly see a cultivation planet in the endless star sea emitting a blue light. That was the location of the Blue Dream Taoist. This cultivation planet was filled with blue light. Even the entire planet itself was a sea of blue, seemingly an ocean. Wang Lin's figure moved there, stepping into this blue cultivation planet. Without any protective formations, Wang Lin stood suspended in the air above the cultivation planet. Below, the ocean rippled gently, its waves murmuring softly. Offshore, a fleet of ships drifted by. A faint melody drifted on the wind, reaching Wang Lin's ears. The music was filled with joy, echoing continuously. After a while, Wang Lin took half a step in the void, shattering the heavens and disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was beneath a blue mountain. The mountain's path was winding and overgrown with trees. But before this blue mountain, he felt as if he had become insignificant. The mountain wasn't actually blue. Instead, it was surrounded by an endless blue light, making it appear from afar like the Blue Mountain. Looking at the Blue Mountain before him, a complex expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After a long pause, he sighed softly, his body flashing like a rainbow cutting across the sky, hurtling towards the Blue Mountain. But in an instant, as he approached, his expression changed and his body froze in midair. The distance between him and Mount Lan was now less than 1,000 feet. The blue light emanating from the mountain instantly transformed into an immense resistance, blocking anyone who tried to get closer. What a powerful forbidden formation! Wang Lin stared at Mount Lan. With his cultivation in forbidden formations, he could immediately recognize that Mount Lan had been protected by a formation. After a long silence, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his entire body's elemental power surged, and the ancient thought power overflowed. His body transformed into a shooting star, hurtling forward and into Mount Lan. As he continued to advance, the resistance grew stronger and stronger, eventually becoming like an impenetrable wall of iron and steel. As Wang Lin approached, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. The moment his feet touched Mount Lan, the resistance reached an astonishing level, causing Wang Lin's entire body to crackle. But nothing could stop Wang Lin's steps. He raised his head to look at the mountain peak shrouded in mist, with a blue light swirling in the distance, his eyes showing determination as he stepped towards the summit. This blue mountain soared high into the clouds, its end invisible, yet winding steps led from the summit down to the foot of the mountain. Wang Lin ascended the steps, one step at a time. His speed was extremely fast, without stopping for a moment. As he ascended the steps, his entire body's elemental power circulated rapidly, fiercely resisting the resistance. Throughout his journey, a rumbling sound emanated from his body. But with his perseverance, he finally managed to climb 3/3 of the steps. But at this moment, the resistance transmitted by the mountain had reached an earth-shattering level, as if an entire cultivation planet was pressing down, hindering Wang Lin's progress. Every half step he took required enduring immense pressure and resistance. The higher he climbed, the more this resistance increased exponentially. Time slowly passed. On the summit of Mount Lan, in a rather ordinary room, Li Qianmai sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, her entire body emitting streams of blue light. Lam Mengdozen was behind her, his hands forming a hand seal, his fingers pointing into the void. Each time his fingers touched, Li Qianmai's body trembled. A stream of black energy emanated from her 7 orifices, disappearing into the room. Outside the room, the sound of a flute echoed. The woman in the red dress sat on a rock, holding a flute, gently blowing. This sound revealed a complex heart, lingering in the heavens and earth, entering the room, and reaching Wang Lin as he climbed at the foot of the mountain. The enemy's voice reached his ears as Wang Lin had already climbed half the steps. His expression was weary, his eyes bloodshot. The resistance from the mountain was now unimaginable, as if several cultivation stars had simultaneously descended upon him, making every half-step incredibly difficult. The ancient divine power within his body circulated with his elemental power, transforming into a powerful force that erupted from within him, causing his eyes to gleam with brilliance as he continued his ascent towards the mountain. A rumbling sound emanated from his body, and a great deal of sweat poured down. Surprisingly, the sweat was blood red, a result of his blood circulating too rapidly under the pressure. Gradually, his elemental power reached its peak. With each breath, the elemental power of heaven and earth surged into his body. As time passed, his ancient divine power also reached its peak. These two forces supported him, bringing him closer and closer to the mountaintop. In 3 days, Wang Lin had climbed 8/10 of the steps. At this moment, where he stood, he could see the last step when he looked up. However, his expression was extremely weary, and his body emitted a drumming sound. An endless pressure overwhelmed him, causing his body to tremble. He felt as if he had returned to the time before he began cultivating to the entrance examination at the Hengyu sect. The immense resistance seemed to be the entire heaven and earth pressing down, threatening to crush him. Even more terrifying was that upon reaching this point, not only was there resistance from above, but also beneath his feet, forcing him to divert some of his energy to maintain his balance. Otherwise, even a moment of relaxation would cause the resistance beneath his feet to violently drag him down. Under this double gravitational force, Wang Lin's face turned pale, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. But his expression remained resolute. He wanted to reach the mountaintop and see if Li Qianmai had awakened. After seeing her, he would leave. But if he hadn't seen her, even if the heavens and earth crumbled, no force could stop him. I brought Li Qianmai here. I must see her. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he took step after step forward. The closer he got, the more unimaginable the resistance and pressure became. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood vessels throughout his body felt like they were about to burst. At this point, he had climbed 9/10 of the steps. On the mountaintop, inside the room, Len Mengdozhen opened her eyes. From Li Qianmai's 7 orifices before him, the last wisp of black energy emanated, her entire body enveloped in blue light, and her withered appearance quickly recovered. Her eyelids trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The door to the room opened. A woman in a pink dress entered, her gaze sweeping over Li Qianmai, a hint of panic in her eyes. After a long while, she softly said, "He's coming up here. Should we meet him?" Go. Tell him your name," Len Mengdozhen said softly, stroking the zither beside her. Li Qianmai nodded, gently rising, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, and left the room. When she saw the sunrise, the bewilderment in her eyes deepened. Under endless resistance, Wang Lin took the final half-step, placing his foot on the mountaintop. He had crossed the last step, standing on the summit. Here, the resistance suddenly intensified, transforming into a furious, uncontrollable roar that pressed down on him. But his body remained motionless. The moment he reached the summit, he saw Li Qianmai, the woman in the distant sunrise. The mountain wind blew, her clothes fluttering, making her look like a fairy. The woman also turned to look at Wang Lin. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Wang Lin smiled. Li Qianmai had awakened. "My father wanted me to tell you, my name is Lin Yue. Who are you?" Wang Lin was slightly stunned, looking into Li Qianmai's eyes. After a long while, his expression was one of distress, and he softly said, "I am Wang Lin." As he spoke, he gave up resisting the resistance from all directions. In that instant of letting go, the resistance suddenly crashed down, sending his body hurtling away. The distance between him and the woman on the mountaintop instantly widened. Even their eyes were gradually separated by the space, unable to see clearly anymore. "Forgetting everything. That's good. That's good." Wang Lin's heart was complex, unable to express it clearly. As he was being propelled away, he turned and flew into the distance. The bewildered look in Lin Yu's eyes deepened. She vaguely felt a pang of sorrow, a suffocating feeling, as if everything before her had turned into water. She was underwater, watching a bird in the sky, getting further and further away. "Father, why do I feel a sense of familiarity when I see him? It's as if he's always been in my memory. He's so important, so important." Lan Yurei turned her head, speaking softly. "The greatest distance in this world isn't the horizon, the separation of yin and yang, but forgetfulness. Wrong time, wrong place, a wrong love affair. It was all wrong from the start, a mistake. If, after forgetting, two people can start over, I will never stop them. Even if he is chosen by the ancient immortal realm, I dare to fight a battle with the ancient immortal realm." Lan Meng Dozun didn't answer Li Qianmai's question, but closed his eyes and stroked the zither. "The greatest distance. It's forgotten. Megger, do you ever remember me?" Overwhelmed with sorrow, a profound indifference lingered, a persistent, unwavering feeling that wouldn't dissipate. With a soft sigh, the distance between Wang Lin's body and the blue mountain grew ever greater. Looking back, everything was hazy, like a dream. But at this moment, he had awakened. He had come with Li Qianmai, and now he was leaving alone. This feeling of solitude had become a habit for Wang Lin. Yet, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel melancholic. Nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, discovering everything in the world, yet living a life of solitude and melancholy in that blue hue. Enough! Wang Lin turned his head, glancing at the now hazy blue mountain, vaguely seeing a figure on the peak, then turned and walked away into the distance. His figure seemed somewhat desolate, growing further and further into the distance. The Blue Silk Clan's star domain was vast. In this boundless star sea, Wang Lin walked through the starry sky, heading towards the distance. He didn't know why he felt so weary. This weariness stemmed from his mind, from a faint sadness. Along the way, after several teleportations, he reached the edge of the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. Not far ahead was the end of the Blue Silk Clan's territory. His figure briefly appeared with a teleportation, preparing to leave the Blue Silk Clan, when suddenly his body froze. Wang Lin's eyes, like torches, stared intently ahead. In the starry sky before him, the light was like jade and tranquil, yet within its beauty lurked a strange feeling. Wang Lin felt a sudden surge of terror the moment he arrived. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It had appeared many times in his 2,000 years of cultivation, each time a life or death crisis. The last time, it was from Shui Daozi. Wang Lin's expression was solemn. This was the first time since he arrived at the primordial star realm that he had felt this way. Even when Toussaint appeared, he hadn't been so terrified. At this moment, in the tranquil starry sky before him, Wang Lin gradually closed his eyes, his divine consciousness spreading outwards. The starry sky was silent, and his divine consciousness detected nothing. Wang Lin frowned. He opened his eyes wide. Before him was an empty space, but the feeling of dread intensified. In silence, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he closed them again. Deep within his pupils, a blue flame burned. Outside the flame, lightning bolts surged. Outside the flame and lightning, the Tai Chi of life and death appeared, moving to form cause and effect, flashing, containing both truth and falsehood. The 5 fundamental principles surged deep within Wang Lin's pupils, rapidly rotating. Wang Lin opened his eyes wide, gazing forward. This single glance seemed to unveil all the veils of heaven and earth, revealing the fundamental essence of all things. This gaze was infinitely closer to the gaze Wang Lin had inadvertently displayed in the Luotia star domain years ago, a nightmarish gaze. But the moment he opened his eyes, his pupils contracted sharply, his hair stood on end, and the primal energy within his body surged wildly, causing his eyes to flash with lightning. Not far ahead, he saw a woman in white. This woman in white floated in the starry sky, seemingly a ghost, surprisingly devoid of any signs of life. Even his divine consciousness couldn't detect her. Her black hair flowed over her shoulders, and a faint light enveloped her entire body, obscuring her features. A strange force swirled around her body, piercing through any gaze that fell upon her. Wang Lin's mind was heavy as he stared straight ahead. The woman stood silently gazing at Wang Lin. Between them, there was a profound silence. She spoke, and Wang Lin remained silent. He couldn't see her, but the 5 fundamental origins within his pupils allowed his gaze to pierce through the heavens and earth, revealing the mysterious woman who had been following him for so long. The first sensation this woman gave him was a mental shock, a powerful sense of danger instantly surging within his soul. She's not human. For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. After a long silence, Wang Lin retreated slowly, his eyes closed, his right hand hanging loosely at his side, a faint blood-red light emanating from it. The woman remained motionless, silently watching Wang Lin until he retreated far into the distance, disappearing into the starry sky. After a long while, she murmured, seemingly to herself, "He, unexpectedly, can sense me." As he continued to retreat, the distance between him and the woman grew greater, and the terrifying feeling gradually lessened, yet it persisted, causing Wang Lin's expression to darken. He didn't know why, but the image of Chusen's forehead emitting a dazzling light suddenly appeared in his mind, causing his expression to change drastically as he hastily retreated. Wang Lin vaguely felt that this seemed somewhat related. In silence, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body instantly entered the nearest cultivation planet of the Blue Silk clan. This was also a blue planet, half of which was covered by ocean. On this cultivation planet, Wang Lin transformed into a rainbow, heading towards the summit of a mountain. The mountain wind held, carrying a slight chill that blew Wang Lin's clothes. He gazed at the sky, the 5 fundamental energies in his pupils swirling, carefully observing for a long time. Only when he no longer saw the woman's figure did he sit down cross-legged. What is this person's purpose? Frowning, Wang Lin simply closed his eyes and began to breathe. However, the fundamental energies in his pupils remained extremely vigilant. Time passed slowly, and 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin did not move, nor did the white-clothed woman appear. 7 days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes, a light flashing in them, his mind calm. However, the woman's figure still lingered in his mind, shrouded in mist. This person obviously didn't expect to see her outside the territory of the Blue Silk clan. Her location is outside the Blue Silk clan's star domain. Blue Dream Taoist, her cultivation is immeasurable. Perhaps this is why she couldn't enter the Blue Silk clan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. For 7 days, he had been meditating, carefully recalling everything that had happened since entering the primordial star realm. Gradually, he realized that this feeling of dread had vaguely appeared since encountering Thak Sam. At first, he thought it was just because of Thak Sam. But now, after calming down, Wang Lin immediately found a clue. That feeling of dread wasn't caused by Thak Sam. Although he had taken Li Qianmai to the Blue Silk tribe, this feeling still persisted, only extremely weak, so weak that it was almost undetectable. During that time, due to his worrying for Li Qianmai, he had overlooked this subtle abnormality. Now, having calmed down and recalled the events of the past few days, he finally realized, this person has been following me for many days, only stopping after I entered the Blue Silk tribe. Wang Lin's expression darkened. Since he began cultivating, he had encountered very few such things. Unexpectedly, someone was following him without him noticing at all. That's not right. Wang Lin's expression showed suspicion. He thought of something. Although I have 5 fundamental origins and can see this person's figure, if there wasn't that intense feeling of fear, I wouldn't have wasted my fundamental origins to investigate. And along the previous path this person followed, there was a feeling of fear, but it was almost undetectable. Why did this feeling intensify tenfold in the instant I was preparing to leave the Blue Silk clan? Wang Lin's eyes widened, his primal energy circulated within his body, and the ancient god power surged again. Gradually, his eyes brightened. My primordial power is slightly greater than before. Although the ancient god power isn't much, it's more powerful. It seems to be compressed. Especially my primordial spirit and soul are even more different than before, seemingly having undergone some kind of transformation, becoming much more sensitive. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the distant sky. His gaze vaguely penetrated the boundless starry sky, falling on the cultivation planet of Lan Mengdozen in the Lanti clan, where Lan Mountain emitted that blue light. He vaguely guessed the answer, his expression showing complexity. During the days of climbing Lan Mountain, under endless resistance, his entire body had undergone earth-shattering changes. This change wasn't just in his cultivation, but also made him countless times more sensitive than before, reaching a level where he could detect the faint feeling of terror in that mind. Lan Mengdozen. If this was intentional on his part, then my conjecture must be correct. That woman in white was wary of Lan Mengdozen, which is why she didn't enter the Lanti clan. And Lan Mengdozen was also using this method to subtly warn him that leaving the Lanti clan would be dangerous. Wang Lin had already traced the clues in his mind, as if trying to break a forbidden spell, his mind constantly calculating to find the official answer. Moreover, this woman must have a very significant background, unexpectedly causing Lan Mengdozen to be unable to speak directly, but instead using this hint to let him know. If all of this is true, then who exactly is this woman in white? If so, then Lan Mengdozen must have figured out that he would choose to stay in the Lanti clan. Wang Lin's gaze became even more serious, looking at the sky, falling silent. He simply abandoned the idea of leaving immediately and sat cross-legged on the mountain, beginning to cultivate. His originally weary mind began to relax as time passed. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Lin had spent a month cultivating on this mountain on the cultivation planet. The primordial energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, condensing within him. The injuries he sustained on Mount Lan had also healed well, allowing him to recover his cultivation to its peak during this time. One day, outside the mountain where Wang Lin sat, a blue light appeared in the sky. This gentle light enveloped the entire heaven and earth. A vague figure emerged from the halo of light, gradually solidifying. Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the middle-aged man who appeared in the overwhelming blue light. Lan Mengdozen. I possess 9 great divine abilities. Will you learn them? Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lan Mengdozen. Lan Mengdozen was suspended in midair, descending step by step from the mountain peak. He turned his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky filled with blue light, awaiting Wang Lin's convincing answer. The mountain wind blew, causing his blue hair to flutter, and a gentle, oppressive aura emanated from him. He stood on the mountain peak, yet the mountain before him seemed to vanish. His presence on this cultivation ground caused all other auras to disappear. He stood within the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth themselves became insignificant. Everything, absolutely everything, bowed before Lan Mengdozen. He stood in the starry sky, and all the light of the starry sky retreated. He was the mountain, he was the heavens and earth, he was the starry sky. The magical techniques I've created throughout my life consist of 9 divine abilities, 6 immortal techniques, 3 Tao techniques, and 1 life and death technique. But I'm passing them all on to you. Will you learn them? Wang Lin remained silent, not saying anything. I have the incense offerings of 2 trillion disciples and my profound understanding of the heavenly Tao. Do you want them? Wang Lin's breathing quickened as he looked at Lan Mengdozen, but still said nothing. I also have 5 extraterrestrial meteorites refined into Tao artifacts. Even the Grand Venerables would be wary of me. Those 5 Tao artifacts could cause earth-shattering destruction. Do you want them? Wang Lin's eyes suddenly gleamed, his breathing becoming heavier. I also have a 3rd stage Tao technique that I haven't passed on to anyone yet. Do you want it? I can also take you on a journey through the ancient times, exchanging the remaining 4 venerables for Tao spirits for you. You can achieve supreme divine abilities. I can also help you break through the void, reach the legendary ancient burial ground, absorb ancient souls, and perfect your ancient god body. You possess 5 fundamental origins within your body, an extraordinary talent. From ancient times to the present, I have never heard of anyone being born with 5 fundamental origins. I can help you perfect all of them, allowing you to inherit my lineage and obtain 7 fundamental origins. The voice of the Blue Dream Taoist was calm, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin as he slowly spoke. Do you want all of this? Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Blue Dream Taoist. The allure of these words was earth-shattering to Wang Lin. How could he not be tempted? He was extremely tempted. You've discovered the external threat to your Lanti clan. That woman has an extremely powerful background. If you become my successor, I will bear all the dangers for you. Think about it yourself. Conditions. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse. Lan Mengdozen's words resonated like thunder in his heart. Lan Mengdozen's expression remained unchanged as he looked directly into Wang Lin's eyes and calmly said, "The conditions are simple. Only 2. First, from now on you are no longer a person of the inner realm, but a person of our primordial star realm, a person of the Lanti clan. You must eat the forgetfulness fruit, swear an oath of origin, and leave the inner realm. Your being, your heart, everything about you will have no connection to the inner realm from now on. Even if you don't participate in the war between the inner and outer realms, you cannot come to help the inner realm. Each word of Lan Mang Daozin's words was like a knife, striking directly at Wang Lin's body, causing him to tremble. Secondly, I don't care what feelings you have within the inner realm, what entanglements you have. From now on, it's all over. I only have one daughter. You and she will become Dao companions, and for the rest of your lives, you can only have her. Wang Lin closed his eyes. The allure of what Lan Mengdaozhen said was the greatest thing Wang Lin had ever experienced in his life. But if it were any other condition, Wang Lin could be tempted, even accept it. But how could he agree to Lan Mengdaozhen's two conditions? He was a person from the inner realm, born and raised there. If the inner realm were a country, then agreeing would be treason. The words of the deceased immortal in the Wind Realm Great Formation were screaming in his ears. The master of the Wind Realm, who selflessly sacrificed himself and entered the seal, echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He couldn't accept the first condition, let alone the second, abandoning Li Muan. This seemed to be forcing him to abandon everything he had pursued his entire life, to abandon a lifelong promise. He absolutely could not accept it. His eyes widened, bloodshot, and he said in a low voice, I don't need it. I don't want to learn it. A cold glint flashed in Lan Mengdaozhen's eyes as he stared at Wang Lin. What Wang Lin didn't know was that many years ago, Qing Lin in the martial realm had also been subjected to such an irresistible temptation. However, the one who tempted Qing Lin was the Grand Venerable, while the one Wang Lin faced was Lan Mengdaozhen. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable, but I wish to ask a question. In your entire life, is there anyone more important than your own life? Wang Lin bowed his head and spoke softly. Yes. Lan Mengdaozhen remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, if you were me, senior, and you were to give up that important person in exchange for supreme cultivation, would you agree? Wang Lin looked up at Lan Mengdaozhen. Besides that, if you were to give up the entire Lanti clan, would you agree? Lan Mengdaozhen didn't answer the question directly, but after a moment of silence, he spoke. The third step of cultivation is called the 4 stages of emptiness. Emptiness nirvana is the first step, emptiness spirit is the gateway, emptiness profound is the great Tao, and emptiness tribulation is the peak from ancient times to the present. I've only heard of people reaching the late stage of emptiness tribulation, but no one has ever successfully overcome the tribulation. I've never heard of anyone reaching the legendary 4th stage, the heaven-treading stage. Even the 8 great masters of the ancient star domain haven't reached it. Lan Mengdaozhen withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin, looked towards the distant horizon, and slowly said, I have 2 fundamental origins within my body, one of which has reached the mid-stage of emptiness profound. Another primordial Tao has been sealed by me, reaching nearly the early stage of the void tribulation. The fusion of these 2 can unleash the power of the peak of the void profound realm. Do you know how many people like me there are in the outer realm? Lan Mengdaozhen said calmly. Not counting the ancient 8 immortals, there are at least 7. In the inner realm, you have no descendants, and you've been trapped by the Great Boundary Sealing Formation for countless years. Furthermore, the Grand Master is skilled in scheming, ambushing a large number of people from the outer realm within, causing the inner realm to be divided into 5 or 7 factions. What good is it for you to remain so stubbornly deluded? Lan Mengdaozhen's words resonated deeply within Wang Lin, leaving him silent. After a long while, Wang Lin looked up at Lan Mengdaozhen and said in a low voice, what senior said is true. But if that's the case, why hasn't the outer realm launched a major war against the inner realm? Instead, they want to slowly dissipate all the inner realm's power over the years, fearing that within the inner circle there might still exist something that makes the senior's outer circle extremely wary. Lan Mengdaozhen remained silent for a moment, then calmly said, there is indeed such a force, capable of causing even the Grand Venerable to flee in fear. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He had only guessed this, but he didn't expect Lan Mengdaozhen to reveal this secret to him. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you anymore. Bring your here, and I won't mention the past karma again. I can't give you the incense offerings. I will impart 3 divine techniques to you. How much you can learn depends on your own comprehension. Lam Mengdozen sighed inwardly. His beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Lin. His previous words were completely sincere, without any coercion. As one of the 3 ancient venerables at cultivator at the 3rd stage, he was extremely arrogant and didn't want to force anyone. Watch carefully. This is my first divine ability. Lam Mengdozen raised his right hand and gestured towards the sky. Immediately, the heavens and earth rumbled, and winds and clouds arose. In a short time, the entire sky was filled with blue light, and a huge vortex vaguely appeared. This vortex surged violently, and streams of heaven and earth's primal energy from all directions converged, quickly transforming into a gigantic seal. This was a great seal formed from primal energy, similar to the Emperor's seal of mortals. With one seal, the heavens and earth rumbled and shook violently. Suddenly, the sky turned into earth, and the earth turned into sky. The heavens and earth reversed. The mountain where Wang Lin stood also inverted in that instant. The ground became the sky. The mountain peak transformed into a huge point. But strangely, not a single rock fell. Wang Lin only felt his mind shaken. An indescribable force surged wildly through the heavens and earth. Below him was a sky filled with blue light. The clouds, the sun, everything, absolutely everything was completely inverted. Only the blue dream Taoist stood majestically in the heavens and earth. This divine ability is called the heaven-turning seal, capable of overturning the heavens. In my opinion, it can turn the heavens into earth and the earth into heaven. This is the most powerful seal in the world. The blue dream Taoist swung his right hand downwards. Immediately, the sky, which had just been transformed into earth, slammed violently upwards. Wang Lin's mind was shaken by this scene, his eyes showing disbelief. He couldn't have imagined that such a divine ability could exist in this world. This ability was so powerful that if unleashed in the starry sky, it could annihilate all living beings. If you unleash it in the starry sky, then the heavens and earth must exist in your heart. The blue dream Taoist raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the heavens and earth roared, as if time had reversed, and in an instant, everything returned to normal. The sky was the sky again, and the earth was the earth again. In the vast universe, what is the most abundant thing? It's not people, not spirits, not divine powers, not the primordial energy of heaven and earth. In my opinion, it is light, heaven and earth, the vast universe. The most abundant thing is light. Light is everywhere. It exists everywhere. The heaven-turning seal is an offensive divine power. My second divine power is a defensive technique. Watch carefully. Lam Mengdozen didn't give Wang Lin any time to process this. After unleashing the heaven-turning seal, he raised his right hand again. The moment his right hand was raised, all the plants and things in the universe, everything that existed, emitted boundless light. Even the stars in the sky were filled with a jade-like light. An endless stream of light suddenly surged forth, shaking the heavens and earth, swirling around the body of the blue dream Taoist. At this moment, a vortex of light formed around his body. The light was dazzling. Even Wang Lin felt pain in his eyes. A radiant statue appeared outside the body of the blue dream Taoist, towering as high as the sky. This technique is not a Taoist technique, but an enlightenment I gained when I reached the void spirit realm. If you can learn it, you will be more than capable of protecting yourself in this primordial star realm. And the last technique I will impart to you is my most wondrous technique, one of my 3 great Taoist techniques. The first technique that Lam Mengdozen taught was the heaven-turning seal, arguably the ultimate offensive move. The second technique, the light shadow shield, was a peak defensive technique. These 2 divine techniques caused the heavens and earth to change color. Wang Lin hadn't fully grasped the heaven-turning seal yet and was already immersed in the light shadow shield. These 2 divine techniques, one offensive and one defensive, alternated in his mind. Watch carefully. I will teach you the third technique, the transformation Tao technique. This technique is neither offensive nor defensive, but a divine ability to fuse and change one's own fundamental essence. If you can learn this technique, you can fuse your own technique into thousands, or transform thousands into a single. Lam Mengdozen's voice was calm. After performing the heaven-turning seal and the light shadow shield, his right hand, still not lowered, formed a strange hand seal and pointed towards the void. The mist in the sky, which had been quickly swept away, swirled and gathered around the fingertips of the Azure Dream Taoist, transforming into a cloud-like shadow that emitted silver light and spun continuously. It spun faster and faster, dissipating in an instant into a white mist that filled the air. This white mist, upon appearing, also began to spin, forming a swirling vortex. But very quickly, the vortex transformed, unexpectedly becoming a cluster of sparkling water droplets, hovering above the Azure Dream Taoist's fingertips, spinning at an even higher speed. This scene caught Wang Lin's eye, giving him a vague sense of enlightenment. At this moment, the water droplets underwent another transformation. Amidst the tearing sounds of the wind, they turned into shards of ice, condensing and creating increasingly intense cracking sounds, surprisingly no less powerful than thunder. In the midst of the rumbling, an ice sword appeared on the fingertips of the Azure Dream Taoist. This sword is 7 feet long and 3 inches wide, emitting endless cold air. Under the sunlight, 5-colored light radiates from its tip, from clouds to vapor, from vapor to ice, finally transforming its essence into an ice sword. In this short time, Wang Lin's mind trembled, vaguely grasping something. This is my Tao technique for changing essence. It also involves the fusion of divine abilities within my body. Show me the 2 divine abilities you need to fuse. Lam Mengdaozhen looked at Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his right hand and swung it forward. Immediately, the heavens and earth rumbled, and a swirling black wind roared forth. From within it flew 7 black dragons. These 7 black dragons were extremely ferocious. As soon as they appeared, they roared towards the heavens and earth. The black wind permeated everything, revealing a chilling cold that could extinguish the flame of life. Oh, the 6 paths triple technique of Immortal Emperor Bai Fan. This is the wine summoning Tao. Although this isn't a Tao technique, if cultivated to its limit, it's incredibly powerful. Lam Mengdaozhen's expression showed a hint of surprise. After completing the wine summoning, Wang Lin didn't stop, but instead made a hand gesture towards the 7 black dragons. The 7 black dragons roared earth-shatteringly, surging outwards in all directions. Amidst the fierce roars, a halo of light suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth. Raindrops suddenly materialized. Bai Fan's martial arts within the 6 paths. Lam Mengdaozhen raised his eyebrows. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to display these 2 divine abilities. Lam Mengdaozhen had heard of Bai Fan, the supreme being of the Thunder Realm. His divine abilities were difficult to integrate. This man is quite cunning. He wants me to help him integrate these 2 techniques, creating an extremely powerful divine ability. Lam Mengdaozhen glanced at Wang Lin with a half-smile, raising his right hand. Instantly, the bodies of the 7 black dragons formed by the wine summoning technique trembled, suddenly spinning around each other, forming a massive vortex that sucked rainwater from all directions into it. A continuous rumbling sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The enormous vortex grew larger and larger, seemingly capable of replacing the sky. According to my understanding, Bai Fan's wine summoning and rain transforming technique aims to summon wine to cover the sky and transform rain to cover the earth, creating a self-contained realm. These divine abilities, fused into one, can possess a protective force equivalent to a light shadow shield. Lam Mengdaozhen waved his right hand. The gigantic vortex in the sky roared, unexpectedly and frantically spreading its impact in all directions in a short time. The sky was filled with black wine, the earth was covered with rainwater. The entire world was devoid of light, becoming a pitch-black expanse. Even the elemental energy of heaven and earth was absent, seemingly separated from the starry sky, forming a self-contained realm. This realm could be large or small. The large ones are infinitely large, while the small ones can envelop the body, becoming a very powerful defense. Lam Mengdaozhen's right hand grasped the void, the heavens and earth trembled, and everything returned to normal. Only a small black stream, like a sphere, remained suspended beside the ice sword. Whether you can comprehend these 3 divine techniques depends on your fate. Lam Mengdaozhen took a step forward, transforming into a blue light and disappearing into the heavens and earth. Only his words echoed in this place. If I can restore her memory, let alone the Lamti clan, even becoming a traitor to the primordial star gods wouldn't matter. His words revealed a determination, and also his character, answering Wang Lin's previous question. The surroundings were incredibly quiet. The heavens and earth were calm, as if the tremors just now were all illusions, merely memories. Even after Lan Mengdaozhen left, Wang Lin remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the ice sword and the small vortex hovering in the air, his mind immersed in the scene he had just witnessed. In his mind, Lan Mengdaozhen's 3 divine abilities flashed continuously, which he quickly verified and comprehended. Time passed. 3 days, 7 days, half a month. Before he knew it, a month had gone by. During this month, Wang Lin remained seated cross-legged in the same spot, motionless. His eyes were bloodshot, revealing a dazed expression, his mind surging like a tidal wave, transforming into countless roaring thunderbolts. During this month, Wang Lin's understanding of these 3 great divine abilities was limited to the fact that they contained the essence of heaven and earth. Even though Lan Mengdaozhen himself had demonstrated and explained them, cultivating them was extremely difficult. The heaven-turning seal, overturning heaven and earth. Wang Lin muttered, closing his weary eyes, seemingly falling asleep. But in his mind, he was still performing the Forbidden's technique, frantically calculating all sorts of transformations of the heaven-turning seal. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Wang Lin had been sitting cross-legged on this mountain for 4 months, more than 100 nights. This cultivation planet had entered the rainy season. The sky was no longer blue, but had become gloomy, filled with dark clouds. Even the light seemed to dim. The rain poured down, falling on the ground, causing plumes of steam to rise, making the sky and earth hazy. Wang Lin sat there, letting the rain fall on him, seemingly unaware. His eyes were still tightly closed, but his whole body seemed to be shedding to streams of blood. Stimulated by the rain, the mental manipulation in his mind seemed to have reached its peak. One day, in the dark night, the rain poured down. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the ground in the sky. Wang Lin's clothes were soaked, and his body trembled slightly. But this trembling grew more intense. Eventually, even the mountain beneath him shook. He opened his eyes wide. In the instant he opened them, thunder roared in the dark night, illuminating the ground and revealing the heavens and earth clearly in Wang Lin's eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, yet deep within his pupils reflected the entire universe. Even the thunder in the sky, the rain on the ground, and, more strangely, the heavens and earth within his pupils were slowly moving. The movement was faint, yet relentless. The heavens and earth within his pupils seemed to be tilting, overturning the heavens and earth. Along with this movement, Wang Lin's bloodshot eyes stared intently at the sky before him. Under his gaze, the heavens and earth in the dark night, amidst the torrential rain, suddenly twisted and warped, seemingly mirroring the heavens and earth within his pupils. Thunder and lightning roared, and the rain poured down heavily. It seemed as if the rain itself sensed danger and was trying to rush to its end. But as the heavens and earth within Wang Lin's pupils slowly moved, the rain within them also paused for a brief moment. The instant this rain stopped, the rain outside also stopped. In that split second, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his right hand raised towards the sky, and he whispered, "Transform the heavens." As his words left his lips, the heavens and earth roared, the heavens and earth within Wang Lin's pupils transformed, heaven becoming earth, and earth becoming heaven. The torrential rain falling from the sky also twisted and shattered with a thunderous roar. The transformation of heaven and earth in his eyes also caused a transformation of heaven and earth on this cultivation planet. The sky, filled with thunder and lightning, rumbled and transformed into the ground, and the ground became the sky. Everything was reversed. The rainwater shattered, the clouds collapsed, thunder exploded, and lightning vanished. Replacing the sky was the ground, which emitted a rumbling sound. As Wang Lin slowly pressed down with his right hand, the ground also rumbled and collapsed. The sky was now replacing the ground. If someone looked up, they could even see the sea changing direction, see the cities of the continent, see people walking in the rain. They could even see some small animals in the forest, a python darting through the water. They were completely unaware of all this. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He clearly felt that the power of this heaven-turning seal, once it pressed down, could destroy heaven and earth, far stronger than all his other divine abilities. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the ground, instead of being pressed down, instantly restored itself. The sky was once again the sky. This heaven-turning seal isn't just this one technique. If we take the human body as an example, the outer skin is the sky, and the internal organs are the earth. If reversed, the destructive power would be countless times stronger than this heaven-turning seal. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, suppressing the joy of understanding the heaven-turning seal, closing his eyes. and continuing to deduce the second divine technique. At the same time, Wang Lin was performing the heaven-turning seal. The hand of Lan Mengdaozhen, which was stroking the ancient zither on Lan Mountain, paused slightly. A person with 5 fundamental origins is truly terrifying. To learn the heaven-turning seal in 4 months, I originally thought it would take him several years. In the star domain of the Blue Silk clan, the cultivation planets were all in the rainy season. Rain fell incessantly, sometimes a gentle drizzle like a stream, other times a torrential downpour, soaking the ground. This rainy season usually lasted for half a year before ending, after which different cultivation planets would experience different seasons. The cultivation planet where Wang Lin comprehended his divine abilities had entered winter after 7 months of the rainy season. This winter, following the rainy season, was extremely cold. The ground, completely soaked, was instantly frozen by snowflakes and icy air. Walking on it, one could clearly feel waves of icy cold air emanating from the ground, seeping into one's body. Even blood seemed to freeze, its circulation slowing down. For ordinary mortals, seasons like this are terrifying. But for the mortals on the cultivation planet of the Blue Silk clan, they are accustomed to this kind of climate. Especially with the help of the Blue Silk clan cultivators, it's the same every year, so they don't encounter too many difficulties. Even some food crops can grow in this winter. The colder the weather, the more abundant they become. Snowflakes flutter, freezing thousands of miles, filling the sky and earth. A truly beautiful sight. The mountain where Wang Lin is located is now completely white, like a snow-capped peak. But there are also a few places where black rocks are visible beneath the snow, creating a touch of color and memory for this mountain, waiting for winter to pass. On the mountaintop, the snow is very thick, smooth as crystal, without a single footprint. Wang Lin remained seated cross-legged, his eyes closed, enveloped in snow. In midair, the ice sword and the swirling sphere remained suspended, unable to cling to the snow. Any snow that approached was immediately flung away and fell to the ground. After understanding the heaven-turning seal, Wang Lin had been on this mountain for 4 months. When winter arrived, the second divine ability, the Radiant Shield, contained a concentrated aura of power, very vague. Wang Lin was constantly trying to deduce and search, but he couldn't find any clues. The scene of Lan Mengdaozhen performing this divine ability kept replaying in his mind. One day, Wang Lin wearily opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the snow before him, and murmured to himself, "In my twilight realm, there's light, there is the original rule." But this kind of light is a divine ability of the Blue Dream Tao Venerable, and related to the original rule. It is the light of all things, all living beings in heaven and earth. What exactly is this kind of light? In silence, Wang Lin's consciousness spread out, emanating from this mountain peak as its center, slowly expanding in all directions. Within this powerful consciousness, he seemed to transform into thousands of beings, moving in all directions. He saw the snow-capped mountains, the snow-covered ground, the frozen rivers, and the vast ocean with its icebergs. He saw the people in the cities, the ordinary people inside their houses, holding oil lamps and tending to their warm fires. He saw the wealthy living in luxury, the opulent royal family, the cultivators of the Blue Silk tribe on this cultivation planet, and heard the wonderful music they played. He saw snowflakes falling from the sky, fish swimming in the frozen rivers, and plants growing in the cold winter. He saw the boundless sky and earth, the endless starry sky, the cold wind, and the crystal clear transparency of the snowflakes. He also saw a few small animals shivering in the freezing winter along with dry skeletons. He saw it all. As Wang Lin's consciousness permeated the entire cultivation planet, it was all within his mind. He silently watched, silently observed, silently became a part of heaven and earth, until this winter passed, until the snow on the ground showed signs of melting. He didn't know when, but Wang Lin had seen light. From a mortal in a family of 3, in the warmth of family affection, he saw a very warm light. This light was very weak, as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind, yet it truly existed. Gradually, he saw more light. He saw light from the 2 people he loved, from the wealthy even on the skeletons. He saw light, a light that revealed sorrow, a struggle of unwillingness. He saw light from the bodies of small animals. Everything in this world, all living beings at this moment, radiated light. Mountains, rivers, seas, land, sky, and all living beings were bathed in a faint light. Even the starry sky emitted scattered starlight, which he gradually became aware of. In his mind, this entire cultivation planet was filled with light, and these lights grew more and more numerous, like sparks that could burn a grassland, engulfing Wang Lin's entire consciousness. He blinked. The moment he blinked, his consciousness witnessed all the light suddenly converging, rushing madly from all directions, swirling around his body. The ground and the sky were also illuminated, and the grass, trees, mountains, and rivers glowed incessantly. Within the starry sky, starlight also spread, even illuminating the mountaintop where Wang Lin sat cross-legged. These lights swirled around him, becoming increasingly dense, eventually making Wang Lin appear like a sun. Under that dazzling radiance, a gigantic image gradually formed. This image was outside, Wang Lin inside, his eyes revealing enlightenment, yet within that enlightenment, there was still a hint of bewilderment. Its life force, he silently waved his hand forward. The image dissipated, the radiance vanished, and everything returned to normal. He still hadn't fully understood what this light truly was. A vague barrier always prevented him from further understanding. Unless he broke through this barrier, he would never truly comprehend it. Wang Lin didn't know that this barrier was a gateway for a cultivator to enter the third stage. Those who can sense this barrier are extremely rare, and those who, after sensing it, can break through it are even rarer. The three great divine abilities passed down by Taoist Master Lan Meng have profound meanings. As the radiance dissipated, Wang Lin's gaze once again fell upon the ice sword and the swirling sphere, still unchanged from when Taoist Master Lan Meng left, floating in the air. Looking at these two objects, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Of the three divine abilities, only this last technique remained. He grabbed the swirling sphere with his right hand, holding it between his fingers, his eyes like torches. This swirling sphere was formed by Taoist Master Lan Meng's fusion of Taoist techniques, condensing a divine ability even more powerful than summoning wind and rain, transforming it into a realm. This condensed and fused power was the Taoist technique that Taoist Master Lan Meng had passed down to Wang Lin. Carefully observing the sphere between his two fingers, 5 streams of primordial energy gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. These 5 streams of primordial energy circulated and swirled within his pupils, invisible streams of energy emanating from the sphere and flying directly towards Wang Lin's eyes. Gradually, the sphere became smaller and smaller, and after a few days, this swirling sphere completely dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to silently sense. Tao techniques are completely different from divine abilities. Whether it's a divine ability or a magical technique, they are all things that can be clearly described, their forms clearly defined, whether for attack or defense, and can be seen. Like the heaven-turning seal, like the radiant shield, all are visible, techniques that can be transformed into physical forms. These Tao techniques are invisible and intangible, a kind of strange art that cannot be clearly described. The earliest Tao technique Wang Lin encountered in his life was the Tao of annihilation of the old man inside the 7-colored realm. This technique was irresistible. If it weren't for the extreme realm and heaven-defying techniques, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to resist it. His second encounter with the Tao technique came several years later, after entering the Tao realm with the help of the Master of the Wind realm, where he understood a Tao technique of his own. This technique was also indescribable and incomplete, but it could cause Wang Lin's Tao thoughts to transform into a strange ripple, invisibly injuring his opponents. The fact that the demon sect elders were unknowingly injured outside the battlefield rift of the demon sect demonstrated this. Now, this was his third encounter with the Tao technique, his mind immersed in a peculiar state. In this state, he vaguely possessed a kind of consciousness that could alter any kind of divine power or matter. Compared to the 2 previous divine abilities, this technique seemed to take Wang Lin a very long time to comprehend. Such is the case with ordinary techniques. If you understand them, that's fine. But if you don't, you can't understand them even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin's right hand grasped the void, and the ice sword immediately flew towards him, landing in his hand. He held the sword without opening his eyes, but he felt that what he was holding wasn't a sword, but a cloud. He sensed a crackling sound emanating from within the ice crystal, and suddenly many cracks appeared on it. A moment later, with a loud bang, it shattered into shards of ice. These shards of ice swirled around Wang Lin's right hand, strangely melting as they spun, turning into raindrops. The raindrops formed a vortex, quickly rotating and dissipating, becoming mist. This mist was like a small whirlwind howling in Wang Lin's right hand. Gradually, the mist dissipated, leaving behind a white cloud. Wang Lin grasped this white cloud and swung it forward. The cloud slowly rose into the air, drifting away into the distance. Wang Lin opened his eyes, watching the cloud drift away, a smile appearing on his face. This technique can integrate divine abilities. Right now, the first technique I want to integrate is shrinking the ground into inches. Although this divine ability is powerful, allowing instantaneous movement in the endless starry sky, it has a fatal flaw. Once the heaven and earth's elemental energy is disrupted, it cannot be used. The woman in white who stopped outside the Blue Silk tribe could only completely ignore it in order to roam freely within this ancient star system. Absorbing enough incense and fire will allow my 5 fundamental origins to reach perfection. The fire of the Fire Sparrow clan, the lightning of the Thunder clan. All of these will nourish my fundamental origins to reach perfection. Even the mark of the ancient star spirit on my forehead has a mysterious aspect, seemingly capable of devouring each other. Constantly achieving perfect evolution. I also want to know which ancient clan that scheming Grand Elder belongs to. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Inside his storage space was the primordial spirit of the Moon Clan Elder. All the answers could be found in this old man's primordial spirit. As time passed, the spring breeze swept across the land of the Lamti tribe, restoring everything. Green grass abounded, a faint fragrance filled the air, and even the sky remained a deep, unchanging blue for a long time. On the mountaintop where Wang Lin resided, after months of comprehending the fusion technique, he awoke from his meditative state one day. Under the fusion of the Tao, Wang Lin's shrinking ground into inches technique continuously merged with heaven and earth, and also with his body, becoming one with it. Especially his intention to move, his spatial concept overlapping with heaven and earth, constantly pushing shrinking ground into inches to a tremendous transformation. The moment he opened his eyes, swirling mists rose within them, refracting the deep blue sky and even containing the entire universe of stars. The flaw in the shrinking ground into inches technique lies in the fact that when the heavens and earth are unstable and the elemental forces fluctuate, the technique is interrupted. However, under Wang Lin's influence, this flaw is gradually being compensated for. By making himself the embodiment of heaven and earth, he truly integrates the shrinking ground into the starry sky. Because he himself is immutable, even if the elemental forces in the surroundings are chaotic, as long as the heavens and earth remain still, it will not affect the execution of shrinking ground into inches. This modification of the technique was Wang Lin's own preparation. He raised his right hand forward, and suddenly, the elemental forces of heaven and earth surrounding the mountain peak rippled, transforming into a wave of vibrations. Even the sunlight shining down on this place gradually faded away. Previously, with his elemental energy in such disarray, he wouldn't have been able to perform the shrinking ground into inches technique. But now Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and for the first time, he stood up and took a step forward. In a short time, his figure seemed to teleport, suddenly disappearing. A moment later, Wang Lin reappeared in the place where he had vanished, his eyes showing joy. He once again sat cross-legged in his original position, waved his sleeve, and the chaotic elemental energy in all directions immediately dissipated, restoring everything to normal and no longer vanishing. This technique has been somewhat successful, although it still has some flaws. While integrating shrinking ground into inches into my body has resolved the loophole, it has the limitation of consuming more of my own elemental energy. With my cultivation level, I can perform shrinking ground into inches more than 10 times in a row, but I have to quickly replenish my elemental energy afterward. That being said, it's extremely useful, at least for now. Very few people can stop me from using this technique. While talking to himself, Wang Lin looked up at the sky, his gaze vaguely penetrating the starry sky to look beyond the Blue Star Clan. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. I can't stay in this Blue Star Clan forever. I still want to explore this primordial star god. Now that the shrinking ground into inches technique has been integrated, I have the power to escape. Next, I want to integrate all my divine abilities, especially by Fan's techniques. Wang Lin pondered, reviewing his lifelong knowledge of divine abilities. The body-fixing technique had accompanied him throughout his life. Bai Fan's immortal technique had saved him from danger several times. And there were the 2 techniques of the lingering night and flowing moon that he himself devised. Now, he had the heaven-turning seal and the radiant shield passed down to him by the Blue Dream Taoist. The wine-summoning rain technique, with the help of the Blue Dream Taoist, has been successfully fused and unleashed, excelling in both offense and defense, but it's only a fusion of two divine techniques if I could incorporate the bean-scattering soldier's technique into it. Its power would be immense. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his heart pounding. He raised a finger to the sky, his eyes revealing a strange expression, filled with a dark light. Suddenly, a small vortex sphere, formed from the fusion of the wine-summoning rain technique, appeared at his fingertip. This vortex sphere wasn't large, but any cultivator who saw it would feel that it contained a vast universe. This vortex sphere resembled a gaping maw, relentlessly devouring everything in its path. Once unleashed, it would become an entire realm. This was the technique the Blue Dream Taoist helped Wang Lin fuse, and it was incredibly perfect, without a single flaw, possessing boundless power. Bean-scattering soldiers. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the immortal seal. As soon as the seal appeared, a rumbling sound echoed. Following Wang Lin's flick of his sleeve, the seventh layer flashed, and countless battle spirits suddenly materialized from within the immortal seal. A series of roars followed, but these battle spirits were ferocious, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Among them were many ancient beings, including hundreds of cultivators from outside the Wind Realm formation, many members of the Moon-devouring clan, and even all the cultivators of the ancient star spirits whom Wang Lin had devoured along the way. The cultivators of the ancient star spirits each had a glowing mark on their forehead, and their transformation within the seal caused all who saw them to tremble. Staring at all the beings he had killed over the past 2,000 years on the immortal seal, Wang Lin raised his left hand and immediately formed a hand seal, causing numerous marks to fall upon the immortal seal one after another. The immortal seal suddenly flashed and dissolved with the swirling sphere. Initially, this fusion seemed harmless, but after a moment, a strong repulsion arose. Like fire and water, they were completely incompatible. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth, and spat out the essence of his primordial spirit, transforming it into a cloud of white mist that enveloped the swirling sphere and the immortal seal. He then extended his divine consciousness, forcing them together. Under the influence of his primordial spirit's essence and divine consciousness, the repulsion between the swirling sphere and the immortal seal was suppressed, and they began to fuse. Wang Lin watched this transformation intently. Time slowly passed, and gradually the immortal seal had almost completely merged into the swirling sphere. Just as Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he leapt backward, his hands forming a series of hand seals and continuously waving them forward, creating countless layers of protection. In a short time, the sphere fused with the Wind Immortal seal suddenly flashed, scattering a destructive power, and exploded with a thunderous roar. As it exploded, Wang Lin retreated far back, waving his sleeves, his entire cultivation spreading wildly, fiercely suppressing the explosive power of this swirling sphere. At the same time, his body flashed, carrying the exploding swirling sphere with him, directly using the shrinking ground into inches technique to appear in a region of starry sky outside this cultivation planet, near the border of the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. The moment his figure appeared in the starry sky, the swirling sphere shattered, unstoppable, transforming into a whirlwind along with a star-shaking explosion that suddenly spread throughout the star domain. This thunderous explosion transformed into a shockwave, engulfing Wang Lin's entire body, forming an unimaginable destructive power, like a massive wave rising within the starry sky. Amidst the rumbling, a life or death threat surged through Wang Lin's mind. Without hesitation, he raised both hands, and endless light transformed in the starry sky, rushing straight towards his body. A massive light image suddenly appeared outside Wang Lin's body, just as the world-destroying power approached, colliding with the light image surrounding him. A deafening roar, earth-shattering explosions, all the destructive power at this moment was directed towards Wang Lin. But upon colliding with that light image, the dazzling light reflected a powerful force. Reflected light, refracted light. Under this reflection, the fiercely destructive attack suddenly stopped. Upon colliding with the light image, it was immediately reflected back, hurtling out of the Blue Silk Clan's star domain and into the boundless starry sky. The rumbling continued to echo, only gradually dissipating after half an incense stick's time. The light faded, and Wang Lin, with a wry smile, revealed his figure. In front of him, the swirling sphere had separated from the wine seal, flying to one side and emitting a faint light. This fusion technique, it's not without its dangers. Wang Lin's wry smile deepened. He hadn't expected such a terrifying attack from the forced fusion, but to let it go like this would be a pity. Wang Lin, in the starry sky, stared at the swirling sphere, a look of unwillingness gradually appearing in his eyes. A moment later, his eyes flashed with light, and he opened his mouth and sucked in the wine seal. Immediately afterward, he raised his right hand and grabbed the void. The swirling sphere instantly fell into his hand, and with a squeeze, it suddenly vanished. At the same time, the faint light surrounding Wang Lin's body suddenly flickered, engulfing him completely. As Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly, the dark light instantly intensified, spreading upwards with him as the center, instantly filling a 1,000-foot radius. Within this 1,000-foot radius, it was completely separate from the outside world, as if another realm had opened up. In fact, that was exactly what happened. The wine summoning and rain changing technique, along with the wine summoning technique covering the sky and the rain changing technique covering the earth, had created a realm of its own. Within this 1,000-foot radius, there was not a single trace of heaven and earth elemental power. Everything was solely Wang Lin's thoughts. Within this 1,000-foot radius, he was the master of this realm. If forced fusion doesn't work, then I must try another method. Inside this 1,000-foot realm, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the winged immortal seal, using this method to exist within the realm of the wine summoning and rain changing technique. As soon as the winged immortal seal appeared, a powerful repulsive force immediately emanated. This force was immense, almost comparable to the force he felt on Mount Lan. Under this terrifying repulsive force, a rumbling sound emanated from within the immortal seal, as if it could no longer withstand the pressure, and cracks suddenly appeared. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to show hesitation. While he hesitated, the cracks on the immortal seal suddenly multiplied, and countless battle spirits inside screamed incessantly, as if facing the end of the world. This immortal seal was formed from the land of the Thunder Immortal Realm, having endured the heavenly tribulation, and was almost unbreakable. But at this moment, within this realm, under the repulsive force, many cracks appeared, seemingly on the verge of collapse. This terrified Wang Lin. He clearly felt that the repulsive force causing the immortal seal to collapse was not actually too strong, but it seemed to have a limitation. A limitation that prevented the immortal seal from appearing within this 1,000-Jang realm, let alone merging with it. The wine summoning rain realm has my will, and this winged immortal seal also has my will. How can the two not merge? I don't believe it. Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. Without hesitation, his mind stirred slightly, and the 1,000-Jang-wide wine summoning rain realm suddenly contracted. A deafening explosion immediately resounded, and as it continuously contracted, the cracks on the winged immortal seal multiplied. In an instant, the winged immortal seal collapsed, shattering into pieces amidst the thunderous roar. Countless restrictions within it also crumbled, merging into this realm. Suddenly, within this constantly contracting 1,000-Jang realm, a new world formed. What astonished Wang Lin even more was that countless battle souls he had killed scattered, transforming into countless specks of starlight that fell into the fragments. The 1,000-Jang-wide realm contracted and dissipated, merging into Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin stood in astonishment, gazing at the starry sky. It took him a long time to recover, his expression extremely strange, seemingly showing disbelief. In silence, his body flicked, disappearing into the starry sky. When he reappeared, he was back on the mountain on the cultivation planet. He sat cross-legged, staring blankly for a long time, his expression still showing disbelief. After half an incense stick's time, Wang Lin closed his eyes, his mind spreading out. Within his primordial spirit, a small swirling sphere floated, containing the summoning wind and rain realm. Although this summoning wind and rain realm was only 1,000-Jang outside Wang Lin's body, it was boundless and infinite within the swirling sphere inside him. At this moment, it was as if an entire world existed within, with numerous floating continents. These continents were all formed by the collapse of the immortal seal. On these many continents of varying sizes, there existed battle spirits. These battle spirits did not emit mournful screams, but instead sat cross-legged, a milky white aura emanating from the top of their heads, rising towards the sky. While being absorbed by this realm, it unexpectedly merged into Wang Lin's mind, going directly to his 5 fundamental origins. Wang Lin's 5 fundamental origins were surrounded by these milky white auras, like withered trees encountering spring, radiating intense vitality. This is Wang Lin was still trembling precisely because he recognized this white aura, making his tremor even more intense, as if thunder was constantly reverberating within his mind. This aura was not unfamiliar to Wang Lin, the statue transformed from an ancient demon in the demon spirit land, worshipped by a 13th level tribe. Also possessed this aura in the Cloud Sea Star domain, during the battle with Shui Daozi. The final divine ability that Shui Daozi unleashed absorbed this very aura in the words of the Wind Realm Master, in the guidance of Lan Meng Dozhen. There was mention of something that leads to the great completion of the fundamental origins, the key to entering the third stage, the disciples' lineage. What exactly are disciples of incense offerings, and how do they come into being? Wang Lin didn't know. But at this moment, during the fusion of the Wind Immortal Seal with the Wind Summoning Rain technique, he inadvertently created such a scene, which only further bewildered him. These battle spirits were all the ones he had killed throughout his life, yet now they had become disciples of incense offerings for him. This was both Wang Lin's good fortune and the dying wish of the Wind Realm's master, a nearly unrepeatable anomaly. Even the Blue Dream Taoist couldn't have imagined that the fusion technique he had taught could produce such a transformation. The Wind Immortal Seal was forged on the continent of the Thunder Immortal Realm, and the Thunder Immortal Realm is one of the 4 great immortal realms. Countless years ago, it was the place where the Wind Realm's master tried to prevent the Wind Realm Great Formation from absorbing incense offerings, thus ensuring that those within the realm also generated the necessary incense offerings. Although the 4 great immortal realms were eventually destroyed, the continents within the immortal realm still remained, giving rise to the finest incense offerings. If that were all, no incense offerings would have appeared. However, under the heavenly tribulation of that year, these fragments of the immortal realms were refined by the tribulation, just as the heavenly Tao refined a magical artifact for Wang Lin, turning these fragments into a supreme treasure. The incense offerings generated within them under this heavenly tribulation condensed and were refined once again. Furthermore, because Wang Lin inadvertently used this material to create the scattering beans to form Soldier's technique, he created his own life and death within it, transforming it into 18 layers of hell, absorbing the souls of all the people he had killed throughout his life, preventing them from reincarnating. After a long time, the incense offerings generated within these continents gradually permeated them. However, without an opportunity, all of this would gradually dissipate. Wang Lin would never have discovered the abnormality of the battle spirits, and they would only be overwhelmed by the power of incense, without dissipating any of it. This opportunity arose when Taoist Master Lan Ming helped Wang Lin integrate the Wind Summoning Rain technique into a realm. It was like helping rootless weeds find their roots. Furthermore, Wang Lin's attempt to integrate the Wind Immortal Seal and the Bean Scattering Soldier's technique with this realm led to this anomaly, this opportunity, this scene. Although there weren't many battle spirits in this realm at this time, and the power of incense was very weak, far less than the 20 million disciples of Shui Daozi, this was true incense. The key to entering the third stage, a treasure that third stage cultivators would frantically fight over. Wang Lin's expression was very strange. He opened his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and stopped thinking about this matter. At this time, the dangers from the Blue Silk clan had not yet been overcome. Even if he had unintentionally created such a treasure, it would be useless if he didn't resolve the danger from the woman in white. His eyes flashed, and Wang Lin grasped at the void. A storage rift appeared in front of him, and a huge finger-like appendage slowly floated out from within, drifting in the air, looking like a continent. This finger-like appendage of an ancient god could be compared to a cultivation planet. Although it was only half of it at this moment, its majesty was still very strong, and Wang Lin felt it clearly from below. The ancient god's aura contained in this finger-like appendage was very dense, seemingly materialized, but impossible to absorb. Within this aura, there was a faint will that existed, preventing others from devouring it. Staring intently at half a fingertip, the ancient god's essence point on Wang Lin's forehead slowly rotated, attempting to absorb, but ultimately failed. Sam used his essence point to absorb this fingertip. This technique was very powerful, capable of devouring even a third-step expert. The power of the ancient god's essence point. Although this ancient god's fingertip contained willpower, Sam would find it extremely difficult to devour it. Besides, I'm not without a way to absorb it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand again, grabbing at the spatial rift. A faint light flickered inside, and the Kanji Immortal, carrying the primordial spirit of the white-haired old man of the Moon Clan, flew out and landed in front of Wang Lin. The old man's primordial spirit closed its eyes tightly, the crescent moon mark on its forehead emitting a faint moonlight, resisting the Kanji Immortal. If the Moon Clan obtains the ancient god's fingertip, I think they will definitely have some methods to utilize it, Wang Lin said, his gaze fixed on the white-haired old man's primordial spirit. This person's cultivation level was extremely high, comparable to that of the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor who escaped from the immortal realm all those years ago. His cultivation seemed to have reached the 4th stage of the heavenly human realm. If Wang Lin were to face him alone, he would certainly be no match. These people, facing the fierce attack of Thak Sam, were clearly no match, and were ultimately severely wounded by Thak Sam. Just as this finger shattered, the power of the ancient god within erupted, causing his body to be severely injured and dissipate. Even his primordial spirit was severely wounded, giving Wang Lin the opportunity to capture him. But this old man's cultivation was too strong, and his primordial spirit was materialized, comparable to his physical body. If it weren't for the bizarre Kanji Immortal, which aimed a fatal blow at the soul and primordial spirit, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to seal him. Staring at the primordial spirit of the silver-haired old man, Wang Lin clasped his hands together and pointed forward. Immediately, the Kanji Immortal quickly contracted, emitting golden light. The old man's primordial spirit trembled instantly, a look of agony appearing on his face as he opened his cold eyes and stared at Wang Lin. Just a 6-star ancient god, my Moon Clan has killed many before. Even if you seize my primordial spirit, what can you do? My primordial spirit is already substantial, immortal and indestructible. The old man sneered, simply closing his eyes, no longer looking at Wang Lin, and tried to circulate his primordial power. But within this Kanji Immortal realm, everything was sealed. Wang Lin said nothing, but raised his right hand, blood light surging forth. The blood sword flashed, and he fiercely thrust it towards the old man's primordial spirit. With a loud bang, the blood sword directly pierced through the old man's primordial spirit. The old man let out a scream of agony, forcefully opening his eyes and staring intently at Wang Lin. Amidst his agonizing screams, Wang Lin drew out his blood sword, and immediately a large amount of spiritual essence flew out from within the old man's primordial spirit, which Wang Lin absorbed into his body. I can't kill you. A member of the slave tribe dares to be so arrogant. Wang Lin's voice was icy cold. As he spoke, his right hand, holding the blood sword, swung it again, directly striking the white-robed old man's primordial spirit. The old man's screams intensified, staring at the blood sword in Wang Lin's hand, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of sword is this? Wang Lin didn't answer the old man's question. His expression was cold, and his right hand, holding the blood sword, continued to swing, stabbing into the old man's primordial spirit. The old man's mournful cries grew weaker and weaker. He vaguely understood Wang Lin's intentions, and the fear in his eyes deepened. Wang Lin hadn't killed him yet, but was continuously weakening him. Moreover, under the power of the Kanji Immortal, the old man's primordial spirit couldn't recover. He could only watch an increasing panic as his primordial spirit's essence was drained away, unable even to self-destruct. Hours later, the old man was weakened to the extreme, his vital energy greatly depleted, and his body covered in wounds, especially the blood sword, which contained a gravitational pull. Each time it swept through his body, it absorbed a large amount of life force, causing him agonizing pain. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. As soon as he retracted the blood sword, he raised his right hand and fiercely placed it on the old man's primordial spirit. His divine consciousness surged out, directly targeting the old man's spirit, beginning to search for divine techniques. The old man's already weakened cries suddenly became even more mournful, his eyes showing a frantic resistance. But as he resisted, Wang Lin swung his left hand, and the blood sword reappeared, directly piercing through the old man's primordial spirit. The old man's body trembled violently, the resistance in his eyes vanished, his eyes became vacant, and his entire body gradually became transparent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. After a long while, Wang Lin raised his right hand, his expression extremely serious. The old man's primordial spirit had become completely transparent, slowly dissipating. But just as it was dissipating, a sudden flash of blood-red light appeared, and a blood sword descended directly from his head, piercing through his entire body and completely destroying him. Immediately after his death, within Wang Lin's body, on a continent, the soul of an old man with silver hair materialized, sitting cross-legged. A terrifying milky white aura emanating from his head. The Moon Clan is incredibly vast. The one Ianthak Sam destroyed was only one tribe. Within this primordial star realm, there are 3 more tribes of the Moon Clan. Even in the tribe to the east, there is an ancestor of the Moon Clan. This person is a third step expert. In this old man's memory, he had never seen the Grand Master in his entire life. He only knew that the Grand Master had seemingly returned from the inner realm severely injured that year, and was in seclusion in some mysterious place to heal his wounds. Combined with the words of the Blue Dream Taoist, the Grand Master was injured by a terrifying force in the inner realm and fled. This story is believable. The Grand Master was severely injured and in seclusion. It's just unknown how much of his injuries have recovered. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked up at the sky. I must go. That woman in white is still waiting outside the Moon Clan, one of the ancient god's slave clans. After rebelling against the ancient god, this clan proclaimed itself the Moon Devourer, the word devouring signifying the Moon Clan's desire to devour the gods. From then on, it was no longer the Moon Clan, but the Moon Devourer clan. Furthermore, back when the Moon Clan still followed the ancient god, they received assistance from an extremely mysterious group. These individuals possessed profound cultivation and incredibly powerful abilities, completely different from the magic of the primordial star gods, especially their sealing techniques, which reached an extremely terrifying level. With their help, the Moon Devourer clan was able to break free from the worship of the ancient god. However, even the Moon Clan itself cannot guess the identities of these mysterious individuals to this day, and even the third stage ancestors know little about this matter. According to rumors, the group of cultivators who suddenly appeared in this primordial star realm had interacted with many tribes, but seemed to have no connection with the ancient immortal realm. The word devouring in the Moon Devouring tribe was suggested by these people, and they also passed on a bizarre and unpredictable divine ability. This ability allows the Moon Devouring tribe to absorb the power of ancient gods. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He searched through the old man's memories and found this divine ability, but it was incomplete. It was called the Azure Cloud spiritual technique, and not everyone could cultivate it. It required something called a spiritual seed. These spiritual seeds were left behind by those people when they left years ago, parasitizing the bodies of the Moon Devouring tribe members, gradually being cultivated in greater numbers. The Moon Devouring clan also relied on this Azure Cloud spiritual technique to devour the deceased ancient gods during the Great War of that year, allowing the clan to develop to its current state, becoming a major clan in the primordial star realm. In silence, Wang Lin's expression became somewhat somber. The more he learned, the more he felt a strange unease, as if layers of mist were obscuring the heavens and earth. Unless he could dispel this mist, he couldn't know the whole truth. His eyes flashed, and Wang Lin swung his right hand, collecting the ancient god's fingertip into his storage space. He tittied himself up, glanced at the ground, and stepped forward, leaving this cultivation planet and appearing in the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. The starry sky twinkled, and within it, Wang Lin gazed at the distant sky, where the eerie scene he had witnessed earlier, the white-robed woman reappeared. However, deep down, he still harbored some suspicions. After a long while, Wang Lin suppressed his suspicions and silently gazed towards Lan Shan. He felt as if he saw Li Qianmai, as if he saw Lan Mengdozhen. With a complex expression in his eyes, Wang Lin sighed inwardly, then turned and transformed into a rainbow, flying rapidly out of the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. Before even leaving the Blue Silk Clan's star domain, ripples swirled around Wang Lin's feet as he left. As they surged, his body instantly dissolved, merging into the heavens and earth, disappearing without a trace. Only the ripples spread far and wide, gradually dissipating within the star domain. Wang Lin had left. As he departed, Blue Dream Taoist on Blue Mountain was still stroking his zither, not even looking up. Beside him, Li Qianmai sat silently, meditating. As if she hadn't noticed anything, the shrinking ground into inches technique merged into the heavens and earth. After a few breaths, ripples suddenly swirled in a region of the starry sky within the primordial star system. At the center of the ripples, a figure vaguely appeared. Outside these ripples, within the starry sky, a woman in white floated aimlessly. The woman in white appeared seemingly out of nowhere, as if she had been in the blue silk tribe just moments before, and now she was standing here. She calmly watched the ripples, waiting for a figure to emerge from within. But at that moment, the swirling ripples suddenly changed. The figure within, about to come out, seemed to take another step forward. In a short time, the ripples intensified, spreading outwards, gradually weakening, and finally disappearing into the starry sky. A strange expression once again appeared in the eyes of the woman in white. She silently watched the ripples vanish, her body slowly fading into nothingness. In another region of the primordial starry sky, as soon as the woman in white appeared, she seemed to have a premonition. Ripples rose before her. But just like before, these ripples immediately intensified. This time, however, the woman in white raised her right hand, her fingers pointing forward. Suddenly, this circular ripple stopped abruptly, as if struck by a sharp blade, splitting it in two and shattering. The moment the ripple shattered, within the starry sky where the white-robed woman was, the heaven and earth's primal energy suddenly erupted with a furious roar, forming a whirlwind that filled an area of tens of thousands of feet. This whirlwind spun furiously, engulfing the heavens and earth, rendering all teleportation abilities useless within it. As the ripple shattered and the whirlwind appeared, Wang Lin's figure emerged from the void. The 5 fundamental principles contained within his pupils allowed him to see the white-robed woman within the whirlwind. "You have repeatedly prevented me from leaving. What is your intention?" Wang Lin's expression was calm, his voice tranquil. The woman said nothing, raising her right hand and pointing her finger at Wang Lin. With this single gesture, the vortex in the starry sky erupted with an earth-shattering roar. Following this gesture, the vortex instantly reached its limit, engulfing Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was like being in mud, seemingly unable to struggle within the vortex. The vortex roared and rushed forward. Just as it approached, he swung his right hand, and two transformed deer-like beasts appeared on his fingertip, circling around and emitting thousands of swordshot. This swordshot formed an earth-shattering force, sweeping across the vortex in all directions. A deafening roar filled the air. The vortex paused slightly under the swordshot, and Wang Lin quickly retreated, trying to escape. The woman in white remained calm, watching Wang Lin's rapid retreat, and once again pointed forward. With a single gesture, a massive hand instantly materialized in the starry sky behind Wang Lin. This hand emitted a jade-like light, and upon appearing, it directly lunged towards Wang Lin. The hand appeared with extreme surprise and speed. It seemed as if it would immediately seize Wang Lin, gripping him tightly. At the same time, the woman lightly stepped forward, traversing the swirling vortex, and in a short time, arrived before Wang Lin, the distance between them now less than half a meter. All of this happened in an instant, incredibly fast, as if no power could resist this hand. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Lin did not struggle, allowing the hand to grasp him, coldly staring at the white-robed woman before him, his voice low and menacing. "Lin Fei." Lu Lin, the woman in white, looked at Wang Lin, speaking to him for the first time. Her voice was pleasant, carrying a strange charm. "Ancient 8 Fei." Wang Lin's eyes widened. The woman in white nodded, gently stepping forward, standing less than 7 feet away from Wang Lin. A fragrance seemed to emanate from her, wafting into Wang Lin's nostrils, yet he couldn't smell anything. "I didn't intend to absorb your divine essence now. But you've discovered me. I can't wait any longer." The woman in white spoke softly, the distance between them now less than 7 inches, the two seemingly facing each other. The woman's face was no longer blurry, clearly visible to Wang Lin. Upon seeing her face, Wang Lin's pupils contracted, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning, instantly filling him with panic. The woman's face was unexpectedly that of Li Muan. The moment Wang Lin's expression showed panic and his mind was shaken, the woman in white slightly curved her lips, her breath like fragrant orchids, gently inhaling. With this inhale, the ancient god star point on Wang Lin's forehead suddenly transformed and rotated rapidly, vaguely emitting wisps of yellow smoke from within. The woman's expression remained calm, but upon seeing these wisps of smoke, she immediately showed excitement and greed, inhaling the yellow smoke into her mouth. But in that instant, the panic in Wang Lin's eyes was gone, replaced by a clear light. Realm. A single word, like a cold wind, escaped his lips, and in a short time, a flash of light suddenly appeared within Wang Lin's body. A black aura erupted from within him, sweeping outwards. The wine summoning and rain transforming realm, containing the incense and offerings of Wang Lin's disciples, burst forth in this moment. The woman in white was too close to Wang Lin. At this moment, under the dazzling dark light, the wine calling and rain summoning realm surged out, instantly filling 1,000 feet. The woman in white was constantly retreating inside the wine calling and rain summoning realm. Her expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the golden smoke on Wang Lin's forehead, which had appeared in the wine calling and rain summoning realm, immediately contracted, not being absorbed by the woman at all, and returned to the star point. Blood light filled the sky, a blood sword flashed, quickly circling around Wang Lin's body, piercing through the illusory hand that was grasping him. With a loud bang, the hand collapsed, and Wang Lin's body was instantly freed. Everything that had just happened was Wang Lin's deliberate action. His purpose was to find out the identity of this woman in white and what she intended to do. Only by knowing these things could he rest easy. More importantly, this risky move allowed him to verify his suspicions after seeing this woman in white. Although the woman in white was pushed back 1,000 feet by the wine-summoning rain-breaking realm, her eyes gleamed with cold light. She raised her right hand and swung it into the void, immediately causing a rumbling sound in front of her. A gigantic rift appeared in the starry sky, as if wanting to swallow everything, rushing straight towards Wang Lin. She then stepped forward. Wang Lin sneered, the 1,000-foot barrier surrounding his body suddenly contracting, filling a 10-foot radius around him, forming a protective shield. At the same time, he pointed his right hand at the starry sky, coldly saying, "If your true body were here, I would obviously be no match for you. But this is just a clone. It can't fool me." As soon as Wang Lin uttered these words, the white-robed woman's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected Wang Lin to have seen through her clone. "It must be Taoist Master Lan Meng who told you," the white-robed woman exclaimed, lunging forward. Heaven-turning seal. Wang Lin's right hand, pointing towards the starry sky, instantly transformed into a palm pointing downwards. The starry sky reversed within his pupils, and the surrounding starry sky immediately transformed accordingly. A resounding roar echoed, and in an instant, the entire starry sky reversed its course. The starry sky, originally without distinction between heaven and earth, now contained within Wang Lin's heart the essence of heaven and earth. With a single movement, countless illusory images appeared all around him. These illusory images resembled clouds, and as soon as they appeared, they filled the entire starry sky. The clouds swirled and churned, and within them, intense roars erupted. The clouds split in two. The heavier parts sank to become the ground, while the lighter parts rose above the ground, forming the sky. Heaven and earth appeared. All of this was completed in a single moment. Just as the white-clothed woman's divine power arrived, Wang Lin flipped his right hand, the heavens and earth roared, and the ground reversed, becoming the sky. But the sky spun downwards, becoming the ground. Even the white-clothed woman's body couldn't help but reverse its direction. "You followed me for a while, surely you have ulterior motives. Die!" Wang Lin's right hand slammed down fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. The newly formed earth collapsed, tilting the sky and earth. Along with the collapse of the earth, the illusory image of the sky also trembled violently. An unimaginable oppressive force suddenly appeared, causing the white-clothed woman's expression to change. The heaven-turning seal of the Blue Dream Taoist. "He unexpectedly passed this divine ability to you." The woman's body began to sink, now trapped in the reversal. She formed hand seals, and a series of murmuring sounds emanated from the surrounding environment. A white light spread from her body, counteracting this overwhelming divine ability. But the heaven-turning seal, one of the great divine abilities of the Blue Dream Taoist, was unleashed at this moment, causing the heavens and earth to rumble incessantly. The sky and earth slammed down, hurtling straight towards the white-clothed woman. The rift created by the white-clothed woman immediately collapsed. The white light that had just emanated from her body also dissipated. Her expression changed drastically, and in this critical moment, she spat out a jade pendant. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, the entire starry sky shook violently. At the same time, the jade pendant hovered in front of the woman, forming a white protective shield. The rumbling echoed throughout the sky. The earth and sky overlapped. The invisible pressure surged, causing the starry sky to collapse, creating large fragments. A moment later, everything vanished into thin air, the illusory clouds that had instantly overlapped the heavens and earth now dissipating. In the heavens and earth, only the destructive force still lingered. In the collapsing starry sky, the woman in white was pale, her eyes filled with murderous intent. A jade pendant swirled around her body, preventing her from dying under the heaven-turning seal. Just a clone, your cultivation only at the third stage of heavenly human decline. Yet you dare to follow me with ulterior motives. If it weren't for your elusive and undetectable form, which made me wary, I would have killed you long ago. From the first time I discovered you, I've been suspicious. If you were a cultivator at the third stage, how could I have easily detected you? If you were a real entity, how could you approach me so closely without my sensing? And why would you need a magical artifact to counter my heaven-turning seal? Wang Lin sneered. His words were as sharp as knives falling on the woman. This was merely his speculation, so to verify it, he chose not to flee but instead fought a battle with the white-clothed woman. If this person was truly a third-stage cultivator, even with his earth shrinkage technique, he feared it would be very difficult to escape. But if this person wasn't, then Wang Lin wasn't someone to be trifled with. You're just a flesh and blood clone, yet you dare to use illusions to affect my mind. Just for this point alone, you're doomed to die, Wang Lin said, his body advancing step by step. The wine-summoning rain realm surrounding his body suddenly flared up, spreading out thousands of feet, and at the same time, more and more battle spirits flew out, densely packed, howling mournfully as they charged towards the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman's face darkened. She couldn't admit that she had underestimated her opponent. Encountering Wang Lin was merely a coincidence. She thought she couldn't possibly fail. But the first encounter was recognized by the opponent, and the second time they met, she suffered a defeat. It's a pity my true form couldn't come here, otherwise. The woman's eyes flashed with cold light, but at that moment, countless battle spirits surged out from Wang Lin's wine-summoning rain realm, causing her expression to change once again. This is... While the woman in white was terrified, countless battle spirits rushed out, overwhelming everything around her. These battle spirits were filled with a milky white aura swirling around and launching a massive attack. The resounding tremors echoed continuously. The woman in white retreated, her hands forming a hand seal, her right hand raised, pointing at the void. Immediately, a black light suddenly appeared, flashing in her hand. Heavenly spirit light. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed woman, and her right hand suddenly swung towards the surrounding battle spirits. The black light instantly dispersed, and the moment it struck the battle spirits, the wine-summoning rain realm disintegrated into countless fragments. The battle spirits swirling around resisted the black light. A deafening roar resounded. Under the black light, the battle spirits retreated simultaneously, but suffered no damage. All attacks were neutralized outside the wine-summoning rain realm. The white-clothed woman continued to retreat, moving thousands of feet away, in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's body advanced step by step, approaching the white-clothed woman. A jade pendant surrounded her body for protection, making her impervious to harm. At this moment, she raised her right hand. The black light quickly intensified, condensing into a black, long sword. As this sword appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, and the starry sky rumbled. The woman in white stared intently at Wang Lin, raising her right hand. Immediately, the black long sword shot straight towards Wang Lin. Light and shadow shield. As soon as these words were uttered, all the light in the starry sky converged. The light of stars, nebulae, galaxies, even light invisible to the naked eye but existing in the starry sky, instantly and frantically condensed around Wang Lin's body. Under the dazzling light, a huge statue materialized. The black long sword approached, crashing into the statue of light. A deafening roar echoed, and the statue of light around Wang Lin shone brightly. The black long sword struck it, causing half of the statue's body to collapse, and at the same time, an extremely powerful counterforce unexpectedly reversed direction and shot straight towards the woman in white. The moment the woman in white saw Wang Lin's light and shadow shield, her pupils contracted, and she hastily retreated. But the speed of the black longsword was too fast, roaring after her, piercing straight into her body. A deafening explosion resounded. Her face turned pale. The jade pendant blocking the black longsword was now extremely weak. But it wasn't over yet. In the instant the longsword was deflected, Wang Lin's body flashed again. He raised his right hand, grabbing at the void, the starry sky trembled, and the blood sword appeared in his hand, fiercely slashing forward. "Die for me!" With a shout, a terrifying blood light erupted, filling the starry sky, transforming into a surging killing intent that rushed straight towards the white-clothed woman. Her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly retreated, her hands forming a series of incantations, creating countless layers of protection. But this blood-red light was too fast, crashing down with a thunderous roar, directly shattering countless defenses and striking the jade pendant. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the starry sky. The jade pendant let out a crisp cry, and a crack appeared on its surface. The woman in white spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body retreating even faster, her figure disappearing in an instant. Seeing her spit out a mouthful of blood, Wang Lin was stunned. He had analyzed and speculated that the woman was merely a projection, not the real thing. But now, unexpectedly, there was blood. However, in battle, one couldn't think too much. A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he directly pursued her with his blood sword. The 5 fundamental energies in his eyes spun wildly, and in a flash, he clearly saw the woman in white's body again. The blood sword fiercely slashed once more. "My lord, save me." The woman in white's expression was extremely mournful as she retreated, opening her mouth to chant an incantation, and waving her hands outwards. Instantly, a crack opened before her. The jade pendant immediately emitted a dazzling light. A white jade-like arm emerged from the pendant, pointing towards Wang Lin. The appearance of this arm caused the starry sky to momentarily freeze, ceasing all movement. Even the light dimmed. Under this finger, the stars seemed to lose their light. It was as if the starry sky had been completely replaced by this arm in an instant, its trajectory shattered. In the moment his finger pressed down, Wang Lin felt an intense sense of life or death danger, surpassing even that of Shui Diaozi back then. Wang Lin immediately stopped, and without hesitation, raised his hand. The wine-calling and rain-summoning realm, which had enveloped his body, instantly merged into a 1,000-foot-wide shield, swirling around him. At the same instant, he unleashed the light-shattering shield. A heaven-shattering light enveloped his body, transforming into a massive light image. At this moment, the index finger of that jade white hand pressed down, striking the light shadow shield surrounding Wang Lin's body. The light shadow shield immediately trembled, emitting a sound as if it couldn't bear it, on the verge of disintegration. Along with its disintegration, a powerful counterforce surged out, resisting the finger. But in the end, it couldn't stop the finger even for a moment, directly piercing through and completely disintegrating the light shadow shield. The instant it disintegrated, this finger struck the wine-summoning rain realm. As soon as it touched it, the realm trembled violently. Countless battle spirits within cried out mournfully. The milky white aura emanating from their bodies spread out, swirling around the realm, resisting the finger. But the power of this finger was incredibly strong. After the light and shadow shield collapsed, it instantly pressed down on the wine-calling and rain-summoning realm, causing it to tremble, seemingly on the verge of disintegrating at any moment. The finger pressed down, causing a large indentation in the wine-calling and rain-summoning realm, continuously penetrating deeper, making the realm shake even more violently. The milky white energy inside frantically resisted, trying to fight back against the finger's power. Wang Lin's body rapidly retreated, sensing that the wine-calling and rain-summoning realm wouldn't last much longer. In this critical moment, his eyes showed a look of madness, and he swung his right hand, creating a storage space in front of him. The moment the storage space appeared, the wine-calling and rain-summoning realm quickly contracted, completely entering Wang Lin's body. Therefore, the finger was no longer obstructed, pressing directly towards Wang Lin's forehead. But in that instant, with a low growl from Wang Lin, a gigantic finger bone of the ancient god roared out from the storage space, blocking Wang Lin's path. The jade-white finger pressed against the ancient god's finger bone. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the space, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body recoiling along with the bone. An invisible beam of light pierced through the ancient god's finger bone, through Wang Lin's chest, and through his back. The jade-white finger, upon contact with the ancient god's finger bone, was instantly subjected to a tremendous shock, becoming transparent, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. The pain was excruciating. Anyone else would have thought of fleeing. But Wang Lin did not. He seemed indifferent to the pain. His expression was ferocious. Taking advantage of the moment the finger paused, he immediately flicked his right hand. Blood-like condensed and transformed into a blood sword in his hand, flashing forcefully towards the finger. The blood sword flashed, directly striking the finger. In the instant it approached, the arm tried to grab it, but upon contact with the blood sword, it unexpectedly pierced through the arm, cutting it in half. A faint, soft cry emanated. The arm split in two, dissipating into the heavens and earth, as if it had never existed. The jade pendant of the white-clothed woman cracked even more, finally shattering into pieces. The white-clothed woman's face turned pale, and she spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, hastily retreating and disappearing into thin air as she fled. "You can't escape." Wang Lin's chest was a bloody mess, blood flowing down. Even with the light and shadow shield, the wind and rain summoning realm, and the ancient god's finger bone blocking the force, a trace of the finger's power still pierced through his chest. For an ordinary cultivator, this single blow would have either killed or severely injured them. But Wang Lin, being an ancient god, possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. In an instant, his wounds healed, leaving no trace. The moment the white-clothed woman fled, Wang Lin retracted all his magical artifacts and pursued her step by step. Following the ripples left by the white-clothed woman's departure, Wang Lin's body merged with the heavens and earth, chasing after her. This scene was completely opposite to the previous one. From pursuer, he had now become the hunted. The white-clothed woman fled in fear, and Wang Lin ferociously pursued her. This woman's cultivation is bizarre. She looks like a projected clone, yet she has flesh and blood. Like a real entity, she must die. If I don't kill her while she's severely injured, I'll face endless trouble in the future. This woman certainly has some hidden secrets. The divine ability she displayed just now clearly summoned the power of her true form. If his divine power within the Blue Cloud clan hadn't been stronger, he would surely have died. This woman understands the primordial star spirit, so he must be quicker. Otherwise, if she escapes to a place he can't reach, all his previous efforts will be wasted. While pursuing, Wang Lin continuously merged with the heavens and earth, relentlessly chasing her within the primordial star spirit. In the primordial star spirit, amidst the swirling starry sky, ripples appeared. The white-clothed woman staggered out, her expression showing an extremely rare look of terror, and instantly teleported away. But immediately her expression changed, she gritted her teeth and stopped teleporting, continuing to merge with the heavens and earth, hastily fleeing. In the instant she left, ripples appeared in the starry sky, and Wang Lin's figure flashed. He didn't reveal himself, but vaguely took half a step forward, then disappeared again. The two chased each other for an extremely short time, less than half an incense stick's worth of time, yet they had nearly met several times. And the time gap between them was getting shorter and shorter. The woman in white was filled with anxiety. Wang Lin was like a parasite, relentlessly pursuing her, putting immense pressure on her. Escaping him was simply impossible. Her worrying grew with each passing moment. Just 3 more times and I'll be safe. Just 3 more. The woman in white appeared in the starry sky, her face pale. She immediately began to move. But just as ripples appeared beneath her feet, the heavens and earth shook violently. Amidst the thunderous roar, endless lightning bolts surged forth, swirling around her in a massive vortex, disrupting the heaven and earth's primal energy and cutting off her movement. Her expression changed drastically, and Wang Lin emerged from the void, his expression cold and sinister. Without a word, he raised his right hand. Clouds and mist filled the starry sky with a resounding roar. The heavens and earth formed, and the heaven-turning seal struck. The reversal occurred again. The heavens and earth overlapped, emitting a deafening roar. The woman in white spat out fresh blood in the midst of the heavens and earth, hastily retreating. But in that instant, a blood-red light flashed behind her, piercing straight through her back. The woman in white let out a mournful scream, and outside her body, the space twisted and warped, vaguely revealing countless flashing images. In the images, a woman knelt on the ground, a white jade-like arm appearing in the void before her, placed on her forehead. In just a moment, the image collapsed. An extremely dense milky white aura emanated from the woman's head. This aura almost became tangible, and surprisingly, there was a yellow light within it. Wang Lin was familiar with this milky white aura. It was the power of the disciples' incense offerings. But the intensity of this woman's disciples' incense offering shocked him. Unexpectedly, this woman's spiritual power surpassed 3/10 of Wang Lin's wine-summoning rain realm. A milky white aura permeated her spiritual essence. The wound from the blood sword piercing her body immediately stopped bleeding, and she hastily retreated. Enveloped by this milky white aura, she unexpectedly ignored the chaotic surrounding elemental forces while retreating, and continued to merge into the heavens and earth, dissipating. If this woman could become a soul within my wine-summoning rain realm! Wang Lin's heart pounded. The moment the woman departed, his body flashed, almost simultaneously disappearing, chasing after her once more. In the primordial star system, to the northwest, there was a star field. This was the dwelling place of the Demon Scorpion clan. The Demon Scorpion clan in the primordial star system wasn't a major clan, but its reputation for ferocity was well known. At this moment, in the Demon Scorpion clan's star domain, on a cultivation planet, the starry sky rippled, and the weakened figure of the white-clothed woman took half a step forward. Fresh blood continuously flowed from her mouth. After appearing, she didn't hesitate for a moment, intending to flee again. 2 more times, 2 more and I can escape, no more danger. But just as she was about to disappear, a terrifying blood-red light erupted. The speed of this blood sword was too fast. The white-clothed woman had no time to dodge, let alone disappear. In this critical moment, a milky white aura surged from her forehead, blocking in front of her, colliding with the blood sword with a loud bang. The blood sword pierced through the milky white aura but was deflected, piercing the woman's shoulder. With a desperate cry, the woman's body hastily retreated, glaring menacingly ahead. Her right arm was beyond her reach. At that moment, Wang Lin emerged from the void, his right hand fiercely grabbing towards her. "Where do you think you can escape to?" Just as he was about to capture her, she bit her tongue, spitting out fresh blood, which merged with the milky white aura surrounding her body, instantly emitting a deafening roar and a frenzied shockwave. In this shockwave, the woman's body was violently propelled, escaping Wang Lin's grasp and hurtling towards the cultivation planet below. At the same time, she let out a mournful shriek. "Where are the Demon Scorpion clan? I am one of Lan Fei's clones. You all must use your lives to stop this person." The instant this sound echoed, the cultivation planet below erupted in a thunderous roar, and in a flash, thousands of cultivators flew out. These cultivators, having just appeared, immediately rushed towards Wang Lin in the starry sky without hesitation, blocking him. They allowed the woman to swallow the pill, then turned to glare at Wang Lin menacingly, their bodies flashing before disappearing once again. How could Wang Lin let her escape? He swung his right hand, his body expanding wildly, instantly transforming into the 1,000-foot-tall figure of an ancient god. He charged forward, his right hand transforming into a fist, striking the void. Under this single blow, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. A massive crack appeared, opening up seemingly infinitely, as if to cleave the starry sky in two. The moment this crack appeared, the white-clothed woman, who had already merged with the heavens and earth, was instantly forced out. Her face turned pale, and her body recoiled. Wang Lin surged forward, disregarding the attacks of thousands of cultivators' divine abilities and magical artifacts, gliding through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the light of all things in the starry sky surrounding his 1,000-foot-tall body transformed into a luminous image. All divine abilities and magical artifacts were instantly reflected back upon impact with this image. As they reflected back, a continuous chorus of agonizing screams erupted from a 1,000-foot radius around Wang Lin's body. Some cultivators were injured by the reflected divine abilities, while others were crushed by Wang Lin's body crashing into them. In that instant, Wang Lin closed in, his right hand swinging towards the retreating white-clothed woman. A punch landed. The army was vast, and so were the thousands of cultivators. But after all, this was the Demon Scorpion clan's star domain, and the remaining cultivators had now discovered it and sent out many cultivators. But at this moment, the white-clothed woman felt that she was the only one left in the world, along with that 1,000-foot-tall figure. At this moment, no one could stop her. In this perilous situation, her body emitted even more milky white energy. In the instant Wang Lin's fist struck, the milky white energy surged out from her forehead. Suddenly, a mark appeared on her forehead, which was originally smooth. This was a Zion character Mark 1, with 3 red, yellow, and blue lights emanating from it. In the instant this mark appeared, a long-forgotten memory suddenly surfaced in the white-clothed woman's mind. In her memory, she was kneeling on the ground, chosen as the tribal saintess. Before her, a hand as white as jade appeared in the void. This hand, carrying warmth, placed itself on her forehead, stroking it and erasing her tribal mark. From now on, you are one of my clones. Use your body to nourish my projected clones, assist me in healing, and become my source of ancestral worship. This memory flashed through her mind, but time did not allow her to question it. The moment the mark appeared on her forehead, the milky white aura swirling around her body transformed into a surging stream, directly confronting Wang Lin's fist. A deafening tremor echoed. The starry sky trembled. The woman in white spat out fresh blood, her body flying upwards, but in that instant, she was swept away by the milky white aura, unexpectedly carrying her body, breaking through all barriers, and merging into the heavens and earth. Wang Lin's right hand trembled numbly, his eyes revealing a strange light. At the same time the white-clothed woman's body dissipated, he took a step, his entire being vanishing into the starry sky. As soon as he left, the starlight vanished, leaving behind countless corpses that shocked the cultivators of the demon scorpion clan who arrived later. To the east of the primordial star, the starry sky twisted. A milky white aura materialized, and within it, the white-clothed woman, like a lamp running out of oil, appeared without hesitation, taking her final half-step. This last teleportation. Once I reach there, I will be saved. But just as she stepped out, the heavens and earth rumbled, a terrifying roar echoing faintly. The starry sky shook. Blood-red light surged from all directions, unexpectedly transforming into countless sharp swords that shattered the starry sky, charging madly towards the white-clothed woman. The woman in white didn't even glance at them, only looking towards the distant starry sky where Wang Lin was chasing after her, her eyes filled with resentment and mockery. Just as the countless swords pierced her, her body gradually became transparent, allowing the blood-red light to penetrate her, unable to inflict any damage. I'll let you off this time, but next time, you will surely die. Take good care of your divine essence. We will meet again soon. Just as the woman in white was about to completely vanish, a chilling voice rang out. But in response, Wang Lin raised his right index finger, and with a cold, sinister tone, he uttered, mind-stabilizing technique. As soon as the words were spoken, the movement of heaven and earth suddenly stopped. Even the woman in white, who was gradually becoming transparent, instantly froze, her eyes still retaining a cold and mocking expression. The entire world came to a standstill. As soon as he stopped, Wang Lin didn't hesitate any longer and stepped forward, raising his right hand and fiercely launching a claw attack towards the white-clothed woman. 5 streams of primal energy in his eyes rapidly rotated, separating into a concentrated stream of primal energy in Wang Lin's right hand. This caused his claw attack to shatter everything, and amidst the constantly twisting ripples, it seized the transparent body of the white-clothed woman, fiercely pulling her outwards, dragging her out from the void. I told you couldn't escape. After capturing the white-clothed woman, the body-fixing technique dissipated, and her body quickly transformed from transparent to solid, her eyes revealing disbelief and terror. Wang Lin's body had now returned to its normal size. He grabbed the white-clothed woman with his right hand and pressed it towards her head, intending to search her soul. But immediately, a powerful aura surged from within the woman's body. It wasn't meant to attack Wang Lin, but rather to self-destruct the woman's body. Before reaching her soul, Wang Lin couldn't bear to let go of her. As the aura surged out, Wang Lin's right hand flashed with red light, and his blood sword directly pierced the woman's head, destroying her primordial spirit before the white aura could completely obliterate her body. This action was a soul-stealing and reincarnation-stealing act, just like the ancient land phase attempt to seize her ancestral offerings. The woman's body trembled, and just as she was about to die completely, the wine-summoning and rain-changing realm within Wang Lin's body absorbed another woman's soul. And a powerful aura of ancestral offerings surged from within, being absorbed by Wang Lin. After the woman's death, her body instantly transformed into a mass of blood and flesh. But at that moment, a golden thread flashed out from within the corpse, shooting straight into the void. This golden thread is the clone of Lan Fei from the ancient 8 Fei, parasitic within the body of the white-clothed woman. Now that the white-clothed woman is dead, this golden thread has broken through the void and returned to heal Lan Fei. Wang Lin raised his head sharply, his blood sword flashing, and directly slashed at the golden thread. But strangely, the seemingly invincible blood sword pierced through the golden thread without causing any damage. It seemed as if it wasn't an object of this world, as if it wasn't real, and all divine abilities and magical artifacts couldn't harm it. Seeing the golden thread flying further and further away, about to disappear, Wang Lin's mind suddenly trembled. His spatial storage rift suddenly opened uncontrollably, and a woman emerged from within. This woman, dressed entirely in silver, was the silver-clad female corpse from before. She suddenly emerged from the crack, watching the golden thread gradually fly away, her expression showing joy. Seeing the golden thread break through the void and disappear, the silver-robed woman gently raised her right hand and casually grabbed at the void. The starry sky rumbled, and the golden thread, which had vanished into the void as if time had reversed, suddenly reappeared. While struggling incessantly, it quickly approached the silver-robed woman and was seized by her. As soon as the golden thread fell into her hand, it trembled violently, as if extremely frightened, not daring to struggle at all. The silver-robed woman silently gazed at the golden thread in her hand for a long time, her eyes filled with bewilderment, and she gently stroked it. With a single stroke, the golden thread instantly shattered, transforming into a cloud of yellow mist that entered the silver-robed woman's 7 orifices, as if devoured by her. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, observing the scene before him. He had long suspected the identity of this silver-robed woman, but the clues were too few to ascertain her true nature. Only when Shui Daozi, inside the storage rift years ago, saw this silver-robed woman, did his expression change drastically, revealing fear. Wang Lin then knew that this woman's identity was not simple. How could someone like this become a refined corpse of the Cultivation Alliance? How could the Cultivation Alliance possess such a thing? Wang Lin observed the familiar silver corpse. The other party's eyes still showed a dazed expression, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Trying to remember who you are. The silver-robed woman remained silent, turning to look at Wang Lin, the dazed expression in her eyes deepening, and gently shaking her head. I only felt that the aura of the golden thread just now was very familiar. Wang Lin's eyes couldn't help but flash as he carefully observed this silver-clothed woman, suddenly saying, "Are you perhaps one of the 8 ancient concubines?" As he spoke, his gaze, like lightning, stared intently into the eyes of the silver-clothed woman. Upon hearing the words ancient 8 concubines, the bewilderment in her eyes deepened. She softly said, "I don't remember. I haven't been able to recall anything since I woke up." A look of anguish appeared in her expression as she shook her head, turned, and entered the storage space. It seemed that only there could she escape her thoughts, sitting down in silence. But as soon as she entered the storage space, the silver-clothed woman stopped, a faint glimmer of understanding appearing in her bewildered eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back to look at Wang Lin. "Although I can't remember many things, I vaguely remember something. I can sense that you possess a trace of the power of incense. I vaguely remember that incense is a very large conspiracy. I seem to have lost everything because of it." The storage space contracted as the silver-clothed woman entered, disappearing into the starry sky. However, her words had stirred Wang Lin's emotions, causing his eyes to gleam with a dazzling light. From the words of the Wind Realm Master, from the battle with Shui Daozi, and from the words of Lan Mengdaozhen, he had seen that the lineage of disciples was the key to entering the 3rd stage, the key to cultivating one's essence. Gradually, he himself came to believe this, but now the silver-clothed woman's words were completely contradictory. For some reason, Wang Lin felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with contemplation. A conspiracy? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin's body flicked, merging into the heavens and earth. The white-clothed woman is dead, becoming a soul within my wine-summoning rain-changing realm. At this moment, in the primordial star realm, no one will notice me for the time being. This way, I will have the opportunity to achieve the great perfection of my origin. As Wang Lin merged into the heavens and earth, his divine consciousness spread out. According to the memories of the cultivators I devoured, there are no cultivators at the 3rd stage in the lightning clan. In that clan, there is a bolt of lightning that seems to have existed since the creation of heaven and earth. This bolt of lightning has been indestructible for tens of thousands of years, constantly traversing the heavens and earth. It is a sacred artifact of the lightning clan. It is also the source of power for the entire lightning clan. If I devour this bolt of lightning, it will allow my lightning origin to advance a great step. As for the disciples and their descendants, which of them is truly telling the truth? While cultivating, Wang Lin appeared within a strange star field. His eyes flashed, revealing a cold glint. Regardless of whether it's true or false, this requires extreme vigilance throughout my life cultivating the Tao. I've never needed disciples or followers. Everything has relied on my own enlightenment. Even the fundamental principles were understood by myself, never through the support of disciples. Wang Lin's body merged back into the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the location of the lightning clan in his memory. Within the vast star domain of the primordial star system, there was a place teeming with lightning, the territory of the lightning tribe, renowned among the tribes of the primordial star system. From afar, the lightning tribe's star domain resembled a pool of lightning, its interior echoing with thunderous roars. Even from a distance, the sounds of thunder, dating back to ancient times, could be clearly heard. These thunderous roars replaced all other sounds in the starry sky, causing all beasts and cultivators to avoid them. If outsiders entered without a lightning tribe token, they would immediately be attacked by the pool of lightning. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, of lightning bolts would strike simultaneously, their power earth-shattering. This was one of the reasons why the lightning tribe, despite lacking third-stage cultivators, could still become a powerful tribe in the primordial star system. Furthermore, the Thunder Clan has a very glorious past, having stood at the pinnacle of power many years ago. The Water Taoist's grand formation even contains magical artifacts. In the Thunder Clan's territory, there is an absolutely undissipating and eternal stream of lightning capable of erupting with thunderous roars at any moment. The Thunder Clan built a temple in this lightning land, dedicated to worshipping lightning. The location of the temple is a forbidden area of the Thunder Clan, guarded extremely strictly. Ordinary people find it very difficult to enter even a single step. Moreover, it has been protected by all generations of Thunder Clan elders. Although there are no cultivators at the third stage, the Thunder Clan does possess a heavenly human 5D clan, a powerful being below the third stage. To Wang Lin, the lightning tribe was like an impenetrable wall, teeming with powerful individuals, much like the ancient talisman tribe, whose mere tribal strength could ignite waves of war. All members of the lightning tribe cultivated the lightning Tao, believing it to be divided into 6 paths. Those who mastered all of them could shatter heaven and earth, receive the inheritance of ancient thunder and lightning, and obtain the essence of lightning, thus enabling them to ascend to the nirvana tribulation within the 4 major realms. However, throughout history, the number of people who could reach the nirvana tribulation within the 4 major realms was truly small. Even within the lightning tribe, spanning many years and generations, only one individual had ever reached the peak of their power during their most glorious period. Although the Lightning Clan doesn't have any top-tier cultivators, breaking into this place is harder than climbing to heaven. Wang Lin calmly stood outside the Lightning Clan's star domain. 100 miles ahead lay the boundary of the Lightning Clan, where thunder roared, transforming into a lightning pool, and lightning bolts intertwined like snakes darting back and forth. The scene before him could shock most cultivators, making them hesitant to take another step under the torrential lightning that covered the heavens and earth. This place was far more terrifying than the lightning pool Wang Lin encountered in Luotia years ago. Before even getting close, Wang Lin felt the hairs on his body stand on end from a powerful magnetic force. Moreover, even the starry sky outside the lightning pool's star domain was enveloped in lightning power, with flashes of lightning appearing intermittently. Back in Luotia, even though Wang Lin had devoured half of the ancient thunder dragon and possessed the thunder origin god, facing the lightning between heaven and earth, entering would have been extremely difficult. If he tried to force his way in, he'd likely be repelled, and if he tried to forcibly enter, the Thunder Clan wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The lightning alone would be enough to obliterate him. But now it was different. After absorbing the lightning power from the Thunder Clan statue in the 7-colored world, devouring the Tao fruit in the down-nurturing star domain, and then discovering the thunder origin from a life or death situation, Wang Lin's control over lightning had reached a terrifying level. He silently gazed at the lightning pool before him, and after a long time, his body flashed forward, gradually entering the Thunder Clan's star domain. Wang Lin advanced, slowly covering a distance of 100 miles in the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. He advanced step by step, each step causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A surge of lightning power erupted from within him, enveloping every pore. Wang Lin's mind was extremely calm, neither passive nor arrogant. His body seemed to enter a state of emptiness. Before him, the lightning tribe was no longer present, only an boundless lightning domain. Here, only thunderclouds and countless lightning bolts covered the heavens and earth, undying lightning bolts that had existed since the dawn of time. The moment Wang Lin traveled 100 miles and approached the boundary of the lightning tribe, the terrifying lightning pool immediately shook violently, vaguely emitting endless thunderous roars. All the scenery before Wang Lin was replaced by lightning, and the surrounding starry sky instantly became brilliantly illuminated, like daytime on a cultivation planet. A series of lightning bolts shot out from the thunder pool like silver dragons, all swirling around Wang Lin, simultaneously emitting deafening explosions. At this moment, Wang Lin's left foot had stepped into the thunder pool, half of his body already submerged. A series of lightning bolts, like silver chariots, instantly shot towards Wang Lin's left foot, enveloping it, and then spreading from his left foot throughout his entire body. At this moment, an outsider would instantly be engulfed by lightning, their body exploding, their primordial spirit unable to withstand the indescribable power of the lightning, reduced to dust. Even their storage space would be shattered by the lightning, all their magical artifacts destroyed. Wang Lin's eyes slightly closed, his body enveloped in lightning, the lightning bolts and thunder from the lightning pool like gaping mouths devouring everything. At this moment, endless lightning surrounded Wang Lin's body. The continuous rumbling sounds were earth-shattering, yet Wang Lin remained motionless, his body half submerged in the lightning pool. Wang Lin continued to stand with his foot in the lightning pool, time slowly passing, and in the blink of an eye, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had elapsed. At that moment, the enormous thunder pool suddenly erupted like a surging wave, the rumbling sounds echoing loudly. Wang Lin's eyes widened, a lightning symbol flashing in his right eye, flashing over 1,000 times in an instant. Each time this symbol flashed, the thunder roaring all around became much more intense. At this moment, the heavens and earth were completely replaced by the sound of thunder. Wang Lin took a step forward, his body completely entering the thunder domain of the lightning clan. The moment Wang Lin entered, the thunder pool enveloping the entire lightning clan suddenly exploded violently, countless lightning bolts streaking back and forth like silver chariots. Wang Lin slowly advanced straight ahead, and as he moved, the lightning below seemed to cheer, all quickly merging into Wang Lin's body as if he had become a lightning immortal. As the lightning merged into his body, it condensed in his right eye, and the symbol in his right eye became increasingly clear. Continuing forward, after an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin entered the deepest part of the lightning tribe's lightning pool. The lightning here was much denser than outside, with earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoing continuously. Lightning bolts from all directions formed a series of electrical nets covering everything, preventing divine consciousness from penetrating and cutting off vision. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, silently cultivating his inner energy. Lightning from all directions converged more and more intensely, and the earth-shattering explosions became even more violent. Gradually, Wang Lin's aura completely dissipated, disappearing entirely. He was sitting cross-legged, but if someone stood before him with their eyes closed, they wouldn't be able to sense any trace of him. At this moment, Wang Lin had completely transformed into a bolt of lightning. He had merged with the lightning pool, becoming one with it. A moment later, a stream of lightning symbols suddenly shot out from Wang Lin's tightly closed red eye, rapidly merging into the lightning pool, and then hurtling straight towards the distance. This lightning symbol was merely an ordinary bolt of lightning, but as it shot forward, all the lightning in the lightning pool had to give way, all pointing in its direction. This made the lightning symbol speed extremely fast, increasing with each passing moment. It resembled an infinite lightning pool, a circle of lightning enveloped in lightning, like a lightning star formed by lightning. All 16 cultivation stars formed a circle, and at the center of the circle existed a fragment of a ruined continent. This fragment of a ruined continent looked as if it had been shattered from a complete continent without any discernible pattern, and its edges were covered with floating debris. This desolate continent is black, devoid of any life, but all members of the Thunder Clan, since regaining their memories, have known this to be the Cloud Remnant Continent, the sacred land of the Thunder Clan. On the Cloud Remnant Continent stands a towering temple, and a bolt of lightning descends from the void, striking the temple continuously for thousands of years without interruption. This lightning is black, but upon closer inspection, many colors can be seen within, intertwining to form the lightning bolt. At this moment, Among the 16 cultivation planets, there is a yellow planet enveloped in lightning, and on this cultivation planet, countless cave dwellings have been constructed. The number of cave dwellings is in the tens of thousands, of all sizes, all serving as cultivation grounds for the adult members of the Thunder Clan. In the Lightning Tribe, once a member reaches adulthood and acquires some cultivation, they leave their home planet and travel to the other 13 planets to find a dwelling place for themselves. They may receive a legacy from others, create one themselves, or seize it. Members of the Lightning Tribe can fight each other, but they are not allowed to kill each other. If someone dies, they are immediately punished. If they are punished but not killed, there is no problem. The Lightning Tribe uses this method, employing brutal combat to cultivate generations of great talents. The weak are eliminated. At this moment, on a yellow cultivation planet, a young man in black robes, his chest a bloody mess, bowed his head, his gaze hazy as he looked down at the plains below. The land below seemed boundless, like his current state of mind weak and sorrowful. I know my cultivation level isn't high. I hate that I'm a cultivator, and I hate even more that I'm a member of the Lightning Clan. The young man muttered softly, his expression contorted violently. The young man's agitated emotions immediately aggravated his wound. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, then let out a tragic laugh and fell straight to the ground. As his gaze shifted to the vast sky, his sorrow intensified. I don't want to become a cultivator. I want to be an ordinary mortal. His eyes slowly glazed over, but he raised his right hand, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at his fingers. A moment later, a look of madness flared in his eyes. Using his last ounce of strength, he clawed at his forehead and pulled outward. At this moment, flesh and blood were torn away. The young man's claw had ripped the Lightning Clan symbol from his forehead. The black-clothed young man let out a tragic laugh and slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't have known that the moment his eyes closed, a bolt of lightning shattered the void and appeared in the sky. It seemed to have detected his presence and paused briefly. Then the lightning bolt struck directly at the wound on the young man's forehead. A thunderous lightning bolt descended and merged into the forehead of the young man in black. His body trembled, his life force and soul on the verge of dissipating, suddenly stopped, then rapidly contracted as if imprisoned. The wound on his forehead quickly closed, even the vague, bloody wound on his chest healed in an extremely short time. Especially on his forehead, an extremely clear lightning symbol appeared, and when the symbol flashed, a series of dark lights erupted. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes. The weakness and sorrow were gone from his eyes. Only a cold, icy gaze remained, filled with profound grief. This gaze seemed to have explored all of heaven and earth, seen through the truth of life, and transcended countless years. The moment the young man's eyes opened, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping everything around him. The grass beneath trembled under the impact of this icy aura, all of it collapsing as if unable to stand upright. This appearance and physique aren't bad at all. A powerful surge of cultivation energy swirled within him, instantly converging the forces of heaven and earth from all directions. However, the young man's cultivation remained at the core formation stage, without any change or transformation. He was Wang Lin. More precisely, a portion of Wang Lin's primordial spirit had undergone a body possession, while his true body was within the boundless lightning domain, merging into the lightning pool. Wang Lin wasn't arrogant enough to think he could withstand the entire Lightning Tribe with just his own strength. The Lightning Tribe was one of the largest tribes in the ancient star realm, and naturally, it had no shortage of powerful individuals. If Wang Lin had simply charged straight in to absorb the immortal lightning, what awaited him would have been a coffin. Therefore, Wang Lin had already made his calculations. He used the method of body possession to become a member of the Lightning Clan, and only then began his plan to absorb the immortal lightning. Moreover, his disguise as a member of the Lightning Clan would be flawless, as he was also capable of controlling lightning. Especially since Wang Lin was possessing the body of someone who wasn't completely dead, he had to be even more careful. In fact, Wang Lin was indirectly saving this person's life. After Wang Lin absorbed the immortal lightning and left, this person could regain control of their body. Furthermore, although Wang Lin only controlled this body for a short time, this person would receive enormous benefits. Wang Lin subtly moved his body. With his cultivation level, he didn't need to worry about the limitations of soul possession, and besides, he didn't want to formally possess someone's body. Wang Lin rummaged through this person's memories and learned that this person's name was Yu Fei, an extremely ordinary member of the Lightning Tribe. Yu Fei's parents had died long ago, leaving him alone. After painstakingly achieving the Golden Core stage, he inherited a cave dwelling left behind by his parents. The cave dwelling was located in a land with spiritual veins considered quite good, but with his cultivation level, he couldn't possibly possess it. 3 days after receiving the inherited cave dwelling, it was stolen, and he was subsequently expelled. 200 years later, Yu Fei's cultivation remained stagnant. If it weren't for the Lightning Tribe's constitution, which allowed for extended lifespan, he would have died long ago. But his 200 years of life had been extremely painful, filled with oppression and suffering. Especially recently, he had become dependent on the power of a nascent soul cultivator in his tribe. This nascent soul cultivator was the one who had stolen his inherited cave dwelling years ago. Within the cave dwelling was a thunder fruit tree, left to him by his parents. Consuming this thunder fruit would slightly expand the lightning symbol of the Thunder Tribe, and even increase lifespan. However, to obtain the true thunder fruit, one had to be a cultivator at least at the core formation stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough lightning power to nourish the tree. That nascent soul cultivator didn't need to use the thunder fruit. Knowing his cultivation had stagnated and his lifespan was precarious, Wu Fei hesitated before planting 9 thunder fruit trees. But when he swallowed one, disaster struck. If it weren't for the Thunder Clan's rule against fighting to the death, he would have died long ago. But even if he didn't die, his fate wouldn't have been any better. He suffered serious injuries, his cultivation was drained away, and he was then banished. Yu Fei's memories were very short, filled with many negative aspects, and overflowing with hatred. He hated himself, hated the Thunder Clan, hated all his clansmen. His personality was very strange. Wang Lin's consciousness left Yu Fei's memories, and his eyes flickered slightly. The Thunder Clan's seal has opened up a little more. After entering the primordial star realm and devouring many cultivators, Wang Lin was now very familiar with the cultivation methods there. The primordial star realm was completely different from the inner world. The people there didn't cultivate their intent, and all their cultivation was contained within the symbols on their foreheads. This symbol belongs to the lineage. The more you unlock, the higher your cultivation level will be. Wang Lin reached out and touched the symbol on his forehead. This symbol was something he had created himself. While it looked quite similar to the symbol of the Lightning Clan, it was actually very different. The Lightning Clan's symbol was obtained from the immortal lightning that had existed for millennia. If this immortal lightning were considered a living being, then all the symbols on the foreheads of Lightning Clan members would be a branch of this being. But the symbol on Wang Lin's forehead was created by himself, and its level was much higher. The Lightning Clan's symbol and the immortal lightning were in a completely identical state. This symbol needs further study, and it's also related to the Lightning Clan. This Wu Fei, due to his cultivation limitations, doesn't understand much. Perhaps a nascent soul cultivator would know a little more. Wang Lin became pensive, then took a step forward. He transformed into a rainbow, relying on Yu Fei's memory to fly towards the inherited cave. This planet was vast, and Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry to teleport, but instead flew directly, glancing at everything on the ground, his divine consciousness vaguely spreading out to observe. Not long after, 3 streaks of rainbow light appeared before Wang Lin, rushing towards him. Within the 3 streaks of rainbow light were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. The young man wore white robes and had a handsome appearance. The 2 girls behind him were also very beautiful. The 3 of them rode on flying swords, chatting and laughing as they went forward. The young man's cultivation had reached the late stage of the core formation realm, while the 2 girls were in the early stage. The young man, while talking, glanced ahead and immediately spotted Wang Lin flying in the distance, especially when Wang Lin directly flew past without even looking at him. Yu Fei, come here. Wang Lin turned his head, ignoring him. His divine sense swept across the land below, vaguely detecting some secret seals related to this cultivation planet. As Wang Lin continued forward, the young man in white, seeing that Wang Lin still ignored him, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. He snorted coldly, his body flashed, and he abruptly changed direction, lunging towards Wang Lin. The young man's right hand swung up, and a gleaming, flying sword instantly flashed out from his storage bag. The young man in white roared like thunder, "Wu Fei, you are truly audacious. You see me and yet you don't come to pay your respects." Lightning flashed from the sword, but the moment it approached Wang Lin, it vibrated and stopped in midair, trembling continuously. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense, turned around, and looked coldly at the young man in white. "Are you speaking to me?" A simple sentence that anyone could utter, yet these words were spoken by Wang Lin himself. Although he was now in Yu Fei's body, the cold light emanating from his eyes transformed into countless icy blades, like swords. All of this turned into a boundless storm that swept across the heavens and earth. The young man in white, standing at the forefront, felt his golden core explode the moment he met Wang Lin's gaze, as if struck by lightning or as if plunged into endless ice. He suddenly felt as if his entire body was exposed, all secrets gone. What terrified the young man even more was that his golden core seemed to explode and stop rotating under Wang Lin's gaze. At that moment, cracks appeared on his golden core, as if it couldn't withstand Wang Lin's stare and was about to burst. Not only the young man in white, but also the two girls behind him, who had been looking at Wang Lin with mocking and contemptuous eyes, were now stunned. When Wang Lin turned around and spoke, his gaze shifted, causing the two girls to feel as if the heavens and earth had exploded, the wind and clouds turning upside down as if the sky were collapsing. At that moment, it was as if the weakling Yu Fei standing before them had transformed into an ancient, ferocious figure, unleashing boundless rage. Both girls felt a sense of unease. If he even had a single thought, they would explode and die. A thunderous roar echoed in the hearts of the man and the two girls, yet the world outside remained eerily silent. The feeling was truly bizarre. The young man in white turned pale, his eyes glazed over, and an unimaginable fear surged within him. Wang Lin frowned. With his cultivation level, he truly didn't want to bully this kind of junior from the outside world. He withdrew his gaze and turned, soaring into the distance. A long time after Wang Lin had left, the young man in white spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, as did the two girls following him. At this moment, the cracks in their golden cores continued to spread, their faces turning pale. Their cultivation instantly regressing from the early stage of the golden core realm to the foundation establishment realm. The young man in white's golden core also shattered, his gaze fixed on Wang Lin, now filled with terror and dread. He. The three exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. Even their feelings of resentment were swept away. Instead, a sense of relief at having survived a great calamity surged within them. The cave dwelling in Yu Fei's memory wasn't far away. A moment later, it appeared in Wang Lin's sight. This cave dwelling wasn't bad. It was located in a mountain valley in a land containing spiritual veins. Wang Lin also saw a small river in the valley, which washed the spiritual veins before flowing in. The river water was crystal clear, vaguely brimming with spiritual energy. There were some protective restrictions outside the cave dwelling, but in Wang Lin's eyes, these restrictions were truly insignificant. Wang Lin's expression was extremely calm. He stepped forward and entered the formation outside the cave dwelling. As he approached, without using any divine abilities, the mountain gate opened with a rumble, creating a path. Wang Lin didn't stop, but went straight into the cave dwelling. As he advanced, continuous explosions echoed around him, and dazzling flashes of light erupted. All the restrictions within the cave dwelling were opened as Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin didn't even bother to glance around. He simply advanced step by step amidst the rumbling explosions. 10 meters ahead of Wang Lin sat an old man in a green robe, meditating cross-legged. The old man's fierce eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wang Lin approaching, his gaze now filled with extreme fear. His eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, his face contorted with terror and disbelief, impossible to conceal. He had been meditating, completely unaware, when the cave entrance suddenly burst open. Such a bizarre event was unprecedented in his centuries of cultivation, and what sent shivers down his spine was the moment a remarkably familiar figure emerged from outside. This cave contained numerous hidden restrictions, some of which had been preserved from the past, while the rest were created by the old man himself over the past few hundred years. Once all the restrictions were lifted, any nascent soul cultivator who entered would undoubtedly die. Even a nascent soul old monster would be severely injured, or even annihilated. But But he could only watch helplessly as the familiar figure slowly advanced amidst the resounding explosions of the restrictions and the flashes of magical light. At that moment, his scalp tingled, especially the cold gaze of the other party, which felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart. When the figure's gaze shifted to his face, the nascent soul old man instantly felt excruciating pain, as if he were turning into a tangible substance. Numerous holes appeared all over his body, and even his nascent soul couldn't escape. Moreover, an invisible wave of oppressive power gradually erupted as the opponent advanced step by step, each step like trampling on a nascent soul, causing the old man's face to turn even paler. His body trembled. He spat out fresh blood, and a look of terror flashed in his eyes. He couldn't stand up and kept crawling backward. Wang Lin passed through the layers of restrictions and entered the cave dwelling, his gaze shifting to the young nascent soul cultivator in front of him. Then he withdrew his gaze to observe the cave dwelling. This cave dwelling was quite large, with 6 stone chambers piercing through the valley, and a small path leading into the valley. Wang Lin vaguely heard the sound of rushing water, and the air in the valley was filled with a fragrant aroma, clearly indicating that many spiritual herbs had been cultivated here. The cave dwelling was very clean and tidy, the stone walls on all sides polished and faintly reflecting light. Particularly noteworthy was the enormous formation carved into the cave, which was slowly rotating. Once opened, the sky above would be visible, and the stone walls would become transparent, allowing the person inside to see the outside scenery. The nascent soul old man's heart pounded, but he dared not make any move. His eyes still blazed with extreme fear. In his eyes, Wang Lin was now the true master of the cave, observing leisurely, while he himself had become an outsider, restless and bewildered. Wang Lin looked up at the formation. Although it appeared crude, it possessed a subtle intricacy. The moment Wang Lin looked up, a murderous glint flashed in the old man's eyes. His body shot forward, simultaneously employing a teleportation technique only a nascent soul cultivator or higher could perform. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared behind Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of green light concealing a bolt of lightning, vaguely containing many mournful, vengeful spirits. At this moment, all the vengeful spirits surrounded the lightning and struck directly at Wang Lin. The old man didn't want to see the outcome, so he directly spat out his life-bound magic treasure to protect himself and tried to teleport out of the cave. But the moment he prepared to teleport, his eyes widened, his body completely stopped in midair, his gaze blank, cold sweat pouring down. Wang Lin, who had been behind him, suddenly appeared in front of him, staring coldly at him. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Wang Lin used the fingers of his right hand to tightly grip the green lightning, then flicked his sleeve, and the old man's body was instantly flung backward. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body crashing into the wall behind him with a loud bang and shattering. At that moment, a look of terror filled his eyes, and he stammered, "How could you become so powerful?" Wang Lin's 2 fingers lightly squeezed, and the thunder and lightning were suddenly extinguished and dissipated. This scene was like a sledgehammer striking the old man's mind. His body trembled, his face turned pale, his nascent soul became listless, and black blood flowed from his mouth. "You can't kill me. Members of the same clan are not allowed to kill each other in life and death. If you kill me, the elders will surely." At this moment, fear enveloped the old man's entire body. Wang Lin's power had surpassed his imagination. A nascent soul cultivator whom he had casually driven away before had become so terrifyingly powerful in just a few days. But before the old man could finish speaking, Wang Lin's divine consciousness burst forth, transforming into an invisible hand that shot up into the void and directly placed itself on the old man's head. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine search technique immediately activated. Under his powerful cultivation, this old man had no right to resist. His body trembled, and he soon fell unconscious. As he searched through the old man's memories, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he fell into deep thought. Wang Lin hadn't killed many members of the Lightning Clan in the ancient Star Realm, but he had seized all the memories of those he killed, thus gaining a fairly good understanding of the Lightning Clan. Using a method of dispersal and nurturing, forcing the clan members to fight each other to make them stronger. Using this method to select the most outstanding individuals. Of the 16 yellow cultivation stars, besides the 3 mother stars with many people, the remaining 13 cultivation stars were all training planets for the Lightning Clan members. Every 100 years, A list of those who enter the sacred land is compiled, a single list that all clan members above 13 cultivation stars can compete for. Those who can enter the sacred land and personally come into contact with the immortal lightning will unlock more and more of their clan seals, and their cultivation will increase dramatically. Currently, only 7 years remain until the battle for the list. However, the method used by the Lightning Clan to select those on the list is extremely interesting. It's not just based on combat, but also requires obtaining lightning crystals. 7 years from now, whoever has the most lightning crystals will enter the sacred land. This opportunity cannot be missed. It will give me a chance to enter the sacred land legitimately and absorb the immortal lightning. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He waved his hand, and the symbol on the old man's forehead suddenly trembled. A faint light flashed between their eyebrows, and a jade slip flew out. Ancient spirit beings rarely used storage bags. They usually concealed a storage space between their eyebrows, capable of holding anything. This jade slip conceals a formation that can be activated at any time. It vaguely merges with the heavens and earth, and its contents can change at any moment, including a list. This list contains a series of names, totaling about 800, each followed by a rather long number. This number represents thunder crystals. Clearly, the number of Thunder Clan members is definitely not just 800. But only those who enter this group of 800 are qualified to be included in the list to ascend to the sacred land. 19,700,000,000. Wang Lin glanced at the person with the highest number of thunder crystals on the list, his brow furrowing slightly. The person ranked first was Yun Shanzi, 13,009,000. The person ranked second was Fu Rong. Wang Lin quickly scanned the list. Even those ranked 800 had over 400,000 thunder crystals. The old nascent soul cultivator in the cave only had a pitifully small 70,000 thunder crystals. Thunder crystals are not an object, but merely a name. There are many ways to obtain thunder crystals, but the fastest is through offerings. Whether it's cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, elixirs, refining materials, or even the power of incense offerings, as long as they are offered to the Lightning Clan, they can be exchanged for thunder crystals. Among these methods, the power of incense offerings yields the most, while the remaining items depend on the clan's level. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had seen something like this. Back when he entered the Demon Spirit Land, it was similar. The Demon Spirit Land wanted military achievements, while the Lightning Clan used a different method, mobilizing all clan members to search for all sorts of things so that the Lightning Clan could not only increase their cultivation, but also accumulate abundant resources. How interesting! Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he waved his right hand in the air before pressing it down on the forehead of the nascent soul old man. The old man's seal was completely broken, and all the magical treasures and elixirs inside were taken by Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't kill the old man. He knew that the Lightning Tribe forbade all its members from killing each other. Killing him would cause a lot of trouble. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at the unconscious old man on the ground and directly walked along the small path, heading deep into the cave. As he entered, the sound of rushing water became even clearer. Not far in front of him was a small river flowing downstream. Many immortal grasses were planted along both banks of the river. What attracted Wang Lin's attention most was a plant emitting very weak streams of lightning energy. This plant grew on the cliff of the mountain valley, its trunk protruding 7 feet, bearing 6 dark green fruits the size of 5 hands. While Wang Lin was observing the strange lightning fruit, 4 streaks of sword light roared towards him from 1,000 miles away. 4 old men stood on the 4 streaks of sword light, their eyes like lightning, their cultivation levels not low. One of them had a mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, his face arrogant, a cold glint in his eyes. Of the 3 old men flying behind, one pointed forward and respectfully said, "Clan Quan, ahead is the cave of Chi-Chi. He is the only early-stage nascent soul old monster within a 10-mile radius, and over the years he has plundered many treasures." The mid-stage nascent soul old man nodded slightly, his face revealing undisguised greed, and slowly said, "Very good. After this is done, you 3 can come to the Heavenly Thunder Sect to receive your rewards. Since you have worked for my Heavenly Thunder Sect, you will certainly not be treated unfairly." In the eyes of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators behind him, a look of ecstatic joy immediately appeared. The one who had spoken earlier respectfully said, "If Uncle obtains all the treasures this time, he will definitely be able to exchange them for a lot of thunder crystals. And his status in the Heavenly Thunder sect will certainly be much higher. The nascent soul old man glanced at the Foundation establishment cultivator who had just spoken and softly said, "The things I obtain are not for myself to exchange for thunder crystals, but must be given to the sect master. The sect master of our Heavenly Thunder sect is close to entering the lightning ranking, and his name will be on the list in a short time." As soon as these words were spoken, a look of terror flashed in the eyes of the three Foundation establishment cultivators, and their expressions became even more respectful. In the mountain valley cave, the thunder fruits on the branches were all covered in continuously flashing lightning. "Is this a thunder fruit?" Wang Lin swung his hand in the air, and a thunder fruit immediately detached from the branch and fell into his hand. He carefully examined the thunder fruit. This green fruit didn't contain much lightning power. After swallowing it, his physique would improve, making his body completely suitable for performing lightning divine abilities. In the memories of Chechi and UFEI, one thunder fruit could be exchanged for one thunder crystal. Wang Lin took the thunder fruit, but instead of eating it, he squeezed it hard. The thunder fruit shattered with a loud bang, and a series of lightning bolts flashed out from within, entering his body through his right hand, and then being absorbed by his primordial spirit. Wang Lin gently closed his eyes, his primordial spirit silently observing the lightning power within the thunder fruit. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a flash of lightning erupting within them. He looked out of the cave dwelling. His expression remained extremely calm as he muttered softly, "I was planning to rob it, but unexpectedly, someone walked right into my trap." At that moment, 4 streaks of rainbow light roared out of the cave dwelling, quickly reaching the sky above. Before the nascent soul old man could speak, a core formation cultivator beside him stepped forward and shouted towards the cave dwelling below, "Chizzy, the Heavenly Thunder sect has arrived. Come out and greet them." The rumbling sound echoed into the cave dwelling, lingering for a while. The nascent soul old man glanced at the restrictions outside the cave dwelling, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. The restrictions in the cave dwelling that Wang Lin had previously passed through were still not broken. These restrictions were insignificant to Wang Lin, but to the nascent soul old man, they were extremely ingenious. It seems that this Chechi, being able to become a nascent soul cultivator, is no ordinary feat. Just looking at the Forbidden's formation outside the cave dwelling is enough to know that the nascent soul old man waved his hand to stop the core formation cultivator from continuing to call for surrender, and used a deep voice to transmit his message. "Chadoist, I am Qiu Dahai, one of the 4 great elders of the Heavenly Thunder sect. Today I have come here because of the Heavenly Thunder sect's sect master's entry into the Lightning Thunder ranking. So I need Shadows to provide some magical treasures and elixirs." The nascent soul old man's voice was very deep, and his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation was concealed within the sound as it was transmitted directly into the cave dwelling. The moment the nascent soul old man's voice rang out, the main door of the cave dwelling below suddenly burst open with a bang, and something was thrown out Chechi, still unconscious. This sudden turn of events stunned the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and Qiu Dahai's pupils immediately contracted. "You want to find him?" An extremely cold voice emanated from within the cave, and Wang Lin, dressed in white, appeared. He stepped out calmly and slowly, simultaneously unleashing an incredibly terrifying aura. You are we FEI." One of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators clearly recognized Wu FEI. Although he recognized the person below, his golden core trembled under the pressure, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. The old nascent soul cultivator stared at Wang Lin, his nascent soul shaking and vaguely sensing something amiss. Wang Lin stood there, but the old nascent soul cultivator's divine sense swept over him, finding no trace of him, as if he didn't exist. This kind of feeling only appears when the sect master is present, but the current situation caused the nascent soul old man to have an illusion, as if even if the sect master were here, he wouldn't be able to detect the aura of the young man before him. What made the nascent soul old man's scalp tingle even more was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other party. This pressure was extremely strong, making the old man feel it deeply. Under this pressure, even the spiritual power in his body seemed to freeze. Especially the moment when the other party's icy voice entered his ears, it felt like a terrifying force wanting to tear his body apart. Qiu Dahai broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed a gulp of saliva, and slowly retreated backward. He clasped his hands and said, "I don't know Chuzi, and this is the first time we've met. Since you've arrived first, I will leave immediately. This is merely a misunderstanding." Cao Jixihai tried to suppress the trembling nascent soul and slowly retreated. He sensed that this Bufai was an extremely powerful cultivator, and he absolutely could not resist him. Given the current situation, he should let the opponent go and quickly return to his sect. The three Foundation establishment cultivators also felt uneasy, and they all retreated in extreme fear, each wanting to leave this place as quickly as possible. Just like that, we're leaving. Wang Lin's face showed a half-smile, half-frown expression as he glanced at the four men. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the old nascent soul cultivator Qiu Dahai's heart pounded. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together, and a massive force enveloped the three core formation cultivators, using them as a shield against Wang Lin. At the same time, the old man's body rapidly retreated. Cold sweat poured down his entire body. The old man immediately wanted to use teleportation to escape. The Lightning Clan did not allow its members to kill each other outright, but they could cripple someone's cultivation and indirectly kill them. Old man Qiu Dahai knew all this and had used such methods many times before. At this moment, his mind was shaken and he was extremely frightened. His first thought was to flee. Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at the nascent soul cultivators who were teleporting. He directly swung his right hand forward, and the three core formation cultivators immediately cried out in agony. The symbols on their foreheads shattered with a loud bang, and many magic treasures flew out, which Wang Lin collected with a flick of his sleeve. Then Wang Lin took a step forward and soared straight into the air. The three core formation cultivators spat out fresh blood. Each of them fell to the ground, their golden cores shattered. Although they didn't die, they were completely crippled. Qiu Dahai, who had just used teleportation, heard the agonizing cries. A chill ran down his spine, and without hesitation, he used teleportation again, disappearing into the sky. When Qiu Dahai reappeared, he was already a great distance away. The moment he reappeared, he immediately teleported again. After several teleportations, the spiritual power in his body was greatly depleted, but he didn't stop. He immediately took out a pill, swallowed it, and continued to teleport. Wang Lin's figure and voice had now become a dark cloud enveloping the old man Qiu Dahai's mind. The dark cloud was pressing down on his nascent soul, and he was terrified of being chased by that figure. After teleporting 10 times in a row, Qiu Dahai had traveled nearly 100,000 miles. He had swallowed many elixirs, practically risking his life. While teleporting, he immediately crushed the jade slip of his sect's distress call to summon his fellow disciples for rescue. Within the Lightning Clan, there were many small sects like the Heavenly Thunder sect, all founded by members of the Lightning Clan themselves. The Lightning Clan naturally wouldn't interfere with this. On the contrary, they encouraged their members to establish as many sects as possible. After numerous consecutive teleportations, Qiu Dahai was drenched in sweat, his breathing becoming rapid and labored. At that moment, after a teleportation, a sudden flash of light appeared in front of Qiu Dahai, and a middle-aged man in a green robe teleported out. He frowned and glanced at Qiu Dahai. "Elder Qiu, what happened to you that you're so terrified, even crushing the jade slip for help?" When Qiu Dahai saw the middle-aged man, he let out a sigh of relief. He didn't reply, but immediately turned to look behind him. Qiu Dahai's divine sense swept across the area, and after finding no sign of Wang Lin, he could only smile wryly. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, preparing to speak. But at that moment, a cold voice, enough to send Qiu Dahai's soul flying, echoed from the heavens and earth. "Not running?" At that instant, Qiu Dahai's scalp tingled, and his pupils blazed with extreme terror. He had no time to speak to the middle-aged man and hastily teleported forward. The middle-aged man was also stunned. The moment Wang Lin's voice rang out, the nascent soul within his body felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. This man spat out fresh blood, especially since Qiu Dahai's actions had terrified him even more. The man immediately teleported after Qiu Dahai without hesitation. "If you to separate, your cultivation will be instantly crippled." The two men fled frantically, continuously using many elixirs along the way and not daring to stop or separate. However, after numerous consecutive teleportations, due to the excessive consumption of energy, they could hardly endure it. "Qiu Dahai, you provoked such a person. You should bear the consequences yourself. Why drag me into this? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, glaring at Qiu Dahai, his anger soaring to the heavens. Qiu Dahai's face was extremely pale and terrified. He was about to speak when Wang Lin's terrifying voice echoed through the heavens. Continue to call for help. Summon all the nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly Thunder Sect here. Take me to your Heavenly Thunder Sect's mountain gate, or else cripple my cultivation. The middle-aged man summoned by Qiu Dahai hastily crushed the jade slip, pleading for help without hesitation. He hated Qiu Dahai intensely, and he couldn't vent his anger unless he dragged the whole group to their deaths. A moment later, a bizarre scene unfolded on the Lightning Tribe's cultivation planet. Four nascent soul cultivators darted away like arrows, their faces filled with terror. 3 of them were both terrified and seething with anger. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He slowly advanced, neither fast nor slow, following behind the 4 nascent soul cultivators. Along the way, Qiu Dahai and the other men continuously cried for help, and 2 elders from the Heavenly Thunder Sect joined them. The 4 elders hurriedly fled together, all forced to comply with Wang Lin's demands, heading towards their sect's mountain gate. Gradually, a mountain appeared in the distance. The mountain wasn't tall, but it was shrouded in clouds. A winding stone path led from the summit down to the base, and on the mountaintop stood a pavilion, which at first glance resembled a sect's structure. Ahead, Senior, this is the Heavenly Thunder Sect. The 4 nascent soul cultivators, terrified, rushed towards the place. Qiu Dahai hastily spoke, his voice trembling. They had been forced to flee like arrows, their spiritual power almost depleted. Their minds were constantly tormented by fear. Wang Lin looked at the mountain peak before him, raised his right hand, and a sudden gust of wind appeared, directly striking the 4 nascent soul cultivators. The symbols on their foreheads instantly exploded, and as screams of agony rang out, all the treasures and magical artifacts within the symbols flew out and were taken by Wang Lin. At the same time, the bodies of these people were swept away by a whirlwind, which directly shattered the clouds. With a loud bang, the whirlwind fell onto the square in the main hall of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. The Heavenly Thunder Sect became extremely quiet. Those with high cultivation levels who were still sitting in the square meditating now all stared blankly at the 4 great elders who had been thrown from the sky. For a long time, no one could speak. Senior, you finally arrived. In the silent atmosphere, a person immediately emerged from the main hall of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. This person was very thin, with a somewhat ugly appearance, but his cultivation had reached the early stage of the transformation god realm. His eyes were very bright, and he was looking at Wang Lin in the sky, his expression extremely excited. The moment I saw you, Senior, my emotions couldn't remain calm. Your cultivation is extraordinary, and your demeanor is unparalleled. This moment felt like I had seen the image of my predecessor from countless reincarnations ago, and I couldn't suppress my excitement. I thought to myself that just by looking repeatedly, I could see the end of my life. Each time I looked, my entire body's spiritual power automatically circulated as if I had swallowed a large number of thunder fruits, and even my cultivation level was enhanced. Only my predecessor possessed such divine power in the heavens and earth. Not to mention the elders of the Heavenly Thunder clan. Even the clan chief himself couldn't compare to my predecessor. Senior, I have no other wishes. I only willingly offer all the magical treasures I have collected. All for you, hoping that I may have the chance to see you many more times in my life. I only wish to see you shine like the midday sun, to be your servant, to endure hardships for you, to fight for you, to defeat all your enemies, to serve you with utmost devotion and die without regret. Even with his cultivation level, Wang Lin was astonished to hear the agitated words of the thin man below. He remembered Su Li Guo. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Any other cultivator in this situation would surely be startled. The thin monk below spoke at length, each word sincere, leaving the Thunder Clan members in the square wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Although they had been in the Heavenly Thunder Sect for a considerable time, they had never heard their majestic and domineering sect leader utter such words before. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. When the thin monk spoke, Wang Lin displayed a strange smile. The monk's expression showed no pretense, as if everything he had said was self-evident truth, something that was supposed to be true. His demeanor prevented Wang Lin from crippling his cultivation. With Wang Lin's keen mind, he could easily discern that everything was the result of the thin monk's clever maneuvering. This person clearly knew he couldn't possibly resist me, only by doing so could he preserve his cultivation. What's your name? Wang Lin's body descended from midair like a willow leaf falling in the wind, then stood upright in the heavenly thunder sex square. Senior, my name is Zhang Daohong. Zhang here is just a small temple bell. Daohong is merely a ripple. I will dedicate my life to serving you, helping to endure hardships, fight to the death, and do whatever it takes for you. The thin cultivator continued, but Wang Lin waved his hand, interrupting him. All right, bring out everything you can exchange for thunder crystals. Don't be fooled by Zhang Dahong's seemingly calm expression. Inwardly, he was terrified. Earlier, he was sitting in the main hall when he heard sounds like heavy objects falling coming from the square. When he swept his divine consciousness over, he saw that the 4 great elders he had subdued had their cultivation crippled and thrown down below. This filled him with horror and extreme anger. But the moment Jing Dahong saw Wang Lin, his mind trembled, and the anger that had just flared up completely vanished. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the transformation god realm. Although he hadn't comprehended the essence of the realm like inner realm cultivators, the clan mark on his forehead had expanded by 3/3. It was also because of his cultivation that he had encountered peak-level cultivators. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he immediately felt a terrifying dread, even a sense of earth-shattering awe. This feeling was far more intense than when he had encountered peak-level cultivators in his tribe years ago. He felt extremely terrified, but because he was extremely shrewd in his cultivation, he transformed his fear into excitement without hesitation, and then continuously flattered the other party. Jing Dahong had only used this flattery technique 3 times in his entire life. The first time he used it to avert danger, the second time when he had the nascent soul cultivation but encountered a peak-level cultivator. At that time he was also terrified, but not in danger. Having witnessed the tremendous benefits of this wonderful method, he now displayed his invincible magic in front of Wang Lin. In Jing Dahong's eyes, his cultivation and divine abilities were all based on this invincible magic, which could maintain his power at any time. Therefore, he had practiced it to an extreme level, turning it into his personal killer move, never revealing it in simple situations. Hearing Wang Lin's command, Jing Dahong hastily used his right hand to press a hand seal to his forehead. A radiant light immediately flashed on his forehead, and many items used to exchange for thunder crystals were brought out, piled up like a small mountain. Senior, these items have all been hoarded by this junior over the years. Although they are not particularly valuable, they are numerous. As Jing Dahong spoke, he continuously observed Wang Lin's expression. Seeing Wang Lin slightly frown, Jing Dahong immediately panicked. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, Senior, this junior still has a few more items hidden away. They will all be brought out immediately. After speaking, Jing Dahong immediately raised his right hand and struck his forehead, and 2 items flew out. The first was a branch as thick as an arm, flashing with lightning, and the second was a pill enveloped in purple light. These 2 items are just small gifts for Senior. They can be exchanged for 10,000 lightning crystals. Wang Lin looked at Jing Dahong with a half-smile, half-frown expression, which instantly made Jing Dahong's scalp tingle. Before Jing Dahong could speak, Wang Lin flicked his sleeve, and all the items meant for exchanging for lightning crystals suddenly vanished without a sound, all taken by him. Without anyone noticing, Wang Lin opened his storage bag and transmitted a stream of divine consciousness. A joyful laugh immediately erupted from within the storage bag. Master, you finally remembered me. Master, for so many years I've been constantly instructing Liu Jinbia, never having a moment's rest. Su Leiping's voice emanated from the storage bag, but to the surrounding crowd, it sounded like it was coming from nowhere. At that moment, Su Leiping's figure suddenly appeared in the heavenly thunder sect. Master, little Su has been completely following your orders, constantly torturing Liu Jinbiao. That old fellow is truly pitiful. He hasn't offended anyone, yet he dares to mess with our wise, majestic, handsome, and heroic master. Su Leiping, upon appearing, didn't even bother to look at anyone else. His face was extremely obsequious, his hands rubbed together in a gesture of regret, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but Zhang Dahong's mind was reeling, staring intently at Su Legu. Zhang Dahong's pupils contracted, filled with hostility. He had vaguely sensed that the other man was a formidable enemy, but now he understood perfectly. This man must also be cultivating the same invincible magic as himself. Moreover, seeing the other man unleash peak invincible magic with just a few short sentences, it was clearly far superior to his own lengthy speeches. A formidable opponent, this man is absolutely a terrifying enemy of Zhang Dahong. Zhang Dahong took a deep breath, his expression still calm, continuing to assess his opponent. Master, this time I'm allowed out, so let little Su do something. Don't make me return immediately. Su Liguo glared, a pained expression on his face. Even his expression contains the idea of invincible magic. Seeing Su Liguo's expression, Jun Daihong became even more serious. Wang Lin's gaze, a mixture of amusement, swept over Su Liguo and Jun Daihong. Wang Lin had summoned Su Liguo because of matters related to Jun Daihong. Perhaps it's more suitable for Su Liguo to steal the items to exchange for thunder crystals than for me, Wang Lin decided. He nodded slightly and slowly said, if you can do everything well, then everything is possible. As he spoke, Wang Lin transmitted his thoughts into Su Liguo's ear, explaining everything. After hearing Wang Lin's thoughts, Su Liguo's body trembled, a trembling of excitement. His eyes lit up, and after clearly understanding the thoughts, he immediately looked up to the sky and burst into laughter. Who could do better than Grandpa Su, compared to me, little Suzy? Master, rest assured, it's just a few tens of billion thunder crystals. Just place it on Su Liguo's person. The unease in Zhang Dahong's heart grew heavier. He stepped forward, his expression becoming respectful, and looked at Wang Lin, saying, Senior, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. There's still a treasure here that can be exchanged for 100,000 thunder crystals. I'd like to offer it to you now. Only those with heaven-shattering cultivation like you can possess such treasures. After saying this, Zhang Dahong patted his forehead, and a dark light immediately shot out from his symbol. Within the dark light was an extremely sharp flying sword, simultaneously emitting an extremely cold aura. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. He nodded slightly and took the flying sword. Su Liguo turned around, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Dahong. He hadn't paid attention to the people around him before, but when he started to notice, he immediately sensed something was wrong. This fellow vaguely exudes an air of shamelessness. However, your flattery skills are far inferior to mine, your grandfather Su's. When your grandfather Su was cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, I wonder where you were still suckling. A smile immediately appeared on Su Liguo's face. He looked at Zhang Dahong with a friendly gaze and said with a smile, this fellow is. Zhang Dahong turned to look at Su Liguo, a smile also appearing on his face. He clasped his hands and said, I am Zhang Dahong. Ju means large bell, Hong means great flood. The moment their eyes met, the smile on Su Liguo's face remained unchanged. He glanced around, about to speak. Just then, Jun Dahong stepped forward, facing Wang Lin and saying in a fawning tone, Senior, my heavenly thunder sect has many people. Let me offer all the items I have to exchange for thunder crystals to you. After saying this, Jun Dahong immediately turned to look at the astonished crowd in the square and let out a resounding roar. As Jun Dahong roared, all the items that could be exchanged for thunder crystals fell into his hands. He offered them up, and Wang Lin took them. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a slight flip of his right hand, a pill appeared. This pill was just something Wang Lin had casually taken out. It was worth nothing to him. It was merely a pill he had casually refined using level for beast souls from the Cloud Sea Star domain. But when Jun Dahong saw this pill, his eyes widened, his face filled with excitement, and he cried out in horror, soul-containing pill. This elixir can be exchanged for 20,000 thunder crystals, and it's extremely rare. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a slight wave of his right hand, the elixir fell into Zhang Dahong's hand. I'm giving this to you. From now on, diligently collect items for me to exchange for thunder crystals, Wang Lin said in an extremely calm tone. He didn't want to use his own elixirs to exchange for thunder crystals from the Lightning Clan. That would require a huge amount, thus inadvertently increasing the Lightning Clan's strength. Therefore, Wang Lin only gave a very small portion, aiming to force Zhang Dahong to wholeheartedly collect a series of artifacts from the Lightning Clan members, using their items to exchange for thunder crystals for him. Zhang Dahong took a deep breath, accepted the elixir, and said, "Senior, rest assured, I will definitely do my best." Su Liguo stared at Zhang Dahong with an unfriendly gaze. Although the elixirs were nothing to him, at this moment, no matter how he looked at Zhang Dahong, he found him extremely irritating, and a malicious thought flared up in his heart. Damn it, you dare to compete with Grandpa Su for the favored position in front of the killer, you little brat. I think you shouldn't be called Zhang Dahong. You should be called Zhang Dahong. Just wait, Grandpa Su remembers very well that for 2,000 years, only a pet like Grandpa Su has had a good ending beside the killer. Just give Grandpa Su time, and see how I kill you. I'll have Liu Jinbao kill you. Su Liguo's eyes suddenly flashed, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Time passed slowly on the Lightning Clan's cultivation planet. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Wang Lin arrived. During this time, Wang Lin didn't return to his previous cave dwelling but chose to stay at the Heavenly Thunder Sect. He closed his eyes, sat down cross-legged, and began meditating. For a month, Su Liguo and Zhang Dahong, centered around the Heavenly Thunder Sect, swept across the area, taking many items that could be exchanged for thunder crystals. By now, the items Wang Lin possessed could be exchanged for nearly 100,000 thunder crystals. Su Liguo emerged from the storage rift and, in a frenzy of excitement and exhilaration, launched a frenzied attack outside the Heavenly Thunder Sect. He didn't act alone, but brought along 10 Foundation establishment disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Sect, swarming like maggots along the way. It's unknown what special method he used, but every core formation cultivator he encountered was brought under his wing. In just 1 month, the number of members of the Thunder Tribe who followed Su Liguo had reached nearly 100. It's unclear where this Su Liguo learned his skills, but he had the Thunder Clan construct an incredibly terrifying throne from bamboo. The throne was over 100 feet long, its surface radiating a brilliant aura. Su Liguo lay within it, accompanied by 4 female cultivators. The scene was utterly outrageous. This 100-foot-long throne was carried by 10 cultivators, with dozens more clearing the way in front and behind. As they advanced, Su Liguo specifically selected to core formation cultivators with incredibly powerful voices. These two continuously roared. Grandpa Su is setting out, his momentum like a rainbow, tearing through the heavens and earth, unparalleled in his power, handsome and dashing, unmatched by anyone. These sounds echoed like thunder. Su Liguo laughed heartily, extremely pleased with himself. He leaned against a nun, while another nun fed him fruits from the Thunder Tribe's planet. He drank fine wine, and the 2 nuns caressed his body, which had vaguely become tangible. This kind of enjoyment made Su Liguo's entire body feel extremely blissful. On the 100-foot-high throne, besides the 4 nuns, there were also 4 handsome young monks, all kneeling to serve Su Liguo. This is life. This is how I, Su Liguo, enjoy life. For 2,000 years, that evil star has been running around here and there, and now I, Su Liguo, finally get to experience joy, haha. I, Su Liguo, am still the smartest. Life is truly satisfying, truly heavy. A resounding roar echoed in Su Liguo's ears, with nuns and young monks attending to him. His body tingled with pleasure, his eyes half closed, gradually becoming agitated. It's been a long time since I felt this good, damn it. If that evil star hadn't captured me, I would be enjoying this beautiful life right now. Cough. I'm afraid I would have died prematurely. Enough. Why think so much and tire yourself out? Now, the beautiful life that was lost for 2,000 years has returned, but there are too few female cultivators. If there were more than 100, 1,000 would be perfect. At the same time, there should also be 1,000 handsome young cultivators, and 10,000 cultivators supporting the throne, all roaring together. That would truly be perfect. Su Liguo was particularly striving for this goal, and he became even more enthusiastic. Just then, a rainbow shot across the sky, revealing a core formation cultivator. He approached the throne, within 10 meters, and bowed, saying, "Great immortal above, your aura is like a rainbow. Your handsomeness and elegance are unparalleled." After saying this, he took a few deep breaths and quickly continued. 100 miles ahead is the cave of a late-stage nascent soul old monster. This old man has discovered us. All the restrictions outside the cave have been lifted. Su Liguo lightly pinched the face of a nun, then waved his hand with extreme smugness. Continue forward. Let you see how my Su family patriarch subdues a mere nascent soul cultivator. The group sped across 100 miles, the throne casting a shadow under the sunlight, the shadow enveloping the mountain below like a dark cloud gathering. In the middle of the mountain was a cave dwelling, surrounded by numerous and particularly tight restrictions. 8 small flags hung outside the mountain, all quickly rotating and transforming into a formation that erupted with black mist, enveloping everything around. As the throne approached, Suligu's expression was extremely self-satisfied. He slowly raised his right hand, and after attracting the attention of all the cultivators around him, he swung his hand forward. As Suligu's right hand swung, the heavens and earth roared, and countless sword shadows materialized from the sky and earth. When the sword appeared, earth-shattering sword whistling sounds erupted, endless streams of sword energy swirling against the clouds and wind, darkening the sky. Suliguo, being a sword spirit, also possessed the inherited essence of ancient swords. Although lazy, he had been sealed by Wang Lin while still at the Four Sacred Sects, forcing him to cultivate diligently. Not to mention the nascent soul juniors, even those at the peak seeking, yin-yang void reality, and even nirvana glimpse cultivators were no match for Suliguo. When Suliguo's right hand swung, the heavens and earth trembled, and the sky immediately erupted with endless streams of sword energy. The sheer quantity of sword energy caused the cultivators beside Suliguo to tremble, feeling as if they were immersed in the 9 heavens' profound ice. The endless sword energy immediately surged forth with a thunderous roar, all directly heading towards the mountain below. At that moment, the black mist that enveloped the outside instantly dissipated. Just as the 8 flags were about to explode, Suliguo swung his claw into the air and snatched them into his hand. The Killing Star said, "Do not damage any kind of magical artifact. Everything can be exchanged for thunder crystals." The sword energy shattered the black mist and directly fell onto the mountain. Suliguo deliberately showed off, and the sword energy immediately swept across, the rumbling sounds echoing again. The mountain, pierced by the sword energy, instantly disintegrated layer by layer and vanished in an instant. Below, only an empty cave remained, devoid of walls. Like a mortal's house with its roof removed, a middle-aged man with a bewildered expression emerged from the cave, clearly terrified by everything that had happened. Grandpa Zoo's departure is like a rainbow overwhelming the heavens and tearing the earth, unparalleled in power, handsome and dashing, unmatched in anything. Terrifying voices erupted from the mouths of many cultivators, truly radiating an aura capable of splitting the sky and tearing the earth. All these sounds brought the middle-aged man below back to his senses. Obey Grandpa Zoo's orders and offer up all your possessions in exchange for thunder crystals. Otherwise, Grandpa Zoo will strip you of your cultivation and imprison you for life. The 2 loudest cultivators immediately shouted. The middle-aged nascent soul cultivator instantly stared blankly at the terrifying throne in the sky. The throne was so large it exerted a terrifying pressure on him. The middle-aged man quickly swallowed and bowed respectfully, without hesitation, hastily saying, "This junior is willing to offer everything." Suliguo laughed heartily, lowering his head to look at the cultivator below, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the scoundrel before he smiled again. "Good. From now on, follow Grandpa Zoo. I ask you, where around here are there female cultivators?" The middle-aged man felt his scalp tingle under Suliguo's gaze, and vaguely sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't utter a word. Hearing the other party's question, he hastily said, "If it's a female cultivator, then 100,000 miles from here there's a sect called Lei Xian Dao. There are many female cultivators there, and I heard the sect leader is incredibly beautiful. But her cultivation is quite high. I heard she has an old friendship with someone from my tribe." Upon hearing the words incredibly beautiful, Suliguo's eyes lit up like stars. He didn't care about cultivation at all and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Lead the way. Take Grandpa Zoo to rob the person and seize the treasure." The group slowly advanced like a rolling wave. The enormous throne was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. From within, the smug laughter of Suliguo could be faintly heard, along with the earth-shattering shouts of nearly 100 people. Leaving aside Suliguo for the moment, Zhang Dahong was also frantically scavenging for items. Zhang Dahong only had the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator, but to complete his mission, Wang Lin gave him a flying sword. This sword was quite ordinary, but for a first-stage cultivator, it was a terrifying treasure. With the flying sword in his hands, Zhang Dahong could fight against mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and even against late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he could hold his own. Unlike Siliguo, Zhang Daohong was extremely cautious. Even though he brought many cultivators with him, he didn't have the same freedom as Siliguo. However, Zhang Daohong had the advantage of being extremely familiar with this planet of the Lightning Clan and knew many of its cave dwellings. Moreover, after receiving elixirs and magical artifacts from Wang Lin, his spirits were lifted, and he vaguely sensed that the opportunity of his life had arrived. As long as he served Wang Lin well and satisfied him, he might even gain a few more elixirs. Thinking of this, Zhang Daohong immediately felt a surge of motivation and extreme excitement. However, he was also very wary of Siliguo, considering him his lifelong rival. Damn it, if Senior only had me Zhang Daohong by his side, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity. Who would have thought there would be this scoundrel Siliguo? This guy is clearly an extremely shameless person, also cultivating invincible magic. His cultivation is higher than mine, probably only because he's followed Senior for so long and used invincible magic to gain more benefits. But I, Zhang Daohong, will absolutely not give up. Although my cultivation is insufficient, I have cultivated and researched invincible magic for several hundred years. Previously, he rarely displayed his full power, but now, facing a formidable enemy like Siliguo, he absolutely had to fight with all his might. It was uncertain who would come out on top. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Daohong's lips. He and his companions, along with several cultivators, continuously destroyed several cave dwellings and frantically looted items. In his mind, he secretly formulated the words he needed to say when facing Wang Lin, preparing to unleash his invincible magic at any moment. I, Zhang Daohong, possess a great talent for cultivating invincible magic, and I don't believe I'll lose to you, Siliguo. While Siliguo and Zhang Daohong were frantically plundering, Wang Lin sat calmly cross-legged in the Heavenly Thunder Sect. Before him lay a jade slip containing a cultivation technique of the Lightning Clan. This technique, called the Gathering Thunder Seal, could compress the lightning power within the body several times, unleashing a terrifying counterforce in an instant. However, this technique required the clan seal, and furthermore, it demanded a long period of cultivation before the clan seal could slowly unlock. Wang Lin's purpose in studying this technique was to investigate information related to the Lightning Clan's clan seal. He vaguely sensed that the issue of his absorption of immortal lightning was extremely important. With his terrifying mind, it didn't take long for Wang Lin to understand the mysteries of this lightning seal technique. The lightning seal could only be unleashed by a cultivator practicing lightning cultivation, and its power varied according to the lightning power within the body. The more lightning power compressed, the stronger the force. For example, Zhang Daohong, with his nascent soul cultivation, could compress the lightning power in his body tenfold, thus creating an instantaneous burst of power. In the Lightning Clan, this was relatively normal, but in Wang Lin's homeland, Vermilion Bird Star, this power was enough to devour a powerful expert. However, this was only secondary. To truly condense the power within the lightning seal, one needed to surpass the first stage of cultivation. After reaching the second stage, one could draw upon the lightning power of heaven and earth, and could frantically compress the lightning power to its peak, even thousands or tens of thousands of times. Thus, its power became earth-shattering. This method of controlling lightning was merely a divine ability of the Lightning Clan, but this technique had been tested and researched by the Lightning Clan for thousands of years. This type of lightning control magic was the reason why the Lightning Clan, although lacking a third-stage expert, was still an extremely powerful existence in the ancient star realm. Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness from the jade slip, his expression remaining calm, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Wang Lin became pensive. He memorized the Thunder Gathering Seal, and with a flick of his right hand, a symbol appeared. Immediately, thunder rumbled throughout the hall. A series of lightning bolts appeared, resembling countless silver snakes. They all converged on his right hand, condensing into a fist-sized thunderball. Within this thunderball, rumbling sounds echoed, and it was continuously compressed 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 times. In an instant, the thunderball had been compressed nearly 30,000 times. The thunderball suddenly dissipated imperceptibly to the naked eye. Only by unleashing his divine consciousness could one perceive a surge of thunder power compressed 30,000 times in Wang Lin's right hand, almost reduced to dust. I've modified Yufei's body. At most, it can only unleash the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. But my primordial spirit is incredibly vast, so it's unaffected by the physical body. And furthermore, outsiders can't detect it, because at this moment, my primordial spirit has become lightning. An existence like lightning between heaven and earth. Even the 5 declines heavenly human ancestor of the lightning tribe, as long as he cultivates the tribal symbol and the lightning of heaven and earth, even if his cultivation surpasses mine, he cannot reach the level of lightning that I am at this moment. Wang Lin glanced at the lightning power, which had turned to dust, and fell silent. Compressed 30,000 times, this is the limit the body can withstand. If I force it, my body will surely shatter. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the lightning power, compressed 30,000 times, instantly vanished without a sound from the main hall. Jung De Hong is from the lightning tribe, so his actions won't attract much attention. And so Li Guo isn't a cultivator but a sword spirit, so let him enjoy himself. Besides, the lightning tribe is also protected by the existence of the lightning domain outside. Only members of the tribe can enter, so they don't check the tribe's identity too strictly. I don't need to worry too much. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He no longer thought about this issue and closed his eyes, beginning to study the lightning tribe's clan seal. Each branch of the immortal lightning stream within the lightning clan, or each symbol, was developed from the power of immortal lightning. Studying the clan seal was essentially studying immortal lightning. The lightning symbol Wang Lin was studying was Yufei's clan seal. Although Yufei had pulled it out, its integration into the soul prevented it from being easily destroyed. Through his research, Wang Lin could increasingly sense the ancient and powerful nature of the lightning of heaven and earth. Even a small symbol vaguely concealed various lightning transformations. It was just a small symbol, yet it contained the essence of lightning. However, this power was fundamentally impossible to absorb. It concealed a will. This will, currently dormant, could at any time absorb the power from each branch symbol of the lightning clan members and integrate it into the symbol. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin had been in the main hall of the Heavenly Thunder sect for over a month. As he continued his research, he vaguely discovered something very strange. Wang Lin's eyes slightly opened, revealing weariness but also flashing with a strange light. All the members of the lightning clan know about the immortal lightning. Over the years, relying on the clan mark on their foreheads to unlock endless lightning power. Their cultivation has increased dramatically, but they have also continuously sacrificed their lives and all the lightning for cultivation. This is extremely similar to the disciples' incense burning technique. The light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. If we consider the lightning of heaven and earth here as the third grade power, then all the lightning tribes were born because of it. But these disciples of immortal lightning, these people possess a symbol, and they are all continuously cultivating to offer everything. However, based on what they offer, their cultivation levels are divided differently. Everything is similar to how the lightning essence is used to enter the lightning tribe's lightning ranking. Wang Lin vaguely sensed an earth-shattering secret. He took a deep breath and muttered, "All races in the primordial star system have a symbol. This symbol doesn't only appear on the forehead. For example, the blue hair color of the blue silk tribe is also a type of symbol. If all the tribal markings of all the tribes in the primordial star system are the same as the lightning tribes, then this primordial star system, could it be? Could it be?" Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He looked up at the void, his gaze piercing through the grand hall and falling directly on the forbidden land of the lightning clan, his expression as grim as water. Could it be that on this primordial star, there still exists an existence with unimaginably bizarre cultivation, just like in the past, creating a nurturing land? Like the battle between me and Shui Daozi all those years ago, he opened up a world containing 20 billion Shui Dao disciples and many cultivation planets. Those Shui Dao disciples live there. Shui Daozi is like a god to them. The more Wang Lin speculated, the colder he felt, his gaze fixed on the sky, unable to penetrate the thick fog. These are merely my speculations. Perhaps things aren't entirely as they seem. But the existence of the Wind Realm formation isn't simply about surrounding the Inner Realm people. It's not necessarily as the leader of the Wind Realm said. Furthermore, there are the words of the silver-clothed woman that the incense smoke is poisonous, a conspiracy. Moreover, the Blue Dream Taoist once said that he was severely injured and fled in terror by the roar of an Inner Realm person. Are all these things connected? What mystery is enveloping both the inner and outer realms? What purpose does the existence of the ancient immortal realm serve? The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more terrified he felt, his heart trembling, a rare tremor appearing in his mind. Wang Lin took a deep breath, falling silent, burying all his speculations deep within his heart. Whether true or false, I will absolutely never cultivate this incense smoke. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and a look of determination surged within them. A few days later, Jing Daihong returned before Su Liguo. Upon entering the heavenly Thunder Sect's mountain gate, his excited expression was immediately replaced by reverence. Especially after hearing that Wang Lin was in seclusion, he hurriedly went to the main hall and ordered the cultivators outside to make way. He stood outside with his back to the hall, his face extremely vigilant, his eyes scanning in all directions, trying to appear as if he were protecting his master. It was as if any peak-level cultivator would have to step over Jin Daihong's corpse before entering the hall. Not long after putting on this act, Wang Lin's call echoed in Jin Daihong's mind. At this moment, Jin Daihong's spirit was greatly shaken. He quickly turned around and went to the front of the hall, brushing off his clothes as if trying to shake off all the dust. After tidying himself up, he puffed out his chest and entered the hall with a fawning air. The moment he entered, without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, Zhang Daohong immediately said in an excited tone, "Little Zhang Daohong has not let down Senior. All the items that can be exchanged for thunder crystals are offered to Senior." Zhang Daohong spoke quickly as he entered the main hall, his right hand tapping the symbol on his forehead, instantly taking out all the collected items. When he took them out, they piled up like a mountain in the hall. Zhang Daohong's face was extremely excited. He took a deep breath and became even more agitated. This month, little Zhang hasn't been able to see Senior's face. Now that I've met you, my spirits are instantly lifted. Breathing in Senior's breathing and meditating has greatly increased my cultivation. I only regret not being able to follow Senior, but working for Senior is also a great honor for Dahong. I also regret not being able to create many clones to collect items faster. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Zhang Dahong and raised his right hand, instantly collecting all the items piled up in the main hall that were used to exchange for thunder crystals. Very good. This is what I bestow upon you. Wang Lin flicked his index finger, and a pill immediately flew into Zhang Dahong's hand. Zhang Dahong lowered his head to examine it, his mind instantly shaken, his joy unconcealed. He hastily said, "Serving Senior is an honor for this junior." Senior's demeanor is like the radiance of heaven and earth. Even without receiving any reward, this junior is very happy. Senior, there are only a few days left until the Thunder Crystal Exchange, and the Thunder Crystal Palace is about to open. Should we go and exchange some beforehand? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, looked at Zhang Dahong with a half-smile, and nodded slightly. Seeing Wang Lin agree, Zhang Dahong felt extremely happy. He deliberately went ahead of Su Liguo so he could be with Wang Lin and unleash his invincible magic. At the same time, he wanted to go with Wang Lin to the Thunderstar Palace so that Su Liguo wouldn't be able to meet Wang Lin upon his return. HMPH, Su Liguo, now I, Zhang Dahong, want to challenge you. I don't believe I can't defeat you. As long as you accept me, even if it's just to exchange items for Thunder Stars, following you will bring me many benefits. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, you will surely gain a position in the Thunder ranking. Then, with the rising tide, I, Zhang Dahong, will also become famous. Perhaps in the future, all the Thunder Clan will know of a small existence like me, Zhang Dahong. Zhang Dahong's ambition was immense, and this was the terrifying difference between him and Su Liguo. In the Lightning Plan, it's not always possible to exchange for lightning crystals. The Lightning Crystal Palace, which exists on 13 cultivation planets, only opens for 3 days each year. To exchange for lightning crystals, one must visit the Lightning Crystal Palace during this time. During these 3 days, most cultivators from all the cultivation planets flock to the Lightning Crystal Palace to exchange lightning crystals from the Lightning Clan Elder in charge. Furthermore, lightning crystals can also be used to purchase some Lightning Clan artifacts and cultivation techniques. However, clan members cannot secretly trade lightning crystals. Within the Lightning Clan, lightning crystals cannot be taken away and can only be traded with the Lightning Crystal Palace. Even so, the Lightning Clan is so large that they naturally have methods of trading without using lightning crystals. If they want to trade privately, they simply offer an item with a corresponding amount of lightning crystals, thus using it as a substitute. However, this method is fraught with danger, so only highly skilled and experienced cultivators secretly engage in such transactions with each other. The lightning crystals were impossible to carry around or secretly trade among themselves. This method was too inconvenient for the members of the Lightning Clan. Yet, it had been maintained for many years without any changes. With Zhang Daohang by his side, Wang Lin transformed into two streaks of rainbow light, shooting like arrows across the sky towards the Lightning Crystal Palace. The Lightning Crystal Palace stood majestically atop a mountain in the central region of the cultivation planet. This mountain, towering into the clouds, was the highest peak on the planet, surrounded by a basin constantly shrouded in green mist, preventing any member of the Lightning Clan from entering. Once inside the mist, they would be instantly struck by lightning. Those with minor injuries would flee, while those with severe injuries would be instantly shattered and killed. This place is Forbidden's territory. It took 3 days for the Thunderstar to dissipate slightly, revealing a path for the Lightning Clan members to enter. The Lightning Clan is quite far from the Thunderstar Palace. In fact, the area around the Heavenly Thunder Sect is merely a border region of this cultivation planet. Similar to the Zhao Kingdom on the Vermilion Bird Star in the past, this place is not highly regarded, nor does it need anyone to investigate. No matter how powerful a figure is there, unless a world-shattering event occurs, it holds no significance on this vast cultivation planet. For example, UFEI has never traveled more than 100,000 miles since birth. While he might know a few people within a 100,000-mile radius, he becomes completely clueless once he goes outside. Even Zhang Daohang is the same. Knowing this, Wang Lin was no longer so worried about the drastic change in the cultivation level of the Wu Fai he had possessed. Without Wang Lin using any divine abilities, he and Jing Daohang flew for more than half the distance before reaching the central region of the cultivation planet. Along the way, Jing Daohang exerted all his strength, constantly using his invincible magic to flatter him. If it were just that, it wouldn't reveal Jing Daohang's true nature, but he not only flattered him but also tried to rush ahead, instantly guessing Wang Lin's thoughts with just a glance, and immediately taking action. It can be said that along this journey, Jing Daohang served Wang Lin extremely attentively. This was something Silly Guo couldn't match. Even Wang Lin had to give Jing Daohang a few pills and point out some clues about cultivation. Therefore, Jing Daohang became even more excited. Without waiting for Wang Lin's orders, he immediately charged forward with an extremely fierce expression whenever he encountered someone he could plunder. He then returned with many items to exchange for thunder crystals, keeping nothing for himself and giving it all to Wang Lin. Master, the area ahead is within the Thunder Crystal Palace's territory. Robbery of items to exchange for thunder crystals is forbidden here. Furthermore, fighting within the Thunder Crystal Palace is strictly prohibited for 3 days. This is only to protect our clansmen. The path we took earlier wasn't straight, so it will attract the attention of powerful cultivators. I know you have extraordinary cultivation, but you will certainly encounter some minor troubles upon our return. During this time, Jing Daohang had unknowingly changed his form of address from Qin Pei to Master. These two terms are completely different. Their meanings are like heaven and earth. Jing Daohang thought that the term senior was only used to address outsiders, and that he should address Wang Lin as master like Suli Guo to show they were family. Moreover, Wang Lin didn't refuse, letting Jing Daohang call him whatever he wanted. As they entered the vicinity of the Thunderstar Palace, the number of cultivators increased, and streaks of light appeared like shuttles in the sky. With numerous streaks of light shooting past continuously, Jing Daohang's expression was extremely vigilant. Although fighting was strictly forbidden here, he still felt tense when facing these powerful cultivators. Many cultivators also came in groups, with groups of more than a dozen cultivators transforming into streaks of light and sweeping across the sky with extreme arrogance. Those around them immediately moved aside to make way. In terms of cultivation, the cultivators in the Thunder Clan are much higher than those in the Inner Realm. Here, one can easily see many nascent soul and spirit transformation cultivators. Wang Lin walked forward, his gaze shifting to the rainbow-colored light before him before quickly withdrawing. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly roared towards Wang Lin and Zhang Daohang from behind. This aura was like a raging wave emitting thunderous sounds and was enveloped in lightning. The faces of the flying cultivators in all directions instantly turned to fear. They all turned their heads to look back, their expressions respectful. A middle-aged man in black robes wearing a Taoist hat, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached. This man rushed past Wang Lin, unleashing a series of extremely powerful gusts of wind. The old monster of the peak-seeking realm. The Black Demon King of Wuyi Mountain. I heard his cultivation has reached the peak of the early peak-seeking realm, and he could enter the middle stage at any moment. I heard this old monster rarely leaves Wuyi Mountain. This time entering the Thunderstar Palace will surely bring him a large amount of thunder crystals. That's only natural. This Black Magic King is ranked 766 on the lightning ranking, and after exchanging lightning crystals this time, he might rise a few more ranks. All the cultivators around bowed respectfully, and after the middle-aged man passed by, they immediately started discussing noisily. Master, this is the Black Magic King from Wuyi Mountain. There are 4 kings in Wuyi Mountain, and they are all peak-level cultivators. Zhang Dahong immediately explained to Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin wanted to collect Zhang Dahong's memories, he could only see a few important things. Therefore, everything known about the peak-level cultivators in Zhang Dahong's memories was lost, and he couldn't see clearly. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the Black Magic King walking ahead. He nodded slightly, but said nothing. The Black Magic King in the distance was used to the cultivators' discussions behind him, and he walked forward without paying any attention to what was happening behind him. But the moment Wang Lin's gaze swept over him, the Black Demon King's mind instantly jumped, his whole body trembling, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, this feeling dissipated in an instant, but the Black Demon King dared not turn around. He hurriedly rushed forward like an arrow. Under the watchful eye of Zhang Dahong, Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and both of them sped towards the Thunderstar Palace, which was getting closer and closer. At this moment, they could see a blue mist enveloping the area, with a crack in it as if someone had split it open, thus creating a path more than 10 meters wide. Outside the blue mist were 2 cultivators in red robes with extremely cold expressions. These 2 looked to be around 40 years old, but in reality, they were ancient monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Their cultivation had surpassed the first step and reached the Yin Void realm. The 2 red-robed monks' gazes were icy cold, constantly sweeping over the monks entering. Anyone caught in their eyes trembled, their faces showing fear and reverence. Even the Dark Magic King had to show the same respect as a mortal encountering an immortal when facing these 2 red-robed monks. Without Zhang Dahong's introduction, Wang Lin knew these 2 were responsible for guarding the rift path. In the path between the 2 red-robed monks, many monks transformed into rainbows and shot forward like arrows. The number of monks was vast, no less than 1,000, yet there was no sign of chaos, nor any commotion. They all silently entered the rift path. Not long after, Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. He casually glanced towards the distant horizon. A moment later, swirling clouds surged from the horizon. Within the clouds, one could see thunder rumbling and endless lightning flashes erupting, as if connecting heaven and earth. The thunderous storm immediately shook the minds of many cultivators outside the rift. Even the 2 red-robed cultivators standing outside showed expressions of solemnity. A thunderclap echoed from the void, and the thunderclouds suddenly shrank, finally transforming into a cloak that enveloped an old man who emerged from the clouds. This old man had snow-white hair, and his eyes flashed with astonishing brilliance. He took a step forward, seemingly transcending space and time, causing the heavens and earth to warp. A Nirvana cultivator. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. The appearance of this old man instantly terrified all the cultivators outside the rift. Those who knew about it dared not discuss it, but instead bowed respectfully and said in a reverent tone, "Greetings, Senior Chu Tianzi." Even the 2 red-robed cultivators standing outside the crack looked respectful. Both stepped forward and hastily bowed respectfully, saying, "Junior, we greet Senior Chu Tianzi." This time, Senior, you came to the Thunderstar Palace to make it into the top 10 of the lightning ranking, right? The white-haired old man slightly bowed and smiled, saying, "The top 10 is impossible, but it's possible to enter the top 30. As the white-haired old man spoke, he flicked his right finger, and tupils flew out and landed in the hands of the 2 red-robed cultivators. The old man said nothing more but directly entered the crack and sprang forward. Along the way, all the cultivators had to make way for the white-haired old man's flight. The two red-robed monks glanced at the pill in their hands, their faces immediately showing a mixture of fear and joy. Then they repeatedly bowed to the white-haired old man's figure. Wang Lin watched the white-haired old man fly away, his face expressionless. After the old man had gone, lively discussions began to erupt among the surrounding cultivators. All the cultivators with great divine abilities of the second stage have arrived here on the last day. I didn't expect Senior Chutianzi to arrive so early. Oh, I wonder when my clan seal will open and I'll reach the cultivation level of Senior Chutianzi. I'm afraid I'll never have the hope in this lifetime. It's not impossible. I heard that Senior Chutianzi encountered a fortuitous opportunity before, which is why his cultivation has increased so much. Opportunities are everywhere in life. Perhaps one day we will encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Amidst the noisy discussions, Wang Lin and Zhang Dahong advanced towards the crack. The two red-robed monks glanced at Wang Lin and Zhang Dahong, but of course, they couldn't detect anything, so they let them enter freely. In the eyes of the two red-robed monks, Wang Lin and Zhang Dahong were merely insignificant figures not worth mentioning. As they entered the misty rift, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed. Since entering the Lightning Tribe, this was the first time he had entered such an important place. He stared at the surrounding green mist, and strange light gradually blazed in his eyes. This mist, if it scores more than 6 points, there will be good news. The constantly shifting blue mist flickered with flashes of lightning and emitted faint, indistinct sounds. This instilled a sense of awe and fear in all the cultivators who entered the rift. They dared not approach the blue mist, instead choosing to fly along the center of the rift, as if afraid the mist would reach out and pull them in. Although it wasn't Zhang Dahong's first time at the Thunderstar Palace, he was still terrified after entering the rift, cautiously moving forward. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but his gaze shifted to the blue mist. While this mist appeared terrifying and unpredictable to others, it held no fear for Wang Lin. Furthermore, this Thunder Clan basically didn't expect outsiders to enter, which is why they placed the Thunder Fog here. Especially when the crack opens, it's as if this Thunder Fog divine ability has activated its protective barrier, exposing everything hidden inside, allowing for free examination if that's the case. Refusing would be disrespectful to others. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his divine consciousness suddenly burst forth, shooting straight into the Thunder Fog. Immediately afterward, his divine consciousness entered the fog and continuously studied it. Wang Lin's divine consciousness was too powerful. It firmly blocked the Thunder Fog, preventing it from resisting or struggling, allowing Wang Lin to examine it. If this Thunder Fog hadn't opened the crack, Wang Lin would have had to be especially careful to study it, and it would have taken a very long time to witness this method of condensing the essence. But at this moment, Wang Lin had an extremely favorable opportunity. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, he quickly deduced the divine technique within the mist. This lightning to mist technique was extremely exquisite. Even Wang Lin had to constantly praise it. After countless millennia, the Lightning Clan had never encountered anything like this, and even less did they expect someone to enter the mist rift. Moreover, to be able to enter the mist so quickly, to discern the fundamental divine techniques within, and thus reverse the process to deduce the symbols and transformations of the magic. From ancient times to the present, Wang Lin was the first person to do so. The Lightning Clan was even more surprised that someone could break through the outer lightning domain to infiltrate it. This kind of thing was too unbelievable. One must know that the lightning domain was terrifying. Only third-stage powerhouses could enter without suffering any losses, and others simply could not enter. This was also because Wang Lin's primordial spirit contained a stream of lightning, an immortal existence, which is why he was able to complete the almost impossible feat of entering the Lightning Clan. At this moment, Wang Lin had reached the Lightning Clan's stronghold, and like pulling back a veil from the lightning mist, he saw everything inside and learned one of the Lightning Clan's lost secret techniques, the lightning transformation into mist. If the Lightning Clan knew this, they would surely be terrified. This far exceeded their imagination. The crack wasn't long, he could pass through it in just half an incense stick's time. Wang Lin suppressed the mist so outsiders couldn't see any other changes. After all, Wang Lin's divine consciousness was lightning. Using lightning to understand lightning naturally wouldn't leave any loopholes. The moment he passed through the crack, Wang Lin immediately withdrew his divine consciousness into his body. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and a symbol vaguely appeared. This symbol was the technique of transforming lightning into mist. Leaving the crack, a towering mountain appeared before Wang Lin. On its summit stood an extremely luxurious palace, lightning flashing across the hall to form the three characters Thunderstar Palace. Numerous rainbows immediately erupted in all directions, and the cultivators who had just passed through the misty crack rushed towards the palace on the mountaintop. Wang Lin and Zhang Dahong also rushed forward, quickly reaching the mountaintop and standing beneath the palace. Master, this palace has 3 doors: east, west, and south. The east door is where you can exchange thunderstars. The south door leads to the place where you can exchange thunderstars for magical artifacts and elixirs at the Thunderstar Palace. The western gate is only accessible to powerful monks. It's where the tribe assigns tasks, and upon completion, they can receive a large amount of Loi crystals. Jun Daihong knew that Wang Lin had never been to the Thunderstar Palace, and although he had some doubts, compared to the benefits Wang Lin had offered, he immediately pretended not to know. Of course, Wang Lin already knew this from the memories of Yufei and Sheqi. After hearing this, he nodded and said, "I'll go in alone. I'll tell you when we're going." Jing Daihong hastily agreed. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to Jing Daihong, and his gaze shifted back to the main hall. With his cultivation, he could see at a glance that the main hall contained a spatial dimension. It looked like a single hall, but in reality, it had 4 layers of space. The east, south, and west gates were 3 different spaces, but there was one difference: without entering the gates. Simply scanning with his divine consciousness revealed 9 streams of breath in the 4th space, all of them breathing in and out. This lightning clan also has many powerful individuals. Among the 9 breaths, there are 5 at the Nirvana stage, 3 at the pure Nirvana stage, and 1 who has reached the shattered Nirvana stage. Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm as he walked towards the east gate. Many Lightning Clan members were there, standing in groups, alone, or in small clusters, coming and going with great fanfare. The east gate was especially crowded with cultivators, who frequently emerged from it, their excitement deeply concealed. They all hurried along, and some were particularly adept at concealing their emotions, those cunning and resourceful individuals who maintained a calm demeanor whether entering or leaving. This shrewdness was related to personality, but also greatly influenced by age. Wang Lin had cultivated for 2,000 years, seeing through everything. His cunning was no less profound than that of those ancient cultivators who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and in some aspects even surpassed them. In the cultivation world, besides cultivation level, mental fortitude is also an extremely important characteristic for survival. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry to enter the eastern gate. He stood there observing for half a day, his expression cold, as if he weren't a stranger in this place. Then Wang Lin walked towards the eastern gate. He didn't know anyone here, and no one recognized him. He had to try to appear extremely cold so that others wouldn't dare approach and strike up a conversation. The moment he stepped through the eastern gate, Wang Lin immediately felt himself entering a space that had been opened up. Before him was a pitch-black pond, filled with many mud-like substances, with bubbles rising from it occasionally. 3 old men sat cross-legged beside the pond. Their cultivation levels were not low. One had reached the Yang realm, and the other 2 were Yin Void realm, their bodies overflowing with lightning power. Wang Lin had already learned how to exchange for thunder crystals from Zhang Dahong's memories, so he didn't hesitate and stepped forward, tapping his forehead. At this moment, the items used to exchange for thunder crystals were released and crashed into the muddy pond, then completely devoured by the mud below. Half a day later, Wang Lin was still not finished. The 3 old men sitting cross-legged immediately raised their eyes to carefully observe Wang Lin, their eyes flashing with strange light. They were in charge of this place, and rarely had they seen someone who could produce so many items to exchange for thunder crystals. Wang Lin's cultivation level fluctuated with his mental state, constantly changing before others. At this moment, in the eyes of the 3 old monsters before him, he was a peak-level cultivator. A moment later, when all the items to exchange for thunder crystals had been taken out, they were all devoured by the black pond. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He lightly flipped his right hand and took out a jade slip. This was Yufei's possession, imbued with a life soul, used to record the Thunder Star. Wang Lin tossed the jade slip, and it sank into the black pool. At this moment, faint sounds of mournful roars and explosions emanated from the pool. Soon after, the mud in the pool immediately churned, and the jade slip that Wang Lin had thrown in flew out and shot straight towards him, instantly catching it in his hand. At this moment, all the Thunder Star ranking jade slips of the Thunder Star clan members on all the cultivation planets immediately erupted with ripples, indicating that there had been a change in the Thunder Star ranking. The 3 days after the Thunder Star Palace opened were the days when the Thunder Star ranking underwent many changes, and the positions on the list also shifted accordingly. However, the 800 positions on the list rarely changed. At most, only the positions themselves were swapped. But today, at this very moment, the lightning ranking erupted with extremely violent waves. There's only one explanation for this. A new face has entered the lightning ranking. Almost all the Lightning Clan members took out their Lightning ranking jade slips and looked at them. The person ranked first was Young Guizi, but the previous 14,007,000 had increased to 24,009,000. When the Lightning Clan cultivators' divine senses swept across the jade slips, a few clever ones simply glanced from back to front and immediately saw the new face that had caused such a violent upheaval in the Lightning ranking. Ranked 799th was UFEI, whose lightning crystal count was 464,000, only slightly higher than the person ranked 83,000. UFEI, I wonder which cultivation planet this guy is from to have suddenly entered the lightning ranking. I've never heard of this person before, but there are so many clan members, it's impossible to know everything. This person, being able to enter the lightning ranking, shouldn't be underestimated. Although ranked last, anyone who makes it onto the list is certainly a talent. This name is also easy to remember, UFEI, UFEI. But I wonder if this person's position will be retained during the 3 days when the lightning ranking changes. At this moment, there was much discussion about Wang Lin across the 13 different cultivation planets. After all, anyone who could enter the lightning ranking would surely become famous. At this moment, the name UFEI was etched into the hearts of many members of the Lightning Clan. Wang Lin was standing in the Thunder Star Palace, retrieving his jade slip, and was about to leave. But at that moment, one of the 3 old men sitting cross-legged beside the muddy pond slowly spoke. "You are UFEI." Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He nodded slightly. The old man assessed Wang Lin several times before slowly saying, "Very good. Being able to remain calm under my pressure shows I am a person with unwavering resolve. Furthermore, you are still very young, yet you have already exchanged such a large amount of thunder crystals today. It shows you are a person with profound thoughts. Very good. You are now qualified to enter the West Gate. Go and see if there are any suitable missions." Only low-level cultivators use resources to exchange for thunder crystals. Since you have entered the thunder ranking, you can complete tribal missions, which will give you a chance to obtain many thunder crystals. The old man's eyes showed admiration. He was very pleased to see Wang Lin's calm expression. Wang Lin smiled, nodded slightly, and said nothing. "I didn't expect that someone would make it onto the lightning ranking before the 3 of us. According to the rules, anyone in charge of the Eastern Gate who encounters a newcomer to the lightning ranking must offer some kind of blessing. This is a lightning gathering pill that I personally refined, compressed 8,900 times. I'll give it to you for self-defense." The old man waved his hand, and a lightning ball the size of a thumb flew to Wang Lin's face. The other 2 old men exchanged smiles. One of them flipped his hand, and a jade slip appeared. The old man, who was finally a cultivator of the young realm, smiled. He carefully looked at Wang Lin several times before laughing and saying, "I won't give you any magic treasures, elixirs, or cultivation techniques, but I'll give you a piece of advice. Go to the West Gate and choose a mission. This is the method that will help you obtain the most thunder crystals. Take my jade slip, and you can accept the mission smoothly." After saying this, the old man waved his right hand, and a jade slip burst with lightning and flew towards Wang Lin. Thunder thought, when Wang Lin devoured and examined the memories of the Lightning Clan members, he couldn't find the words Thunder thought. Since you've entered the Lightning ranking, you have the right to know something. All generations of our Lightning Clan ancestors have studied the Tao of Thunder, and to this day, they have discovered that thunder is divided into 6 paths. There are 6 types of lightning in the universe. If one can absorb and refine all of them, they will possess unfathomable, godlike lightning power. The 6 paths of thunder are divided in order: heavenly thunder, earthly thunder, primordial thunder, compassionate thunder, Tao intent thunder, and finally, spiritual thunder. The mission you're undertaking isn't just about obtaining thunder essence, but more importantly, about making contact with the 6 paths of thunder. All right, you may go, the old man explained to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded, his expression remaining calm. He clasped his hands together and turned to leave. As Wang Lin exited the east gate, he immediately heard a series of discussions outside, all mentioning the name Wu Fei. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He walked through the crowd of cultivators outside, then became pensive. 6 paths of thunder. Although this lightning clan can't control lightning as well as I can. Their research on lightning has reached a peak. Youngster Yang Shai told me to take on the Thunder Thought mission. Thunder Thought, spiritual Thunder Thought. What kind of lightning is this exactly? Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed in contemplation. He was highly skilled and bold, simply changing direction from the south gate to the west gate. There were very few cultivators at the west gate of the Thunder Star Palace. It was deserted, and only occasionally did someone emerge from within. Although their expressions were normal, Wang Lin could still see signs of weariness in these people, seemingly unable to accept or fulfill the mission satisfactorily. Wang Lin stood outside the west gate for half a day before calmly entering. As soon as he stepped through the west gate, he immediately found himself in a vast space, like a void, surrounded by lightning, with faint echoes of explosions. But this place was clearly soundproofed, so the sounds of thunder seemed to come from a great distance. Inside the western gate, 6 old men who had reached the yin-yang void and reality realm sat cross-legged in 6 secluded positions, their eyes cold, lost in thought. Hundreds of jade slips floated in the air, each emitting a faint blue light, but the light on the slips varied in intensity, some soft, some dazzling. Besides Wang Lin and the 6 old men, who were clearly in charge of this place, there were more than 10 other cultivators. These cultivators were scattered around, each raising their heads and scanning the hundreds of jade slips floating in the air with their divine consciousness. Among them was the Black Demon King. Even Zhou Tianzi, highly respected by those outside the rift, was present. The white-haired old man's expression was extremely calm, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. His gaze was fixed on the jade slip emitting the brightest radiance, and then he fell into deep thought. Wang Lin's entry went unnoticed. Taking advantage of the situation, his divine consciousness instantly surged out, then swept across the jade slips floating in the air. After a moment, Wang Lin had clearly examined them. These jade slips contained a series of tasks, all assigned by the Lightning Clan. Among them were tasks to lead the Lightning Clan and hunt down a certain cultivator, and tasks to collect extremely special materials. The brighter the radiance, the higher the brightness, and the more lightning crystals were present. After scanning through the various types, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to the jade slip emitting dazzling rays of light. This was the one Zhou Tianzi was examining. 7 million heavens and earths transformed into the heavenly Tao. The heavenly tribulation descends. Wang Lin began to glance through it, but after looking at it several times, he became stunned. He carefully examined it again. The heavenly tribulation descends, punishing 7 million heavens and earths. Cultivating to the peak of the God transformation realm, one must break through the heavens, ascend to the immortal realm to cultivate, and collect the spiritual God thunder. This content was very extensive in the jade slip. After Wang Lin read through it, his mind was shaken and terrifying waves surged within him. He couldn't believe it. The spiritual God thunder contained the word spirit, representing all spirits. In the heavens and earth there are plants, beasts, cultivators, and countless other living beings. All these living beings can cultivate divine abilities, but after reaching the peak of the God transformation realm, they will ascend to the immortal realm and become immortals. Wang Lin understood this perfectly. He knew from his time on the Vermilion Bird Star that if the immortal realm hadn't shattered, once one's cultivation reached the peak of the transformation God stage, they would undoubtedly undergo tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. After reaching the nascent soul stage, they would officially become immortals, and therefore, nascent soul cultivators needed immortal jade for cultivation. Within the Thunderclap tribe, there was a place that was the ancestral home of the tribe, considered the place where the Thunderclap tribe's greatest powerhouses from ancient times resided. That place even has the third stage powerhouses who led the Thunderclap tribe to its peak. And also the person who integrated the tribe's most precious magical treasures into the Wind Realm formation. Furthermore, this wasn't accomplished by one person alone, but with the help of several mysterious cultivators. This place was called the 7 Million Heavenly Realms by the descendants of the Thunderclap tribe. The meaning of this land is the same as its name. It contains 7 million heavens and earths, like 7 million worlds, within which exist countless living beings who also cultivate immortality. The people in these 7 million heavens and earths believe that an immortal realm exists. Or perhaps it could be said that someone forced them to believe in the existence of an immortal realm after many tens of thousands of years. But this immortal realm is actually the Lightning Tribe. In the eyes of the Lightning Clan, the living beings in each of the million realms are nothing more than ants. For certain special reasons, they absolutely forbid the appearance of high-level cultivators in these places. Once someone reaches the peak of the God Transformation realm, the Heavenly Tao will appear, and lightning will strike to destroy them. However, there are also cultivators in these 7 million realms who, due to extraordinary talent or other special reasons, have a very strange power within their bodies. This power will undergo bizarre transformations when the heavenly tribulation descends, thus condensing the spiritual thought lightning within the Lightning Clan's 6 paths of lightning. And any cultivator who has condensed spiritual thought lightning in the 7 million realms will successfully pass their tribulation and enter the immortal realm, leaving behind many legends, becoming myths in the 7 million realms, praised and revered by later generations, and continuously recounted to their descendants. But in reality, the cultivators who successfully passed their tribulations had their bodies and souls annihilated, becoming the lightning spirit of the Lightning Clan. And the Heavenly Tao, even the immortals who descended during the Heavenly Tribulation, were also members of the Lightning Clan. For the Lightning Clan, the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Tribulations of the 7 million heavens and earths were merely different tasks within the Lightning Star Palace of the Lightning Clan. After a long moment of stunned silence, Wang Lin finally recovered from his shock. He glanced at the small jade slip emitting dazzling rays of light and suddenly fell silent. Since entering the primordial star realm, Wang Lin had repeatedly sensed its immense power. Even the words of the Blue Dream Taoist clearly indicated this. But only now did Wang Lin truly feel the immense power of the primordial star realm. I still remember back then, when fighting against Wang Yue, I first saw a member of the ancient star spirits in the void. He called himself Heavenly Tao. This was a member of the Lightning Tribe, a tribe within the ancient star spirits. Just a tribe, yet possessing such secrets, such terrifying resources, it's almost unbelievable. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with complexity. He admitted he had underestimated the Lightning Tribe, but even so, I must absorb the Lightning Tribe's immortal lightning. After all, the Lightning Tribe is weaker than heaven. Wang Lin had always overcome adversity throughout his life, never being overwhelmed by anyone, not Vermilion Bird Sun, not Heavenly Fortune Sun, not the Cultivation Alliance, not Luo Tia, not even Water Dao Sun. Even now, having access to the secrets of the Lightning Tribe and the secrets of the ancient star spirits, Wang Lin couldn't feel subdued. I also want to see what exactly the spiritual thunder is. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He swung his right hand in the air. But the moment before Wang Lin swung his hand, Zhou Tianzi had already made his decision. The old man swung his right hand to grab the jade slip. Zhou Tianzi was close to the jade slip, as it was within his reach, and he acted faster than Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned as he swung his hand, then released it, and the jade slip was immediately seized by Zhou Tianzi. Holding the jade slip, Zhou Tianzi coldly swept his gaze over Wang Lin, simply uttering a single word, "Get out." Zhou Tianzi's expression was extremely cold, not arrogant, but radiating an overwhelming pressure. This was the arrogance of a Nirvana cultivator, the arrogance of someone above tens of thousands. In the eyes of this white-haired old man, Wang Lin was just a lowly ant, someone he could kill hundreds of times with a wave of his hand, someone he could crush with a single finger. Such a young brat dares to compete with the Emperor for the mission Jade Slip. He truly doesn't know his place and is courting death. King Lin, still as cold as ice, suddenly had a barely perceptible glint of cold light in his eyes, a sign that he intended to kill.